Chapter 909. Li knew how serious the embezzlement of state-owned enterprises was. He also knew that people did not cherish the materials. Would the manager dare to punish people who relied on connections to get in if they did something wrong? For private businesses, if they did something wrong, they would deduct money. If they did it slowly, they would also deduct money. State-owned enterprises had cafeterias. It looked like they were saving money, but in fact the food in the cafeteria was not cheap. They had to steal some of it. Then when the employees ate, as long as they did not spend their own money, there would be a lot of leftovers. State-owned enterprises and private enterprises were a matter of attitude and business model. If there was too much water in the dough at home, could it be poured out? There was also flour inside. How was the dough made? It was to knead the dough repeatedly. Then the water with a high concentration of flour could be steamed. After steaming, it would be the dough. What about the kneaded dough? It was also steamed, and what came out was gluten. Therefore, when the dough was made, there would be less dough if there was more gluten. If there was less gluten, there would be more dough. The water that the Ministry of Revenue poured out, because there was too much water, was actually something that could be used to make the dough. When the imperial court made clothes, the leftovers were piled up into mountains. When the Alliance made clothes, there were no leftovers. They were all made into things. When Li was young, wooden boxes were usually sealed with plastic and then sealed with tinplate. After dismantling, they were thrown away. State-owned enterprises did this. Supply and marketing cooperatives and so on. Li's grandfather would pick it up and then use the plastic to weave a basket. One basket could be sold for 3 to 5 yuan. The Ministry of Revenue had too many abnormal losses. The same weight of flour would make less noodles than merchants. The idea he came up with now was good. It would be good to use it for a few days. Soon others would follow suit. Xiao Yu, how good would it be if you could manage the Ministry of Revenue? I'll give up my position. Bai Go had long given up the idea of competing with Li in terms of economics. Li ate with you, and you asked him, and he would tell you what to do. How comfortable was that? He had specially held a meeting, but in the end, there was no solution. Bai Gu even felt that if he was a loyal subject of Tubo and Tujiwe, he would have the chance to die together with Li and serve his country. It was no wonder that some people from the Honglu Temple wanted to kill Li. Li's existence was the failure of other countries. Fortunately, Xiaoyi was cautious to a certain extent. Whenever she went out, she would be surrounded by a group of powerful guards, and she herself was not weak either. He felt that ordinary people could defeat Xiaoyi in 3 to 5 rounds without using weapons. He had always been learning from Guizi. Old Bai go and tell His Majesty. If His Majesty agrees to let me be a county magistrate, I will do my best. I am not picky. Li did not want to be an official with real power. That was not as good as what he was doing now. Let me ask you, if the other merchants do the same, do you have any other ideas? To tell you the truth, I will not collect taxes from you on the new kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. Bai Gu gritted his teeth and said these words. The Ministry of Revenue had suffered losses. Recently, the number of people buying kerosene lamps and thermos bottles had increased significantly. You really don't want to collect taxes? If you don't want to collect taxes, I will use the money left to make bullets. The profits from selling bicycles are not enough to make 100,000 guns and bullets for daily training. Li became serious. If you want to collect taxes, then hand it over. If you don't want to collect taxes, then I will use the money to make more bullets. No, tell me. Bai Gu heard that it was to make weapons. Why would he need money? The weapons were not for the Li family Zhuangzi to use. They are now using a door-to-door service, which is already very good. But it is still not enough. Li began to impart knowledge. Door-to-door service is better than others. But if it were me, I would use the foreign services coachman mode. This is how it works, Li explained to Bai Gu. Actually, he was talking about foreign service drivers. After World War II, there was one in the Japanese Empire's land transportation logistics. That person was called Sagawateng. He and his wife carried the burden of delivering goods to others. Then they established Sagawateng Yun, a family-run company. Later, it became a huge group that controlled the political situation of the Japanese Empire. Datang was anxious. At that time, it was still a development period. The drivers hired by Datang were not only responsible for delivering goods. The company also required the drivers to have a good relationship with the customers. For example, if the customer was repairing a house, the driver would not need to deliver the goods and would help the customer repair the house. Therefore, his company occupied a large part of the market until it became a mega group. This kind of driver was a foreign service driver. You could not find any information on the internet. When the other party's power reached a certain level, even the internet could not be searched. In the 90s, Li read physical books, including the millions of koi fish raised by the other party and mini antiques. After that, he could not find any more information. It was as if they had disappeared. Just like the information on the Rossi family, there were all kinds of legends in the past. Later, it became plain. No matter how much he searched, he could not find any specific information. It was said that they were lonely. However, at that time, the shadow of this family could be seen in the overseas financing of a certain group in the country with the surname Ma. There was also Li Yi's country's East China Sea natural gas exploration project. This family also helped in the operation behind the scenes. Some things were just that simple. If you saw through it, don't say it. If anyone dared to say a word wrong, they would be sweating. Baigu was an example. Baigu, who had learned a lot, was satisfied. After eating the noodles, he went to take a bath. After a good sleep, he went to court early the next morning. After the court meeting, everyone returned to their respective offices. Minister Bai, please wait. Li Longji suddenly spoke. Your Majesty. Baigu stopped. The others left. Have a seat. Li Longji's expression was gentle. When Baigu sat down, he said to Baigu, there are some small matters that the Ministry of Revenue cannot decide. You can write a letter to ask Li Yi. Write a short poem. Li Yi is very willing to write one for you. Don't always go to the Li family Zhuangzi and not go home. Your family will miss you. If you feel that the food in the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen is delicious, why can't you order someone to bring it over? Li Longji spoke as if he was chatting with a friend. He had received the information last night. Baigu almost said the wrong thing. Was it easy for everyone to maintain this status quo? What do you want? If you don't want to be the prime minister or minister, you can say so. I will arrange for you to be a minister. This subject knows his mistake. I had a nightmare last night and did not sleep well. Baigu admitted his mistake. That was close. He was still afraid. Thank you, Xiao Yi. Otherwise, how would he end up? Write a poem. Are you going to do it? Li Longji warned. You did not drink. How dare you talk nonsense? This subject wants to investigate the noodles first. After straightening it out, I can act according to Xiao Yi's idea. Baigu was full of helplessness. When he was lying in bed yesterday, he knew he would face this situation. Li Longji looked at the white hair on Baigu's head. Long Zhe, the Tang dynasty can't do without you. My brother Yi has a good relationship with you. You should help him more. When it's time to ask, go and ask. Li Longji was soft-hearted again. Today's Tang dynasty's finance was different from before. There were too many things to manage. If it was someone else, he would not be at ease. Baigu was a good person with good morals. His two half-sisters, who shared the same father but different mothers, took on the role of elder brother and father, raising him up. Except for studying the 5 elements, he did not do anything bad. In the past, when others bribed him, he would accept a little. When he came to Chang'an, he did not accept bribes anymore. He only asked Li Yi for it. Your Majesty, the next time this subject speaks to Xiao Yi, I will think carefully. Baigu was moved. The emperor was still on his side. No need. He will speak up in time. The Ministry of Revenue will collect some seafood and transport it to other places through Hukou Waterfall in the name of the imperial court. Li Longji could not bear it. He was only in his 30s, but Long Zhe was almost 70. Chapter 9:10. On the Wei River, 50 boats were lined up in a row. On the shore, there were gangplanks built where there were no boats. Boxes of dried shrimps, dried scallops, and shrimp paste were loaded onto the boats. When a boat was filled, it would leave. It would go along the Wei River to the Yellow River, and then upstream to the source. At the Pujing crossing, There were iron pontoon bridges connecting the two banks. Boats supported the pontoon bridges. At a fixed time every day, the iron pontoon in the middle would be open to allow boats to cross the river. At the Wuxia waterfall, boats were already disembarking. It turned out that the boats upstream of the waterfall were going up the short distance. When they heard that the waterfall could be crossed, they brought some local products and rode to the location to ask about the price. The price varied according to the size of the boat and the goods it carried. The cheapest boat only cost 10 coins. It was more than 10 miles away. When it was on the track, animals would pull it to the other end and then let it down. Even if they made a small raft, it would still cost 10 coins to cross. It couldn't be any cheaper. The workers were all hired from the local area to help pull the gourds. They relied on the waterfall for their livelihood. Adding the cost of the animals' food, no one would be willing to work if there were no boats. I heard that the imperial court is sending a fleet to go up. I wonder if they will pay. Below the Wuxia waterfall, a man wearing a conical bamboo hat looked at the rolling river water and said to someone beside him, "Maybe they have to pay." They said that no matter what kind of boat we use, we will be paid for our work. The people who were busy weaving baskets didn't even look at the baskets. They weaved the branches into the baskets based on their feelings. 100 per boat, 100 coins per boat. If there are 100 boats, everyone can split it. It's not a small sum. Another young man who looked to be 16 or 17 years old had an expectant look on his face. He was holding a newspaper in his hand. The newspaper was from the early days and had Chinese pinyin on it. He was learning. When the Wuxia waterfall was impassable, the locals planted a few acres of land on the mountain or by the river. There were mulberry trees on the mountain, and silkworms were raised. The young man herded sheep. Day after day, he went down the river to catch fish and shrimp like the other children. When the Wuxia waterfall was equipped, and there was work to do, he could earn more money. The locals had an idea. The young man began to learn pinyin and read books. He asked the literate passers-by for each letter. He tried his best to remember how to read it, and then spell it himself. Sometimes, if he forgot or felt that his pronunciation was not accurate enough, he could find time to go to the county yamen. There were many people in the yamen who were literate. When they asked them for advice, they patiently taught them. They had no choice but to be patient. The citizens took the initiative to ask for improvement, but the yamen officials ignored them, and the evaluation was over. Once it's officially open to the public, you'll have to pay the Li family Zhuangzi a sum of money every month. Once the official ship arrives, it'll naturally be officially open to the public. The man in the bamboo hat shattered the young man's fantasy. Even if he had a lot of money, he wouldn't share it all with them. There were people from the county overseeing the waterfall and keeping accounts. Now it was settled once a day. When everyone had more money, it would be changed to once a month. The reason why they had to settle one a day was because they didn't have much income during the winter and needed money. If he bought some rice, he wouldn't have to eat so much chaff and bran. There was another benefit to the beginning of spring. There were wild vegetables, which could be cooked with rice to supplement vitamins. The commoners didn't know much about it, but it could fill their hunger. The helpers all agreed that no matter if it was a daily or monthly payment, they would save the rest of the money, except for what they had to spend on the day. This was better than some parts of Africa in Li Yi's time. Usually, they didn't dare to settle a daily payment. After settling the accounts on the day, they took the money and went to have fun. They didn't come to work the next day. When they ran out of money, they would come back. The monthly payment was about the same. That was why many enterprises in Li Yi's country would rather spend more money to hire people from the country to work there. This was especially true for projects that couldn't be delayed. Basically, the local people were only responsible for simple tasks. The local people who were motivated would learn from them. The proportion of such people was very small. Li Yi's country, including the current Tang dynasty, was the most hardworking nation in the world. There was no one who could compete with them. They were not on par with others. Give it to the Li family Zhuangzi. With the Li family Zhuangzi behind us, we can be at ease. While there's no work, go pick wild vegetables, wash them, and throw them into the pot. We'll eat at noon. The basket weaver put down the basket he just finished and took the lead to look for wild vegetables. On the shore of the waterfall, there was a big iron pot at each end. Coal or firewood was burning underneath. The water in the pot was from the well. They didn't drink the water from the Yellow River, because there was too much sand. The 2 pots were given by the imperial court. They were now at the subsidy stage. In the future, the tugboats would take out a portion of the money that was withheld from the Li family Zhuangzi. Early this morning, the person in charge bought 2 old hens from a nearby village. They didn't lay many eggs. They stewed 1 in each pot. The workers and the people nearby who wanted to drink the free soup would pick wild vegetables and put them into the pot. The chickens were chopped up and thrown into the pot for stewing. Don't expect to eat the chicken. The old hens were fat, so they could drink the soup. They brought their own food and ate with the soup and free pickled vegetables. They didn't need to be reminded to pick wild vegetables. Everyone took the initiative to pick them. It was a national characteristic. Ordinary people couldn't learn it. Who introduced Keguang here? Baigu was also drinking soup. It was ginseng root soup. It was made of ginseng root and shredded ginger. It was summer. He said that it was a bit cold to sleep at night. During the day, he felt cold in the sun and shivered. He was given some soup. It was mainly made of ginger to force out the cold. Otherwise, in his condition, he would get diarrhea from the sun. At this moment he asked his subordinates. He was starting to reorganize the Ministry of Revenue's noodle industry. He specially called 30 noodle makers to come in and ask them. After asking, he organized them and looked for them. Dr. Duji, Xie Xian recommended him. The office clerk gave him the answer. Deduct $300 from him. Tell him that if Keguang steals home noodles, he can't be a doctor anymore. Baigu said with a sullen face. Yes. Who does holy work for? Baigu asked another one. He asked them one by one. He deducted money from those who should be deducted, and adjusted those who should be adjusted. He was angry. It was just as Li Yi said. As long as the workers were introduced, none of them were fast. When kneading the noodles, they deliberately added more water, and then poured the water away. Also, when making the noodles, they collected the so-called leftovers and threw them away. In fact, the water that was poured away was put into a bucket and taken away. The leftovers were also taken away. When the water went back and boiled in the pot, the noodles would come out. They could be taken out and steamed in the pot. There were even people who brought in whole wheat flour from outside and directly replaced a part of the noodle powder. Baigu was about to cry. No wonder his cost was so high. Who could bear to play like this? When everything is ready, immediately do as Xiao Yi said. Send the noodles to each household and help them with their work. If they don't do a good job, dismiss them. Chang'an doesn't lack people. My Ministry of Revenue can't be laughed at. Baigu gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He picked up the bowl and gulped it down. After drinking a bowl of soup, he smacked his lips. The aftertaste of the ginseng was actually a little sweet. Chapter 9:11. I can't wear short skirts. There's too much hair on my legs. I usually use thread to strangle them. Today, the women who came to Wentian Orchid Pavilion were from Xianying County. They came to pick up things and take a look at Wentian Orchid Pavilion. Wentian Orchid Pavilion had only been open for 2 days, but news of what happened inside had already spread. Feelings spread faster than newspapers. There were large pieces of transparent glass and large mirrors when trying on clothes. There was a variety of colored glass and new clothes. There were also beautiful dolls. It was said that everything had the mark of Wentian Orchid Pavilion. No one could fake it. There were also guards at the door. A group of beautiful women were in charge of selling things. Don't worry about the hair on your legs. Look, long silk stockings. After wearing it, there are small straps hanging on it. Don't worry about it slipping down. The maid was in charge of explaining. Princess Yongmu couldn't say such things to other women. Then, the woman who bought a set from head to toe spent more than 220 yuan, including the bag and dolls. She went to the 4th floor with other women, who also spent a lot of money to eat free food. She said it was a beauty meal. Other women who didn't have money also went up. They took a look but didn't eat. They came down. It wasn't something they should touch. The maid understood what she was thinking. She gave her a pancake without chili and a date pork knuckle soup. There was a lot of pork knuckle inside. The child was young and could drink milk. Eating something to help milk him was added with salt. The food without salt was actually the best for milk. In fact, it wasn't good for the body of the adult or the child. Without salt, the child would lack immunity. The noble women ate the date and wolfberry mutton pot. They introduced it to the heavens. It was as if eating this would make one 10 years younger. Princess Yongmu also ate mutton pot. The other things were the same, but there was seaweed, bean, and chili bean sauce. She used to stay in her room all the time. Her skin was white and tender. In fact, she was in a sub-healthy state. Now, she sat by the window every day to bask in the sun. Her skin was still very white, but she started to exercise. She did the radio exercises and eye exercises that Li Yi taught her. Xiaolan sat opposite Princess Yongmu. "Little miss, we just sold 1,133 yuan. Xiaolan lowered her voice. Her eyes were bright. Princess Yongmu's eyes shone even brighter. She looked at the people eating like a thief. The people of Xianyang County are richer than the people of Lantian County? No, it's the people from Chang'an and Wanyan County. They didn't want to take the baby carrier. They came here to look at it and then buy it." Xiaolan used her eyes to signal the women at the two tables. Some of them were still unmarried. If their families had money, they could come and buy it. The shop didn't only allow people to pick up things for free. Ordinary people couldn't afford it at all. Princess Yongmu opened her small mouth and drank a mouthful of soup. Li Lang is right. They are here for the fragrance pavilion. Princess Yongmu's eyes turned into crescents as she smiled. Li Yi was right. It didn't matter what they were selling, nor did it matter how much they cost. What mattered was that the shop looked rich, and people who didn't have money wouldn't dare to enter. Anyone who went to a shop to buy things was after the price. If it was cheap, how would it reflect their status? Sure enough, the item was expensive, and it also had the special mark of the fragrance pavilion. There were so many big glass, big mirrors, and a 4-story building. It represented a kind of nobility. Dongzhu sell all 1,000 bicycles, and you have the stock now. Why do you want them to pick up the bicycles within a month? Li family Zhuangzi cafeteria. Songda was sitting opposite Li Yi and eating mincemeat noodles. He was sweating profusely. Li Yi was eating ramen and trying out the recipes for the sauces. There were more than 20 recipes with different ingredients. The ratio had not been calculated yet. If the ratio was calculated, there were more than 1,000 recipes. The sauces he was eating now contained a little extract from boiled poppy. It increased the taste and was not addictive. His body was different. When he ate a little, his stomach would heat up and he would get a headache. He added 2 more spoonfuls of meat sauce. There was less salt, and he was not selling it. There was no need to make it so salty. He picked up the sauce with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. It gives people the feeling that the bicycle was not easy to make. For example, it took 999 times of forging to make a part. Why not 1,000 times? Songda asked whenever he had a question. 1,000 doesn't sound like 999. Li Yi came up with a strange theory. Songda thought for a while. Yes. Why is that, Dongzhu? Because there are more words. But if you want to sell something, you might say 988 times. But people will not think more than 1,000 times. Li Yi said from another angle. I know. Songda thought for a while and admitted. Don't eat so much spicy food. The mincemeat sauce you chose has chili in it. You still need to scoop chili oil and chili powder. If you get sick, I will have to treat you. Li Yi saw Songda scoop chili oil again and stopped him. Songda had eaten too much spicy food before, and his intestines were affected. Li Yi used a lot of herbs to adjust his intestines. Dongzhu, I don't know why, but I just want to eat it. You want to promote the planting of water canopy and ask people to eat ramen? Songda was helpless. He liked to eat ramen. It was better if he ate other ramen with herbs. But if he ate chili oil directly, he would get sick. The ash of water canopy contains more alkali than other plants. After burning and processing, it will become lumpy. It can be used to make dough, wash clothes, and wash hair. We cannot expect everyone to use soap. Soap will consume oil. We can sell it for money, and it will be better for ordinary people to eat it. Saline soil needs to be soaked in water. but the soil with more salt and alkali cannot be soaked out. The land is still barren. Why don't we use it to plant water canopy? I will teach them how to make water canopy ash. After they make it, they can sell it to the Li family Zhuangzi. It will be another profitable thing. Li Yi set his purpose. He needed potassium carbonate. High-purity water canopy ash was bluish-white. Pure blue was almost impossible to find. Ordinary people can use it to make noodles. The water canopy planted in saline soil did not contain heavy metals, unless the soil itself was a metal mine. Of course, this thing was poisonous. If one ate half a caddy of it, he would be poisoned to death. If one ate half a caddy of salt instead of water canopy ash. Therefore, water canopy ash would not kill people. If people wanted to die, they could die in any way. Therefore, a certain kind of herbicide was banned, because people could not be saved after drinking it. Then, should people who jumped to their deaths be banned from building tall buildings? Eating a lot of cephalosporins and drinking high alcohol content could also lead to death. Banning cephalosporins or alcohol, rather than banning something used to commit suicide, it was better to promote the value of life and give people a hope to live. Add a piece of content in tomorrow's newspaper. Tell the people that when they feel there is no hope in life and don't want to live, they can go to the yamen. First, vigorously promote in the capital office that there is always a way out if people are alive, even if suicide is a cowardly act. The Tang dynasty needs everyone. As long as the people do not give up, the imperial court will not give up. Li thought and said to Songda, Dongzhu, what about those who owe a lot of money from gambling? Songda asked a special question. Chapter 9:12. Selling newspapers. Today the Chang'an Railway will be opened. There are public horse-drawn carriages. People under 4 feet tall will be half price, and those under 3 feet will be free. Selling newspapers. Track operation. Depending on the distance, the price will vary from 2 coins to 1 fun. Li family Zhuangzi has newly printed coupons. Under 1 coin is 1 fun, 2 fun, and 5 fun. You can exchange them in the East and West markets. You don't have to walk by yourself. Save time. Wait at the station. Don't get on or off halfway. Don't waste other people's time. The most cowardly act in the world is suicide, even if you owe a lot of gambling debts. If someone organizes gambling and sets traps, you can report it to the government. Debt collectors are forbidden to use the family members of those who owe money as compensation. In the morning, a new batch of newspaper boys on bicycles were the first to shout. Li Yi hated gambling. But from a general point of view, people who owed gambling debts were not worthy of being pitted. However, they still had their families, and their families could not be bought or sold. From Li Yi's personal point of view, why didn't those people who were addicted to gambling and lost their family property just die? However, from a general point of view of the Tang dynasty, Li Yi still wanted to persuade them not to die. They could still work, but if they were cheated, they would not pay back the money. Li Yi never gambled. The money he lost to the health department's staff in mahjong was just entertainment. Anyway, he had never won. There was no other way. When it came to mahjong or cards, he could not blame others for his poor skills. How bad was he? When it came to mahjong, he could not calculate properly every time, and then he would fire the cannon to the person with the most power at the table. Why couldn't he see the other person's cards? Obviously, the other person put up 5 cards and he hit them. He had 3 cards and 5 cards. Aya. While the newspapers were promoting humane care, the carriages in Chang'an started to operate. More tracks were being laid out to the surrounding 20 counties. It was two-way. One track could not be used unless there were additional places to hide. Of course, to hide, one needed to move the tracks. The wheels were special and could not be used. It was not like the construction safety spots on the old railway bridge that Li Yi used. There were extra spots on the bridge at intervals. Although they were called construction safety spots, they were more like places for the people to hide. In the beginning, the economy was not developed. It was not easy to build a bridge for the trains to pass through. Cyclists and walkers also had to use it. Next to the tracks was a flat area. When they saw a train coming from afar, they either stood on the side and grabbed the railing or ran to a protruding position to stand. The people of Chang'an and went to the east and west markets to exchange for money. The west markets were the place where Shaolan and Zhuangzi used to sell vegetables. The east markets were outside Wentian Orchid Pavilion. 1 cent, the money printed is not even enough. Li Dongzhu is indeed benevolent. Some people understood that the cost of printing colored money was high. 1 cent per stand. If you're taller, you'll have to pay half the price. Just let the child squat for a bit, and you don't need to pay. When the commoners exchanged for money, they started to think of ways to save more money. For example, if you were in the middle of the 2 stations, you could walk forward and save a cent. When the 2 horses pulled the 3 carriages on the tracks, there were children who were 3 feet tall. They bent their legs and walked under the line beside the carriages for free. Xiaoyi, there's a loophole. When you get on the carriage, the child can bend his legs. Baigu came again at noon. He was extra careful. Do you think I don't know? Actually, I don't intend to take their money. Li Yi laughed. When he was young, he took the bus home from school. There were 16 stops, and the tickets were 2 cents, 4 cents, and 6 cents. He was wearing the school uniform, and had already indicated which school he was from. He needed to buy a 6 cents ticket. But when he got on the bus, he bought a 2 cents ticket. When the ticket seller checked the tickets, he took out the 2 cents ticket. Some ticket sellers were troublesome, and insisted that he buy the tickets. He lowered his head, and said he did not have money. Some ticket sellers did not even look at the tickets, and just looked at the adult tickets. Later, when he got the monthly tickets, he asked someone to help him draw the monthly tickets. Some drivers took a look, and did not say anything. Some drivers asked him to buy the tickets. In fact, he thought it through later. He should not draw a full pass monthly ticket. He should draw 2 transfer monthly tickets. This way, the other party would not take it seriously, who would not understand that a student could directly bring a full pass monthly ticket. It was the same in the Tang dynasty now. The ticket sellers did not give out tickets, and threw the money in the box. When the child squatted, he pretended not to see it. Especially when the older child pulled his younger brother or sister to the bus for the first time, the older child bent his legs. If he did not have money, could you chase him off the bus? When Li Yi came to vote, some children stood on the platform and rummaged through their pockets. When they could not find the money, some passengers shouted, "Come on, I'll vote for you." There were also drivers who shouted that they did not want money. "Stop looking and get on the bus." No one felt that the drivers were breaking the rules when they said that they did not want money. Even if the bus company's patrol was there, they would not say anything. "Xiaoyi, this way, it might not be profitable. But aren't the tracks and the bus making money?" Baigu was at a loss again. "You know everything, but you still want to push for this. What's your purpose? Public transport does not make much money, especially this kind of fare-sharing operation. But it saves the people's time, and the people have more time to do other things. This will help the government's overall revenue." With 1 coin traveling from the west to the east of the city, the commoners saved an hour of time. They used this hour to work and increase their production. In the end, it will be attributed to increased income, increased demand, increased consumption of goods, increased supply of goods, and increased business taxes. Li Yi explained economics to Baigu. You cannot focus on one place. You must consider the whole picture. The Ministry of Revenue's subsidies will be less than the Ministry of Revenue's increased income. The people do not have money and cannot spend. This will cause deflation. Didn't I give you a book? It focuses on this aspect, the relationship between deflation and inflation, as well as the impact on economic development. Li Yi said with an exasperated look. "You are so old, why don't you understand? What did you learn?" Baigu blushed. He did learn, but he did not have practical experience. He only learned the theory. Now that Li Yi said it, he understood. Oh, so it's like this. Hidden wealth among the people. The so-called wealth is not only savings, but also the ability and desire to consume. Savings are like mountains, consumption is like water. If the mountain does not move, it will be stable. If the water gurgles, it will live. The birth and death of all things is based on this principle. Human relationships go back and forth, and it is a cycle. If you only have a penny of profit in your eyes, the profit will be less than a penny. Li Yi continued to teach. Baigu, Don't always keep an eye on things and calculate whether you can make money from it. You are a government official, not a dock helper. You should not consider how many bags of goods you can carry today and how much money you can earn. You should consider the big picture and the overall plan. If you can only see a little bit, then you should join the group. Otherwise, I am afraid you will die of exhaustion. Bai Gu's face turned white. He was too sad. He did not know anything. Xiao-yi, how many pennies do you print? The cost is so high, unlike stamps. Stamps are small. Do you have enough things in Zhuangzi? Bai Gu changed the topic. He remembered what Li Yi said and prepared to go back to teach others. Chapter 9:13. Old Bai, you can't do this. You are not my Li family Zhuangzi. You have to give me the currency coupons as collateral. Li Yi stared at Bai Gu and stretched out his hand, asking for something. What should I give you? Bai Gu looked at Li Yi's hand. It was long and slender. It was suitable for playing the piano. Give me gold, silver, and brass. Li Yi clenched his fists. Why? Bai Gu did not want to give him anything. No one had given him anything for the Li family Zhuangzi's currency coupons in the past. You are taking advantage of me. You may think that the currency coupons look like 1 cent, but it is actually circulating. Every time it circulates, there will be a tax increase. The more it circulates, the more tax it will collect. In theory, if it circulates 30 times, the tax will be 1 cent for every 30 times, and you will be able to get your own profits. But the cost is not the same. I need to circulate it more than 300 times before I can get my capital back. But I did not get any tax. This is equivalent to helping you issue the currency. Think about it, right? Li Yi was reasonable. Someone had said that the country had lost money when they issued 1-cent coins. In terms of manufacturing, the country had lost money, but 1-cent coins circulate over and over again, and the taxes collected will far exceed its value. The most profitable currency was the 1 renminbi coin. The wear and tear on it was much lesser than other banknotes. Of course, the most economical currency was digital currency. The country was saving money. Part of the cost will be transferred to the people. The people need to download the software and use the software to pay. Mobile phones have costs, right? Traffic has costs, right? If there were no other traffic services, each traffic would cost about 20 cents. Even if the item was 1 renminbi, the additional cost would be 20%, unless the software used for digital currency was free of traffic. Otherwise, it would reduce the country's currency production cost and increase the country's currency's competitiveness. The country's citizens will then pay for the traffic. This cost is considered a subsidy to the telecom operators. As for other software, those are considered commercial activities. This is the country's activity and cannot be lumped together. The cost of the currency issued by the Li family Zhuangzi was higher than the face value. If he couldn't earn it back, he would need the imperial court's financial support. Every time the currency was circulated, it had nothing to do with the Li family Zhuangzi. The tax revenue it generated was taken by the imperial court, so they had to give something back. Otherwise, they could forget about issuing the Tang dynasty's currency in the future, or they would be crushed to death. Bai Gu placed the shredded scallions and meat on the dried tofu and rolled them up with his chopsticks. According to what you said, money has always been circulating back and forth, and then the imperial court collects taxes. In this process, there will be inflation. For the same thing, if there is a high turnover rate, it means that the currency will depreciate, right? Bai Gu felt that he had learned the essence of it. It turned out to be so simple. Li Yi was still smiling. In terms of currency, every circulation involves taxes. But the face value of the currency has not changed, so it is considered a devaluation. But Bai Gu understood and helped Li Yi say it out loud. He knew that there would be a turning point. The circulation of money is related to productivity and production relations. Whether or not it depreciates depends on whether or not the purchasing power of the currency on the products has decreased. Originally, when I produced 2 dan of wheat per mu, a bushel of 25 coins, a dan of 250 coins. Now that I produce 4 dan of wheat per mu, according to the economic law, the price will inevitably decrease. A bushel of 20 coins, a dan of 200 coins. At this time, The currency has not depreciated, and its purchasing power has increased, even if it bears the burden of taxes in the circulation process. Li Yi gave the simplest example, and told Bai Gu that the tax in the circulation process of the currency cannot be calculated alone. At the same time, the change in the national productivity must be calculated. The productivity is higher than the tax in the circulation of the currency, and the currency appreciation. When the currency is issued with real objects as collateral, the currency will not depreciate, unless there is a natural disaster in the Tang dynasty. But at that time, tax exemption and the imperial court's monetary support can be carried out, and the value of the currency can be balanced again. Old Bai, don't be afraid that there will be problems with the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. It is impossible, because I will prepare the same amount of collateral as the currency issued. Li Yi made it clear that the currency he issued was not a credit currency, but a non-leveraged exchange coupons with equivalent collateral. Since they are called exchange coupons, they are exchange coupons. It is different from the country's credit currency, which is directly linked to real objects. Bai Gu began to scratch his head. Why is it so difficult for me to learn how to make money? How many things are involved? Should I give you money now? No gold, silver, copper? Bai Gu finally returned to normal and found the key point. No need. You just need to give me the same amount of tax exemption. The money saved from the tax exemption will be used to buy collateral. Li Yi shook his head again. Old Bai, you still don't get it. But I have always given you tax exemption. Now I feel that I can't take your tax anymore. You are always looking for reasons to not take your money. Bai Gu wanted to drill into Li Yi's head and learn everything Li Yi knew. I have something new to take out. Give this tax exemption. Li Yi nodded and whispered. Tell me what it is, or don't even think about it. Otherwise, this old man will kill himself on Baqiao's pillar. Do you believe me? Bai Gu was not fooled. He was cautious, afraid of being tricked by Li Yi. How can there be someone like you? You use your own life to threaten others. Why don't you just kill me? You will die anyway. Anyone who uses their own life to threaten others is a weakling. If you are not afraid of death, why don't you drag your enemy down with you? Then hurry up and tell me what it is. This old man has lived long enough. Bai Gu glared, ready to die together with him. When you look at the time here, you always look at the watch. It is an electronic clock. I can't give it to you, let alone sell it. Everyone now uses hourglasses and hourglasses to time. At the same time, they look at the sun, moon, and stars. I have something, a mechanical clock. It is a clock that is made according to the longitude and latitude of Chang'an. The accuracy of this clock is different in different places. It is affected by gravity and the improvement of the steel, which allows me to make the escapement. I want to make a chime clock. When the time comes, it doesn't matter. The main thing is that it can be used to time. Li Yi threw out a new technological product, the clock. It was not easy to make a clock. In addition to the steel and escapement design, the local gravity and acceleration problem also had to be considered. In the equator and Chang'an, the pendulum clock will have errors because the Earth is not round but elliptical. The Earth's autobiographical angle also has to be considered. The pendulum clock's errors will get bigger and bigger, and must be adjusted. This is easy for Li Yi to solve. He has the information to check and adjust the length of the pendulum. How much are you going to sell it for? Bai Gu looked up at the electronic clock. He knew about this thing. Sometimes he would take his own hourglass and compare it. I want to build a clock tower for free to help everyone determine the time. In fact, the technology of the water armillary sphere is enough. Li Yi did not mention the price. How much? Bai Gu did not care about other things and focused on the main point. Chapter 9:14. Erecting a clock tower in front of the imperial city for free will cost a lot of money. Li Yi gestured to Bai Gu to eat. How much is it? Bai Gu didn't want to listen to other things now. He just wanted to know how much it was. In our Tang dynasty, as long as the height is not too high, the clock is very useful. If you put it on a mountain 2,000 feet high, the air pressure. How much is one? Bai Gu interrupted Li Yi. He already felt the value of the clock. He didn't need to use hourglasses. Like a bicycle, the main thing is the stability of the clockwork. It involves How much is the cost? Bai Gu was unmoved. 999 cents. Li Yi gave the price casually. Every cent of the profit will be taxed at 50%. Sell one to the Ministry of Revenue for $500. Bai Gu gave the tax collection requirements seriously. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu carefully. Old Bai, are you serious? I said 999 cents, and you're just going to accept it? No, after careful calculation. The Ministry of Revenue calculated that your clock cost 999 cents. Bai Gu waved his hand. He was still as serious as ever. He didn't care how much money Li Yi earned anymore because he was sad. It was Li Yi's idea to make noodles for the Ministry of Revenue. Then what did it become? All kinds of benefits. He couldn't compete with the merchants. The merchants still had to pay taxes. Since the clock could make money, then let the Li family Zhuangzi earn it. Anyway, once Xiaoyi had more money, she would throw it out. The same amount of money, giving Xiaoyi was guaranteed to be better than giving it to the Ministry of Revenue. Okay, I'll sell one to you for $500. I don't care about the collateral for issuing small currencies. Li Yi and Bai Gu reached an agreement. When taxes start to be collected in most areas of the Tang dynasty, the imperial court will issue its own banknotes. Bai Gu mentioned. He reached out his chopsticks to pick up the dried tofu and wanted to roll up the shredded pork with soy sauce. Li Yi stopped her with his chopsticks. You can't eat too much tofu. Soy products are not easy to digest and will ferment. You will have too much gas in your stomach. The imperial physician told me to eat green onions appropriately. Bai Gu went to pick up some green onions. Go get a pancake and cut it into small cubes like tofu. Li Yi ordered, and Ziyu reacted the fastest, getting up and rushing out. Yes, you can still use the rolls. Bai Gu picked up the bowl of rice wine and drank a mouthful. The rice had been scalded. Right now he needed to recuperate his body, mainly his gastrointestinal tract, and drink ginseng whisker water. After eating until he was almost full, Bai Gu left with 5 caddies of pine nuts. He was going to give them to the people in the political affairs hall. At the same time, he could also use the knowledge he had learned from Li Yi. Alright, using knowledge to act cool was the most important thing. Li Yi got up and went out for a walk. He was going to have a medical class later. Bai Gu returned to the political affairs hall, took out the pine nuts, and held a meeting. At the meeting, he talked a lot, and the people in the political affairs hall were stunned. Could the economy be played like this? Currencies were divided into credit currencies and non-credit currencies? Then, would it be possible to eliminate the problem of currency devaluation in the economy by always using non-credit currencies? The official put forward this idea and felt that it was better to always use the standard currency with its own value. For example, gold, silver, copper, and gloomy wood. Bai Gu nodded, indicating that he understood, and began to talk. In economic activities, there is a supply-demand relationship. When there are more people in demand, the price of goods will increase. On the other hand, when the quantity of goods supplied is greater than the demand, the goods will be unsaleable and reduced in price. The same is true of currency. With the increase of economic activity, the exchange coupons cannot provide enough quantity for circulation. The result is deflation, and we must use other means to supplement it. Otherwise, the economy will stop moving forward. That is, we use the standard currency in the early stage, but we have to add credit currencies later, unless we have more standard collateral. Bai Gu told the official what he had learned from Li Yi, and the official's eyes showed a look of reverence. My Bai Zaifu is amazing. Su Yi and Song Jing also felt that Bai Gu was amazing. He could remember so much content after listening to it once. The key was that Li Yi was really knowledgeable. Everyone knew that the currency problem was serious, but they knew that too much evil money would make money worthless, and then the price of things would be expensive. They had to find a way to stop it, and Li Yi actually had a complete set of theories to support it. He used different methods to deal with different situations. Even if there was still evil money now, Li Yi didn't care. He accepted it, especially the evil money with tin. The price he gave was higher than the price of other evil money. At the same time, he found the place where the evil money was produced and directly asked for the place. If he met one, he would catch it. If the tin production place was controlled, How could he mix tin? In addition, the Li family's farmstead also collected iron and light copper coins from the evil money according to their weight. The price given was fair. At least the people who sold it didn't suffer a big loss. This included the normal copper coins on the market. They could be taken to the Li family Zhuangzi at any time, to exchange for the same value of exchange coupons. The Li family Zhuangzi controlled the issuance and circulation of the entire capital government's currency, and then extended it outwards. It's already written in the book. Go back and read it and think about it. Don't spread it out if you can. If you accidentally spread it out, it's okay. Baigu finished the lesson and said one last sentence. He found that it was useless to just read the book about the problem of spreading it out. He had to combine it with the specific problem to understand. The key was that the book talked about the concept, not the specific application. The officials expressed that they understood. They each grabbed a handful of pine nuts and left. They were reluctant to eat them, and went home to give them to their families. When everyone left, Song Jing said to Baigu, "Longzhe, can you ask Li Yi to come over and give a special lecture?" Song Jing knew that Baigu had told him everything he learned today. How much more did he not learn? Xiao Yi will teach people to print something and pass it to the students of Zhuangzi. That thing is not allowed to stay. It will be burned after learning it. Baigu shook his head, and thought that it was impossible. How could Li Yi casually teach it to outsiders? Managing the world, and helping the country. He was much better than Gue Guzi. Gue Guzi learned a lot, and was proficient in a lot of things. However, compared to Li Yi, he was a lot worse. Gue Guzi and his disciples didn't have much contribution to the people's livelihood. They were more proficient in the art of war, and the art of war. They were very good at scheming against other countries. That was because they didn't meet Xiao Yi. Otherwise, Gue Guzi wouldn't be able to do anything to any of the surrounding countries. Xiao Yi's ability was to send technology to the people, increase production, and save time. At the same time, she didn't play any tactics and directly gave money and weapons. What kind of art of war could withstand hot air balloons, binoculars, and a lot of logistics? When firearms came out, the strategy and tactics on the battlefield would be directly crushed when faced with firearms. There was no need to play any tactics at all. They could just push all the way. Okay. Song Jing thought for a while, and found that he really couldn't teach it directly. What if it was learned by outsiders? At the moment, others could only watch and then analyze the reasons. Even if they learned it, they would only learn a little. If they didn't operate well, not only would they not help their country, but they might also harm the country. For example, if they couldn't make paper money that was difficult to imitate, it might be counterfeited by others. Or if the people in power ran out of money and printed paper money, it would be great. Chapter 9:15. Invest in the car. You have to invest according to the number of stops you take. Don't invest too little. If you don't invest enough, you won't be able to earn money. In the future, there won't be any cars for you. A driver of a car was at the station of Chang and Fang, urging everyone to get on the car and put in money. There were 2 horses and 3 carriages, which could accommodate 30 people at a time. It was easier for 2 horses to pull than a cart loaded with goods on level ground, and they hated parking. Every time he asked to stop, it would be very tiring to start again. It was best to keep jogging like this. The adults tossed out their small denomination exchange coupons. Some gave 1 coin, while the most they gave was 1 coin. The coachman looked back and saw that a few children refused to get off the carriage. You still want to walk around? The next stop is your house again. Aren't you getting off? The driver was very unhappy. His heart ached for the horse. Since the child did not cost any money, he sat there the whole time. They sat at one stop after another, without any destination. They had already gone around in a big circle, but they still didn't get off. The route he was in charge of took him an hour to complete 1 lap, and he had to change horses every 2 laps. The horse that was replaced took the opportunity to rest. It ran for 6 hours a day and ate 4 meals a day. There was an extra meal in the evening. Of course, if he kept urging the horse to run, the horse would keep running until it collapsed. It was different from a donkey. A donkey had a temper. When it was tired, it would stop running. Therefore, between a horse and a donkey, One had to be killed to ensure that the donkey would be killed. The adults who got on the car followed the advice. You guys can go down now. You're off today. No homework. Let's go home and help the adults with some work. It's no use sitting around in the car. Listen to me. Let's go to the next stop. Don't delay the bus from making money. The children didn't want to go down, but since everyone said so, they could only nod. They did have homework, and they had to help out at home. Isn't this a holiday? Let's have a day off and experience the carriage. It doesn't cost any money anyway. The carriage ran to the next stop, and the children smiled and waved. When they reached another stop, they saw a carriage passing by on the opposite track. Basically, it was 2 stations apart. The bigger stations had 2 stations, and the smaller stations had 1 station. There were quite a number of people who went out every day. Some of them even worked in other workshops before returning home for lunch. Otherwise, they would need to bring food or buy food. Spending a few cents to eat at home was both economical and heartwarming. Usually, they would take a clay pot, and when they returned home, they would first go to the place where free soup was distributed to fill it with soup. Bringing the soup home would save money, but there were no free salted vegetables in the city. The soup was paid for by the imperial court. The number of pots in each workshop varied according to the size of the workshop. Some had 6 pots, while others had 10 pots. On the surface, it looked like the imperial court was at a disadvantage, but in reality, it saved the commoners the time it took to boil the soup. The consumption of coal was also reduced. There were temples and monasteries, and the soup came from the temples and monasteries. The soup in the temples was usually made with vegetable oil, and the soup was made with plumeria. If there was no frangipani, the commoners would rather go to other shops to get soup. There were more than 800,000 people in Chang'an. Even Li Yi couldn't provide free soup every day. The people of the Tang dynasty should know that they were from the Tang dynasty. There were free salted vegetables in the county outside, but they were not allowed to take them away. They could only eat them on the spot. The carriages were running. When the pedestrians saw that the carriages were coming, they stood behind a line drawn on the ground and were not allowed to cut in front of them. The adults had to take good care of the children. Don't suddenly rush out. The driver had to brake the carriage urgently, which would harm the horses. It would also harm the wheels. There was a brake device on the carriages. It was a lever placed on the side. When the lever was pressed down, the wooden stick in front of the wheel rose and pressed against the wheel. The 2 carriages at the back were connected to each other. When the front carriage stopped, the force of the back carriage was applied to the front carriage through the connection. Therefore, the driver would slow down at the intersection. Otherwise, it would be too late to brake. The horses ran on their own and didn't want to hit people, but they couldn't control it. The carriages were running around in Chang'an, and the number of people walking decreased significantly. It would take 3 stops to carry 20 pounds of goods. It was better to get on the carriage and spend 3 cents. It would be very tiring to carry the goods and delay the work. There was also the distance of 20 miles from the east to the west, and from the west to the east. Needless to say, how long would it take to walk by oneself? They might as well spend some money and get on the carriage. There were also people carrying poles from the south of the city. They went to the city gate and waited for a carriage to arrive. They carried the poles and paid extra money for the poles. Soon, they arrived at the east or west market. At the moment, the track in the south of the city was also being repaired. It extended to the place where the officials lived, including the warehouse area. The commoners were working and resting. They couldn't help, so they could only look forward to it. After the track was laid, they directly got on the carriage after entering the city. In the south of the city, there was another place that was 1 kilometer long and 1 kilometer wide that was being renovated. The captives were responsible for the work. They laid the foundation and then built a 2-story building. There was also a large square area. Looking at the foundation, it could actually be built with 4 stories. The second story could be added at any time. The commoners didn't know what to do with it. They wondered where else would come and live. 2 days later, everything in the south of the city was finished. The women living in the settlement area in front of the Li family Zhuangzi just finished the work that Li Yi had arranged for them. They changed into new uniforms and arrived at their positions on the track that extended from the south of the city. The Li family Zhuangzi began to move goods from the warehouse in the south of the city. All kinds of goods that could be found in the east and west markets were delivered. The difference was that they didn't sell people or large livestock. The two-story building was for snacks, clothing, restaurants, tea houses, and so on. After a day of loading, the women set off again the next morning. At the same time, the newspapers were distributed. Selling newspapers. There's a Li family Zhuangzi shopping market in the south of the city. You can go there to buy things. Selling newspapers. The Li family Zhuangzi provides a free carriage. It departs from various places every morning. The Li family Zhuangzi's carriage is sent out every 15 minutes. It goes directly to the shopping market in the south of the city. You can't get off on the way. On the return journey, you can buy goods with a receipt. You can get off at any time after you hand in the receipt. There are empty shops and stalls for rent in the shopping market in the south of the city. They are sold once a month, and the price is low. The shops can be sold once a day, and the price is slightly higher than the monthly rental. The newspaper boys began to advertise that there was another big market in Chang, and besides the east and west markets. The key was that there was no need to pay for the carriage to this market. When you came back, you only needed to buy one thing, and it was free. However, the receipt was only used once a day. There was a date on it, and it couldn't be used the next day. By the way, the market was for rent and not for sale. Hearing the news, the commoners felt that it was interesting. They could directly take a free carriage and come back after they bought some things. The people in the east and west markets couldn't stay calm. There was a new market there? Would it take away the customers? Renting stalls and shops will cost a lot of money, Bai Gu. Song Jing reminded Bai Gu in the political affairs hall. Bai Gu replied with a sigh. There was no other way. They had agreed that there would be tax exemption for 2 years. There was still 1.5 years left. How much tax would they earn? It's okay. It's only 2 years. Sui comforted him. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Bai Gu was not happy. Chapter 9:16. The newly opened market in the south of the city disturbed many people's hearts. The people who were doing business in the east and west markets were watching and waiting. Every day, the people who entered the two markets from outside the city began to consider whether they should go to the new market to take a look, mainly because there were many customers. At the same time, he wanted to see if the rental fee was more than the management fee. If it was less, he could go and take a look. People who rented shops from others had to pay rent and fixed taxes. They were looking forward to the cost of renting shops in the new market. Ordinary citizens were there to watch the show and wanted to take a free ride. Compared to walking a few miles by himself or walking a few miles by car, it was better to take the car. Let's go and see if there are any cars. Wait at the bus stop. I'm not going to Shi City today. Let's go together. We're going to buy a lot of things today. We'll go to Shi City to buy them. I'll bring them home myself. We'll go to the market outside to buy them. I want to buy a piece of meat and have a good meal at home. Let's go to the market and have a look. I hope it's thick. In Chang'an City, the people who were preparing to go to the market early in the morning found a stop to wait. It didn't matter where they went to buy. A carriage from the market came over, and they got on. The 3 carriages were quickly filled with people. They couldn't add any more, because the horses couldn't take it. Those who didn't board continued to wait for the next bus. A quarter of an hour was a quarter of an hour. It was a good time to chat. At the same time, tracks were being laid along the city walls from the east and west of the city. 3 tracks from the 3 gates in the east of the city to the Li family Zhuangzi had already been laid. Now the tracks were laid so that the people living in the east and west of the city could directly go from the city gate to the south. There were still officials and commoners in the south of the city, so they didn't necessarily have to take the Vermilion Bird Avenue to enter the city. The people who set up stalls in the east and west markets obviously felt that the flow of customers was not as good as before. The vegetable and meat sellers were anxious. If he couldn't sell it today, he wouldn't be able to keep it until tomorrow. They could only sell them to restaurants and shops that made cooked food at a low price. Their losses were huge. East Market. Li Yi and Princess Yongmu strolled through the market together. leaving Wen Tianlan in charge of the Orchid Pavilion. Li Lang, if we can't sell the meat dishes, they will lose money. Princess Yongmu thought that the new market made it difficult for the others today. In the afternoon, Zhuangzi will collect the meat dishes that can't be sold and send them to the south of the city to be made into bacon, sausages, and fried meatballs. Mix bean dregs and flour, and fry them until they are fragrant. Add a little salt, and they can be stored for a whole day. Then, they can be sold to others at cost price. Li Yi said that he was craving the fried meatballs. He hadn't eaten them in a long time. They are all pitiful people. Princess Yongmu felt that it was not easy to set up a stall. We can't not add a market. Summer is coming, and people from afar have received the news that those without land will have to run to the capital to make a living. Li Yi didn't have any plans for the future. That's right. There are too many people, and the supply from the two markets is not enough. There are also many people living in the south of the city. The Ministry of Revenue is building new houses. Princess Yongmu understood. The two markets were already very crowded in the morning, and everyone wanted to buy vegetables and meat as soon as possible. Then it was noon. There were many people who came to eat at noon, and many people didn't even open fire. The commoners living in the southern part of the city, as well as those who did not have houses, to live in the houses allocated by the officials. The officials went to court, and the family had to prepare dinner. They could either pay for a ride to the eastern and western cities, or walk over. There was a market in the southern part of the city to satisfy the shopping needs of the surrounding commoners. Li Lang, when the time comes, we will need a lot of goods, and the capital will be under a lot of pressure. Princess Yongmu knew a little about the market. That's why the 20 counties outside are guiding the raising of poultry and livestock. Shopkeeper Liang and the rest will set up a large-scale pig farm with me. We will let the commoners in the northern part of the state raise the pigs together. Those who have mountains near their homes will have to work harder and cut more pigweed. The food they save will be their own. As Li Yi spoke, he came in front of a pork stall. The butcher was cutting the meat and placing it on the table. He tried his best to cut the meat, as if there was more fat on each piece. This way it would be easier to sell. This was the opposite of Li Yi's previous practice of selling pork. In the past, when Li Yi sold pork, he would stick a piece of lean meat on top of the fat meat. Later on, when there was no more, everyone would look at it themselves and even try it. The key was that if they were not careful, they would not come again next time. It was not worth it to cheat people and lose a customer. The pigs now were more fat, and this was the only breed. There was no leanness. Even so, the commoners still had to choose. The butcher did not stick a piece of fatty meat on top of the lean meat. He did not dare to. If he did, it would be considered cheating. If there were officials involved, he would be punished badly. If he was continuously complained about, he would be beaten 80 times. This piece of meat is not bad. Li found a good piece of meat. The fat was not thick enough, and there was more lean meat on top. The commoners did not like to buy this kind of meat. Li looked at Princess Yongmu. Wen Tian, do you eat red braised pork? Yes. Princess Yongmu nodded and swallowed her saliva. She liked to eat meat, especially the various kinds of meat made by the Li family Zhuangzi. It could not be helped. When she was young, Li Longji did not become the crown prince. When she was born, she lacked food in the prince's mansion. Li Longji could not eat it on his birthday. Empress Wang's father pawned his leather clothes in exchange for money to make longevity noodles. Princess Yongmu had a bad habit since then. She could eat a lot of meat. The key was that she did not get fat no matter how much she ate. If I buy it now, I will make red braised pork for you when we go back. If you are quick, you can eat it at noon. Li pointed at the piece of meat as he spoke, indicating for the butcher to string it up with a straw rope. I will give you a discount for half a kilogram of meat. I will remove the skin for you and add 2 big bones. The butcher was happy that someone came up to buy bad meat. He picked up the knife and was about to skin the meat, saying that he would give something to Ren Baqian. Li hurriedly stopped him. Don't. How can I make red braised pork without the skin? Don't remove the pork ribs. Add some meat. I will buy both. Li saw the pork ribs again. Now that he was selling pork, he could remove the bones and used them to make soup when he went back. The liver, lungs, and heart of the pig were also used to make soup. Pig intestines were not. Pig intestines were very oily. He could take them home and rub them with plant ashes and add some salt to rub them clean. How much are the bones? The butcher was in a dilemma. It was not good to ask for a price. 2 renminbi for half a kilogram and add some meat. How about that? Li offered a high price. You are a noble person. If you say it's okay, then it's okay. I will give you the pig lungs, liver, and heart. The butcher was very happy. The 2 pieces of pork ribs were quite heavy. Li was also happy. He liked the Tang dynasty. Pork ribs were not worth much. The pig's knuckles were worth money, but the pig's legs were not. The pig's head meat could be sold for some money, while the pig's ears were cheap. The price should be calculated according to the amount of fat. The more fat, the more expensive it was. After the butcher finished buying, the pig's knuckles were also bought by Li. The butcher also gave him a pig's tail. Both of them felt that they had taken advantage of each other. Princess Yongmu stood at the side and smiled. It was the first time that she came to buy pork. Interesting. After the price was paid, Li continued to walk with Princess Yongmu. A passerby gave them money and took some things. Buy some vegetables and mutton. Anyway, they are all cooked. Others can eat a bite. I haven't cooked personally for several days. Li came to the tofu stall and bought several pieces of tofu. He used lotus leaves to hold the tofu. Now there were lotus flowers. Otherwise he could only use bamboo leaves. Or the people who bought the tofu had to bring their own utensils. Anyway, there was always a way. It was impossible to tie the tofu with a rope, unless he used a rope to weave a small basket. Where do we cook? Heavenly World? Princess Yongmu was in a dilemma again. She did not want to go to Heavenly World. Follow me. It's easy to solve. Li pulled Princess Yongmu back and walked to the place that sold cooked food. Chapter 917. Look, isn't this enough? Li rolled up his sleeves and washed the ingredients beside the well. Others went to the medicine shop and the market to buy seasonings. Some seasonings were not available in the market. For example, rock sugar was sold in the medicine shop now. People knew how to make brown sugar into rock sugar. Scallions and ginger were naturally sold in the market, but the scallions were not very big. Last year's scallions were all eaten up and couldn't be stored until now. They would rot when the weather was hot. In order to keep the scallions and grow, the seedlings were replanted when the seedlings were thinned. Now they were a little thicker. Princess Yongmu helped to clean up. She was very excited. It was so fun. Li Lang found the cellar, bought his stall directly, and then used his pot to cook. He had never encountered such an interesting thing. The stall owner was dumbfounded. Li bought 2 pots, one for braised pork and the other for other dishes. Many people came to watch. It was also the first time they met someone who bought things directly in the market and used other people's stalls to cook for himself. As they watched, they became greedy. Some of them even didn't know that they were drooling. When it was almost noon, the other dishes were all prepared. When the lid of the pot for braised pork was lifted, the fragrance spread, and there was a sound of saliva swallowing around. Take it back to eat. Li called and ran with Princess Yongmu to Wen Tian Lanxiang Pavilion. The food in Wen Tian Lanxiang Pavilion was provided by Earthly Paradise. There was no one cooking in the pavilion for the time being. Just now, a guard went to Earthly Paradise and told them to send less dishes and more staple food. At the door, a table was carried out from inside. Li ate outside. He didn't go in to show others. Men were not allowed to enter. Princess Yongmu sat opposite. The other men ate by themselves. There were not so many tables. Princess Yongmu ate a piece of braised pork. Her eyes narrowed, and she ate a mouthful of rice. She felt that this was the happiest moment. Hey, it's me. A child's voice came. Li turned his head. The guard didn't stop Li Longji's family of 3. He sighed. Add another stool. I want a high one for the little guy to sit on. Thus Li Longji and the other 2 went to wash their hands. When they returned, the cutlery was already on the table. The little boy waited for the adults to put food on the plate in front of him. Half of it was rice, and the other half was vegetables. Like Princess Yongmu, he first blew on the meat, and then took a bite. His expression instantly changed and his eyes widened. It was delicious. When he ate another mouthful of rice, saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He knew how to wipe it off himself. Swinging his 2 legs, he ate happily and asked the adults to give him some of each dish. Brother Yi, your cooking is still the best. Li Longji followed and ate the red braised pork. Originally, there was quite a lot of meat, and the others could try a piece. In the end, the family of 3 came over, and the others could not eat. All right, the little fellow agreed. Actually, we shouldn't have given little Rose such a tasty dish. There's too much salt, and she'll be thirsty after eating it. Li looked at the little fellow eating happily, and couldn't bear to remove it, and change it to other dishes. Eat it once in a while. Empress Wang spoke up for her son. It's a habit. Knowing that there are more flavors, children don't like to eat bland food. Fortunately, our little Ro is not picky. Li Yi said with a smile. The little fellow looked serious, and tried hard to use the chopsticks. Sometimes, he couldn't pick up the food, and it would fall back to the plate. Li Longji liked this kind of warm scene. Brother Yi, the business in the East and West markets is not good today. When will it resume? 3 to 5 days. They will choose to go to the market outside the city, because it's cheap, and because it's a new place and it's clean. At that time, the 3 markets will be balanced. The things in the East market have always been better, and there are fewer high-end products in the South market. Unless someone rents a shop and manages the good things himself. But there are few rich people in the South. Li Yi knew that there would be a diversion. The people would go to the new market to see something new. After a few days, the people would still like to go to the familiar places to buy things and eat. Li Longji nodded and swallowed the food in his mouth. Will you take care of these 3 to 5 days? It doesn't matter if I take care of it or not. The losses are not big. Tomorrow, the people from the East and West markets will bring less things. There will be more people bringing things to the new market. Li Yi said. In fact, he decided to help the East and West markets to balance out temporarily. At night, he would copy the meat and make extra processing. The vegetables would be made into dried vegetables and pickled vegetables. Zhuangzi also needed to eat. He didn't kill livestock. The villagers could eat the bones if they wanted to, and the rest would be given to the places that provided free soup. In the next few days, he would make a large number of sausages and cured meat. He would use the method of smoking and drying them in the bamboo house to keep them for a while. The villagers didn't like to eat sausages and cured meat mainly because Li Yi didn't like them. He thought that the taste was not good. Other sausages couldn't be kept for more than a few days. Will the population of the capital government exceed 2 million this year? If so, we will need to build more houses. Li Longji was concerned about the population, but there was a worried expression on his face. Third brother, there will definitely be 2 million. For the escapees, the capital government is a good place. They don't have to worry about food and work. Li Yi could see that the more people there were, the more food they would need. The capital government couldn't afford to feed them. There were so many people. What kind of work could they do? Tell me. Li Longji's worries disappeared in an instant. Li Yi said that there was a way, and he guaranteed that there would be a way. When the people come, organize well. Build roads and go to Shannon Road. At the same time, dig soil from other counties and lay a layer of soil on the wasteland that can't even cover the cost of producing seeds. Start planting greenhouses in autumn. Harvest vegetables in winter. After the roads are built, sell them to Shannon Road. Last year we sold beans. Both sides took what they needed. This year the roads are better. Sell vegetables. Use quilts to keep warm. Cucumbers, eggplants, lettuce, etc. can last until we reach the place. Li Yi knew the purpose of more people coming over. They wanted to get a household registration. Once they got a household registration, they would be relieved. They would no longer be escapees. When the time comes, the people will choose their own place to live. Some may go to Shannon Road, and some may go north. Food will be transported from Shannon Road? I think the paddy fields in Shannon Road have already been watered. They will be planting indica rice soon. Li Longji added on to the matter of food. Shannon Road naturally had food. The rivers in Shannon Road were no less than those in the capital government. They couldn't sell vegetables any further northwest. That was the land of Shu. In Shu there were vegetables in winter. The temperature wasn't so low that vegetables couldn't grow. Of course, Li Yi endured the pain. After the next year, tear down the greenhouses and plant cotton. We need manpower to process the cotton. There are other small-scale farming industries. I have the skills to raise maggots, chickens, scorpions, centipedes and toads. Scorpions, centipedes and toads are considered medicinal herbs. It's hard to catch them in the wild. It's better to raise them. I can raise one type in a small area. The imperial court can take them, and I can take them. We can diversify our industries and help each other. Li Yi finished speaking and lowered his head to eat. If he didn't eat, the food would be cold. Li Longji, who was completely relieved, ate happily. He wasn't in a hurry. Everything was arranged by Li Yi. Chapter 9:18. While Li Longji was eating happily, a group of people came to Lantian County from Luoyang. If one counted carefully, there were 555 people. The clothes they wore were different from normal people of the Tang dynasty, but the style was similar. On the way, they were amazed by the road from Luoyang to here. The carriages ran back and forth quickly. They didn't see anyone carrying luggage on the road. The people they saw were either from the nearby villages or sitting in the carriages. When they arrived at Lantian County, they were even more surprised. Many of the houses on the side of the road were two-story houses. Even if they were one-story houses, they didn't see any dilapidation. The walls were snow-white, and the roads in the courtyard were clean. There were grape trees planted in the courtyard, and the vegetable garden was fenced off. The chickens were scattered. This was a village, not a county. When they arrived at the county seat of Lantian County, there were no single-story houses at all. There were at least two-story houses, and some three-story houses. The road was flat with gravel. There were open canals on both sides of the road. The canals were clear and flowing. None of the people walking on the road were dressed poorly. Most of them were wearing silk. There should be a school. The sound of children reading could be heard. When they arrived in front of a restaurant, they saw someone pick up a ceramic bowl, ladle some mung bean water, and gulp it down. He put the bowl in a bucket with water beside him, and continued on his way. The group walked over to take a look, and knew what kind of water it was. One of them picked up the bowl, scooped half a bowl, and looked at the door of the restaurant. There was a waiter at the door, and he was also looking at this group of people. This person made a drinking gesture. The waiter looked at him and didn't react. So he drank it and looked at the waiter. The waiter still didn't move. He put the bowl in the wooden bucket. Nothing happened. No one asked for money or stopped him. Everyone understood. It was free. What an amazing restaurant. They actually provided free mung bean soup. As they continued forward, they saw a medicine shop. There was a doctor sitting at the door, taking people's pulses. After he finished reading, he wrote a prescription. The doctor also looked at the prescription, nodded, folded it, and headed north. Another person came and sat down. He put his wrist on the pulse pillow. The group stopped again. They watched and listened to the doctor's questions. Some people in the group could understand and translate it for others in their own words. After this person finished taking his pulse, the doctor wrote down the prescription again. The doctor asked about the price, shook his head, picked up the prescription and headed north. After seeing the third patient, he went into the pharmacy to get the herbs. They didn't take the medicine after seeing the doctor. Is it because they think it's too expensive, and they don't want to treat it? The person who drank the soup just now came over and asked. Yes, you need to take 12 sets of medicine. If you buy it from the shop, it will cost you 1 shovel and 200 coins. However, it's not that I don't want to be treated. I just want to get free medicine. The doctor's voice was calm. He nodded to the next patient and sat down alone. Here we are. Chang'an is really different. It provides free soup and medical treatment. A person in the team sighed with emotion in their own words. Those who could speak the language of the Tang dynasty shook their heads. This is not Chang'an. This is Lantian County. The whole county is so prosperous. Chang'an, are you guys from the Japanese Empire? Asked a young man in the group waiting to be treated. Yes, we're from the Japanese Empire. I'm Shimoto Shimbei. Please enlighten me. The person bowed slightly and appeared very polite. You're welcome. The young man cupped his fist and returned the greeting. Then you have to hurry up. It's noon now, and there's still some distance to Chang'an. I see that you've brought a lot of things. Once it gets dark, the city gate of Chang'an won't be closed. If the imperial city gate is closed, you won't have a place to go. You can go to the Li family Zhuangzi. We heard that you were coming a long time ago. It was Li Dongzhu who sent us a message telling us not to bully people. Another child with a bump on his face spoke. He even touched the bump with his hand and showed a painful expression. The doctor who was taking the pulse finished writing the prescription and turned to look at the child. If you go with the people from the Japanese Empire, the bump on your face will grow. It's best if you have a small operation. I don't dare to do it here. You're still young. If you make a mistake, it will delay your life. Okay, I'll go with you. Who can tell my parents that anyone else wants to go to the Li family Zhuangzi to get medicine? Take me with you. The child touched the bump on his face again and looked at the people around him. I'll go. I've already gotten the medicine. The person who came out of the pharmacy said. Thank you, Uncle San General. When I recover, I'll go and pick wild fruits for Xiaojian to eat. I won't push him into the field when he catches toads anymore. The child promised seriously. I suddenly don't want to help you pass the message, so it was you who pushed him. The person glared at him. He pushed me before too. The child shrunk his neck. I'm also going to the Li family Zhuangzi. I'll take him. Another person who was driving a cart passed by. After hearing the child's words, he signaled for the child to get on the cart. The cart was filled with baskets of tea leaves. Obviously, many people had picked them and sent them to the Li family Zhuangzi to exchange for money. The child happily jumped to the back of the cart and swung his legs. Messengers from the Japanese Empire, let's go. If I'm lucky, I'll beg Li Dongzhu to perform the surgery on me. The people from the Japanese Empire followed and talked with each other. They felt that it was unbelievable that the child dared to go to such a faraway place by himself. He wasn't afraid of an accident on the road, and he wasn't worried about being caught. Shimoto Shinbei walked beside the cart and looked at the driver. He said to the child, Aren't you afraid of encountering bad people? Bad people? Where would there be bad people? There aren't any bad people in the capital. People come and go at noon. If I shout, the bad people will be beaten to death. The child touched the bump on his face and said casually. The driver said, Li Dongzhu set the rules. We can be organized, but we can't do things secretly. If something happens to the child in Lantian County, many people in Lantian County will be unlucky. Let's go quickly. It's not very long now. If we reach the place before dark, we can rest. Otherwise, the horses won't be able to see the road in the dark. The people from the Japanese Empire followed. After a while, the child jumped off the cart and ran forward. At the same time he said, I'll go and get a roll first. I haven't eaten lunch yet. Uncle, have you eaten? Just bring me a few pieces of black bread. The driver replied. You should eat a roll too. If you bring me to the Li family Zhuangzi, they will give it to me. The child ran away without looking back. The driver said to Shimoto Shinbei with a puzzled expression. There's the Li family Zhuangzi's drunken immortal residence in front. Children with good grades are recorded. Such children can go and ask for food at any time. The price is not more than 3 coins. A roll is 2 coins. If he asks for more, he will have to use the bump on his face to speak. If I bring him, the drunken immortal residence will give it to me. Shimoto Shinbei was shocked. The people in the group translated to the others. Everyone was shocked. Li family Zhuangzi, drunken immortal residence? Children with good grades are given food to eat? Children who are sick are given food to those who help them? Previously, there were people who went to the Li family Zhuangzi to get medicine for free. Now there was another case. What did the Li family Zhuangzi do? Are there many children in the county who can get rewards? Shimoto Shinbei asked. All of them. The children are very hardworking. Their grades are good. Not only do they get food, but they also get other things to play with. The driver said proudly. The children of Lantian County are outstanding. Not long after, the group arrived at the entrance of the drunken immortal residence. The child crossed his arms and held 2 rolls wrapped in paper in front of his chest. He held a bowl in each hand. Take it. There's soup in the bowl. After you finish it, send it to the Li family Zhuangzi. The child stood in front of the cart and spoke. His posture was very awkward. Chapter 919. When the coachman took the 2 bowls, the child switched places with the scallion pancakes. The people from the Japanese Empire looked at the people around the drunken immortal restaurant and became curious. The clothes these people were wearing were much worse than the ones they had seen in Lantian County. Hemp clothes were normal. The clothes were made of the same material as the people from their own country. There were also people in their group wearing hemp clothes. What are they eating? Shimoto Jinbei saw that the people were holding pieces of food in their hands. They used a bowl to scoop soup and put something between the 2 pieces of food. They found a place to bite and drink the soup. From the looks of it, it was not easy to chew. Black bread, the child said as he ate and frowned. It was obvious that his face was hurting. The coachman drove the carriage again and drank the soup first to prevent it from spilling out. He said to Shimoto Jinbei, "A few days ago, they came from another place. When they came, they were penniless and only had some wheat and bran left." The coachman explained that the group was from the same place and came to Chang'an together to make a living. They begged for food along the way and got some things in Luoyang before rushing to Chang'an. When they reached Lantian County, there was nothing to eat, so they continued to beg. The people of Lantian County were rich. They gave each family some things and walked from the village to the county. There were restaurants and food stores in the county, so they helped them a little. After that, a broker came and arranged things for them to do. They said that they would provide food and accommodation, but they did not want it. They asked for daily payment and converted the lodging and food into money. They slept outside as the weather was not cold. When they ate, they bought 1 piece of black bread, which was enough for the family of 3 to eat for a day. When they ate, they ran to the entrance of the drunken immortal restaurant to drink free soup and eat free salted vegetables. I was afraid that they would not eat well, so the drunken immortal restaurant added tofu and wild vegetables to the soup. There is obviously more meat on the bones. After they rest for a while, they can go to Chang'an. The coachman finished his sentence and took a bite of the roll. There were bean sprouts, shredded celery, shredded carrots, and shredded lean meat. It was brushed with black bean sauce fried with eggs and left a delicious taste in his mouth. The Japanese Empire's envoys had someone translate for the others. The group immediately became lively and discussed. The group continued north. After walking for about 10 miles, a relay station appeared. There was a shed outside the relay station, and 2 people were sitting in the shed. Under the shed was a large earthenware pot, which was placed on top of an earthen stove. If you're thirsty, you can drink some water. The current supply should be plain water. The coachman finished eating and carefully put the 2 bowls away. When they arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi, Zhao Feng wanted to return the bowls to them. The envoys from the Japanese Empire were indeed thirsty and hungry. Under the guidance of the coachman, they went over to scoop up some water to drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In the end, more than 100 people did not drink the water. The water was all gone. The person guarding the shed went to fetch water again and pointed to the front. There's another place 10 miles away. Otherwise, you can wait to boil another pot. The people from the Japanese Empire discussed among themselves and decided not to wait any longer. They decided to speed up. Sure enough, a shed and a relay station appeared 10 miles away. Those who hadn't drunk any water earlier went to drink some water. And the next one, Zhanbei continued to talk to the coachman. When we came here, there were already relay stations built on the road. One is 10 miles away. Does the Tang dynasty need so many relay stations? Zhanbei finally confirmed that it was indeed 10 miles away. When he saw it on the road, he still didn't quite believe it. It's convenient for people to come and go. Ordinary people can enter the relay stations. They say that they can eat and drink for free, but the food and accommodation are not good. The coachman talked about the relay stations. He didn't know the specific situation, and he didn't need the relay stations. Zhanbei revealed a look of envy and surprise. He knew how much the Tang dynasty spent to provide free food and accommodation for the people. His country didn't have any right now, and couldn't afford to provide for them. He sighed. I heard that the people of the capital have abolished the mediocrity? Yes. Because everyone has to pay taxes to the merchants when they buy things, they reduced the number of items. After the stalls are rented, people who don't have land don't have to pay taxes. Like me, I drive for a living and think about how to earn money all day. I don't have to buy anything else to pay taxes. When the coachman talked about this, he revealed a happy expression. With less burden, he could earn more money and buy more things to eat. Of course, the coachman didn't know that the Japanese Empire was copying the Tang dynasty's methods. There was rent and extra labor. At the same time, they also copied the Tang dynasty's method of making copper coins. However, the circulation was not good, and the outside world didn't recognize it. The land had begun to be annexed, and it was very serious. It was similar to the Tang dynasty's situation. However, Li Yi was in the Tang dynasty, and he didn't allow them to collect rent. Otherwise, it would be over in a few years. While the two of them were talking, the people on the other side finished drinking water, and the group continued on their journey. It was still 10 miles away. When the sun set in the west, the group arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi. The Japanese Empire's envoy saw rows of houses in the distance, and there were even more people walking. There were large and small boats in the river, and it was many times more prosperous than Ping City. When the officials of Honglu Temple received the news, they went to the Li family Zhuangzi with the Japanese envoys in Honglu Temple to welcome them. The coachman stopped the carriage at the bridgehead and waited for the farmer to look at the tea leaves. The child took the bowl to the farmer and explained the purpose of his visit. He was let in. It was dark, and the Japanese Empire's envoys wanted to stay in the Four Quarters Embassy. There were too many people in Honglu Temple. The group told their own people stationed in the Tang dynasty that 2 of them were sick and had to stay in Luoyang. There were a total of 555 people. The people stationed there took them to the city with a serious expression. Recently, the Japanese stationed in Chang and had seen too many things and were too shocked. They didn't know how to tell the people in the country. From here to the city gate, there were many military tents connected. There were also many carriages, horses, and people coming and going. Especially when they saw 2 horses pulling 3 carriages on the track. They found it incredible. At a station nearby, the carriages stopped. Someone got on and said where they were going to pay. The carriages started again, and the horses trotted forward. The Japanese Empire's envoys had never seen anything like this before. They felt that the horses could pull more people. Did Hunan province send an envoy? Takagi Junichiro, who was stationed in the Tang dynasty, asked Abita Nakamaro. In the past, when envoys from the country arrived, the Tang dynasty's prefectures would receive them well and send people to Chang'an. At the same time, there would be a team following them. They said it was too busy, so they only sent 1 person. Abita Nakamaro glanced back. There was an inconspicuous person behind him with his head lowered. He wore khaki clothes, and it was obvious that his rank was very low. He didn't have much of a presence. Busy? Takagi Junichiro asked again. Abita Nakamaro nodded. It is indeed busy. The entire Hunan province is in Xinjiang territory, and officials are running around. There are also plans to plant new rice and abolish the mediocrity of the people in some parts of Hunan province. On the way here, we took a fast road. It doesn't look like this road. I saw the exchange coupons and even exchanged a few. Abita Nakamaro took out a few coupons and looked at Takagi Junichiro. Takagi Junichiro shook his head and whispered, I don't know how to print them. The Tang emperors will hold a banquet. We'll take a bath later and have dinner tonight. The food will be sent to the Four Quarters Embassy first. Chapter 920. You will stay in Zhuangzi tonight. You can leave after changing the bandages tomorrow. Come back 2 days later. Li spoke to the child. The child called Gaoju. Li cut a small hole in the bandage on the child's face. Then, he removed the pus and blood and put in a deep-fried dough stick, which was the drainage strip. If the drainage strip was put in, the wound would not heal. If there was fluid, it would flow out along the drainage strip. He put a piece of gauze on the outside. If the pus and blood continued to flow, it would flow onto the gauze. After one night, the pus and blood should leak out from the gauze. He would change the drainage strip depending on the situation. If there was no suture, there would be a small scar. It would not be obvious, and the child could continue to grow. When he grew up, it would not be obvious. There was no need for tetanus or intravenous drips. He just needed to drink a dose of Chinese medicine. For such a small surgery, the standard of the doctors in Lantian County was not good enough. They were afraid of leaving a scar. Brother Dongzhu, I did not bring my books. The child felt much better after the bandage on his face was removed. There was a sense of pressure with the bandage. His face and temples hurt for half a day. I will find someone to teach you. Let's see how far you have learned. Li Yi's voice was gentle. What a good child. He knew how to learn. Will I eat at the canteen tonight? The child was looking forward to it. He had only heard that the food in the Li family Zhuangzi canteen was good, but he had never eaten it. You can't eat irritating food. You can eat pork and cabbage dumplings. Don't eat garlic. Eat a piece of braised lean meat. Li Yi decided on what to eat first. He was afraid that the child would eat chives, fish, broad beans, chili, green onions, ginger, garlic, and other things. It was not only for the wound. The prescribed Chinese medicine also could not allow the child to eat these things. The child nodded vigorously. He could eat anything. As long as he ate in the Li family Zhuangzi canteen, he would be able to boast to his friends when he went back. The people from the Japanese Empire are here? What do you think? Li Yi asked Gaoju. There are also people wearing hemp clothes. There are also some people who can't understand us. The child replied. The people wearing hemp clothes might be monks. They can't understand us. At least they know how to write, and have some skills in a certain field. Li Yi said as he packed up. Dongzhu Gij, did the people from the Japanese Empire come to study in the Tang dynasty? The child wanted to touch the spot where there was a bump before, but he stopped. Yes, they'll learn anything. As long as it's better than them, they'll try their best to learn it. Li Yi nodded. Don't teach them. What if they turn around and beat us when they learn it? The child had his own ideas. All right, you should focus on nurturing him. However, there were many things that could not be kept secret. They could still learn them. For example, new papermaking technology, farming technology, ships, rails, sleds, silage, beanworm farming, stall rental, business tax, and so on. Li Yi revealed a helpless expression. The current Tang dynasty was especially good to the Japanese Empire. The previous few times the Japanese Empire had come to visit the imperial court, they had been warmly welcomed by the local prefectures, and even sent people to escort them. The people of the Japanese Empire did not have to pay for anything. It seemed that this was the only way to show the style of the Tang dynasty. This time, Renbaqian had informed them in advance, so they did not dare to be extravagant in Luoyang. The problem now is whether or not they could ask the envoys of the Japanese Empire for money. For example, they could not ask for money for food and accommodation in the Four Quarters Embassy. However, if they wanted gunpowder, guns, hot air balloons, parachutes, propellers, ink production, money printing, and other technologies, Renbaqian would definitely not give them to them. If any of the officials in the imperial court were generous, he would let them research and teach them to the people of the Japanese Empire. Then what should we do? The child acted as if his toys were about to be snatched away. Some things might not be useful even if they were learned. We can help the Japanese Empire make money. Li Yi finished packing and pulled the child out. Give them money. The child was unhappy again. Help them make paper money. Copper coins are heavy and inconvenient to carry. If they bring over copper coins worth 10 copper coins, we can print 20 copper coins worth of Kazanokai. The Japanese Empire's Kazanokai is our Tang dynasty's Kaiyuan Tongbao. 1 Kaiyuan Tongbao is 1 copper coin, and 10 Kaiyuan Tongbao are 1 tael. Li Yi thought of an idea. If he helped others print paper money, he would get a 50% discount. The child could not understand why others would give him 10 copper coins worth of copper coins, but he would print 20 copper coins worth of coupons for others. The Li family Zhuangzi coupons he used were better than the Kaiyuan Tongbao. Those who had Kaiyuan Tongbao would take their copper coins to the Li family Zhuangzi and exchange them for coupons. Because printing money does not use the actual amount of money, if you print 1 copper coin worth of coupons, you can print 10,000, and you will spend less than 2,000 copper coins. Li Yi explained patiently. Are you saying that the coupons I take are not worth 1 copper coin? The child reacted quickly. They are worth it. The Li family Zhuangzi can print as many coupons as they have. Li Yi explained again. I don't understand. Anyway, Gij Dongzhu, you can do as you see fit. We can't lose out. The child scratched his head. Yes, we can't lose out. Li Yi brought Gao Ju to the canteen. He instructed the staff to make dumplings separately, and not to put too much spicy seasoning in the filling. At this time, the Japanese Empire's delegation entered Chang'an City. They first went to the Four Quarters Embassy to put away their things. They took out the things that they wanted to present to Li Longji. There was a banquet tonight, so they quickly went to take a bath. They changed into the clothes they brought. They would be living in the Tang dynasty for a while. Takagi Junichiro, Abenaka Maru, Fujiwara Mayang, and Shimichi soaked in the same pool. On the way here, I saw the Tang dynasty building a new relay station. It is said that there is a relay station every 10 miles. Does the Tang dynasty have the money to maintain it? Abenaka Maru shouldered a heavy responsibility. He wanted to know the situation of the Tang dynasty as soon as possible. Takagi Junichiro's expression was serious. Yes, the Tang dynasty collects business taxes. The Tang dynasty newspapers are distributed in various places. There are also letters and postal services. They get money from them. In addition, the Li family Zhuangzi Li Yi has a way to arrange it. I'm not sure about the details. The Li family Zhuangzi. I've always heard about him since I arrived in the Tang dynasty. It was even more so when I arrived in Luoyang. It was hard to believe what others said. It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi of the Chang'an city could earn a lot of money every day. He had so much money that he could give it out for free. It was also said that the Dongzhu of the Zhuangzi could bring the dead back to life. He had published hundreds of medical books. He could save and kill people with a single thought. It was said that he had created many things that were beneficial to the people, such as short shaft plows, earthworms, threshers, and flour grinders. Did you know that in Chang'an City? Fujiwara Mayang asked. He didn't believe that anyone could be so powerful. Otherwise, why would his country send 557 people? Everyone had their own specialties. Takagi Junichiro looked at the 3 people and nodded helplessly. It's true. In fact, Li Yi has learned far more than that. Takagi Junichiro began to introduce Li Yi, the things Li Yi had created, and the methods he had provided. The more Shinbei Shimoto and the others listened, the more confused they became. They felt that it was even more frightening than what they had heard on the road. Burning cement, growing cotton, new textile machines, designing rails, building a water network, and building ships and another type of faster boat. The Yellow River Hookah waterfall used land boats, hot air balloons, and parachutes to prevent falling from the sky. There were also gunpowder, kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, soap that were not allowed for civilian use. There were many things. It seemed that there was nothing Li Yi couldn't do. It just depended on whether he wanted to take them out. Chapter 921. After taking a bath, the 3 of them felt dizzy. It was probably because the water was too hot, and the space was too narrow, causing them to feel hypoxia. Takagi Junichiro looked at the 3 of them and understood. If he hadn't watched the Li family Zhuangzi walk step by step, he wouldn't have believed them. If he heard these things directly, he wouldn't believe it. Today's governor's office was completely different from 3 years ago. It could be said to be earth-shaking. As for how it changed, he knew every step. At first, he just felt that it was good. When one thing after another and one matter after another accumulated together, he discovered that the imperial governor had moved because of a single person. More and more people came to the governor's office, but they could all find work. From inside and outside Chang'an, there were always old, weak, sick, and disabled beggars. But now no one begged for food. If only Li Yi was a minister of our country. Shimido Shinbei forced himself to believe in Takagi Junichiro and sighed. Other envoys also think so. Tubo and Tujua want to kill Li Yi. Takagi Junichiro understood again. Which envoy didn't want to capture Li Yi alive? Once they captured him, their tribe would be able to command the world. Can you send him to our country? Fujiwara Mayang was actually thinking about it. Li Yi usually doesn't go out of Zhuangzi. Outsiders can't get in. You brought more than 500 people. The result was that they all died after crossing the bridge. Li family Zhuangzi is heavily guarded all year round. There are also non-commissioned officers around. When they rushed to the bridge, they were blocked on the bridge. They still died when they jumped into the water. Takagi Junichiro smiled and said Li family Zhuangzi's defense. Instead of attacking Li family Zhuangzi, it was better to go to Xingqing Palace. Maybe a few people could get in. If they were lucky, they could see the Tang emperors before they died. He never comes out. Abe Nakamura was just curious and didn't intend to catch him. When he came out, he was surrounded by guards. Sometimes he would sneak out. By the time you heard the news, he had already returned. Takagi Junichiro shook his head. What if we lure him out? Taoist Junbei was pondering over this matter. He refused to come out. Tuba wanted him to come out, but he refused no matter what. Timid? Poor combat skills? That's a weakness. Fujiwara Mayang gave his own thoughts. Timid? Many of the Turks were personally killed by him. When he found out that the Khitans had sent out an army, he went up the mountain and captured all of them alive. He could fly. And he also had a gun that could shoot from 300 feet away. I've heard his movements when he was flying. And I've seen holes in the walls caused by something called a bullet. Since that's the case, why doesn't he become the emperor? Why don't we use the strategy of sowing discord? Aha! Sow discord? Whenever the Li family Zhuangzi produces something good, it must be in the name of the Tang emperors. If the Tang emperors wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be convenient for them to ask the Winged Knights to do it directly in Zhuangzi? I heard that Empress Wang's son was born after taking the medicine given by Li Yi. The Tang emperors were short of money, so Li Yi helped them earn money. Shudi's salt wells, earthly paradise, bathing gold mines and training the emperor's soldiers. Which one of you would kill him if you became the emperor? Or would you exile him somewhere far away? Takagi Junichiro went to the changing room and began to put on his new clothes. He had to be more presentable at the banquet tonight. The three of them followed suit and put on their clothes. Fujiwara Mayang put on the boxer briefs he had seen for the first time. Why didn't Li Yi become the emperor? Why didn't you become the emperor? Takagi Junichiro asked back. I'm loyal. Fujiwara Mayang did not dare to say anything wrong. His real thought was, if I had Li Yi's ability, I would have rebelled long ago. Li Yi is the same, Takagi Junichiro said. What benefits did the Tang emperors give him to make him so loyal? Fujiwara Mayang could not put himself in their shoes. Whatever he says to do, the imperial court will do as he says. If he wants to mobilize the Winged Knights, the Winged Knights will listen to him. Takagi Junichiro gave two examples. The Winged Knights were the Tang emperor's private army, and Li Yi could mobilize them. When the four of them were talking, they were almost done putting on their clothes. Abe Nakamura tied his belt and said, what will happen if word gets out that Li Yi can mobilize the emperor's private army and has the intention of seizing power? The people don't believe it. The people already know that Li Yi can order the Winged Knights to do things. Li Yi can also arrange the 16 guards. The common people said that the monarch was a sage and that Li Yi would rebel, but the common people didn't believe it. Takagi Junichiro put on his clothes and stood there saying these words to discourage his colleagues. Doesn't that mean that Li Yi has thought of all the possible problems in advance? Abe Nakamura also put on his clothes. The four of them walked out, and the team members came out one after another. They were very interested in the bathtub inlaid with tiles. There was no need to find a hot spring or use a big wooden bucket. The soap was also good, and with the addition of skincare products, it was very comfortable. The banquet was held in Hanyuan Palace, and it was not Xingqing Palace in the imperial city. The civil and military officials gathered and did not go home for dinner today, so they sent someone to inform them. The Tang dynasty had a lot of stir-fried dishes. The envoys of the Japanese Empire had seen it when they came over, and they all learned from other places. For example, in Luoyang, there were many types of dishes that they learned. The envoys of the Japanese Empire prepared to have a good meal. After entering, both sides followed the procedure. The Japanese Empire sent tributes, and Li Longji gave out rewards. When they took their seats, the Japanese Empire's envoys realized that the situation was different from what they had imagined. Each person had a small table and a high chair. There were dozens of stir-fried dishes, and there was only a small plate of each dish. Wasn't the plate too small? Was there enough water to drink? There was a charcoal pot on the table, and it was boiling with dates, wolfberries, ginger slices, and soy sauce. There was oil on the pot, and it smelled like chicken soup. The palace maids served the dishes, and a piece of mutton was placed on a rectangular plate. A few chrysanthemum flowers were placed on a small plate, and a piece of cabbage was placed on a small plate. This Li Longji spoke from the top. A bowl of porridge and rice is not easy to come by. Even a strand of rice is not easy to come by. My officials and I, you eat as much as you want. We throw a bowl of rice at every meal. Do you know that there are people who starve to death without food? Your Majesty is wise. The officials stood up and saluted at the same time. The Japanese Empire's envoys quickly stood up and saluted together. The Japanese Empire's envoys suddenly realized that the Tang dynasty was different. They heard that the last time they came, the table was full. Now it was a small plate, and after one was eaten, another was served. Of course, there were dozens of dishes. The officials of the imperial court were already used to the fact that His Majesty gave them food every day. They didn't need to bring their own food, or go out to buy it. The only requirement was that there were no leftovers, and they could only eat as much as they wanted. Just like the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen. Watermelons in winter, expensive kunpu, and live clams were not cheap, and His Majesty gave them to them. Then there was the cheaper cabbage, and their salaries would be deducted if there was any leftovers. The money deducted was enough to buy a few carts of cabbage. It didn't matter how expensive the food was, but it limited their wastage. Everyone sat down again, and some officials told the palace maids to take away some of the dishes. They didn't want to eat, and they were afraid that they couldn't finish them. They didn't touch a single chopstick, and the removed dishes could still be eaten by the palace maids and eunuchs. When the Japanese Empire's envoys saw this, they quickly removed the dishes as well. They could eat them in the future. They would take a look and know what kind of dishes they were. Chapter 922. The palace maids and eunuchs really moved away. This was for them to eat. When others started eating, they felt uncomfortable eating. There were many types of dishes today. When they went back, they would heat up the same dishes together and have a good meal. In fact, the daily meals were not bad. Ever since Her Majesty became rich, the harem's food and clothing had improved. They had to thank Li Dongzhu. It was Li Dongzhu who helped Her Majesty earn a lot of money. He was a good person. Everyone ate and drank. Empress Wang was also there. She was the mother of the country and took care of the child. The little guy looked like a little adult. He sat there and waited for the palace maids to cook the meat for him. The palace maids were very careful. They cooked the meat with a small spoon. Just as it was cooked, they took it out and put it on the little guy's plate. After a while, the little guy couldn't eat anymore. The little guy dipped it in jam. He picked it up with his chopsticks and licked it with his tongue. It was hot. He confirmed and blew on it. Empress Wang watched and didn't help. She wasn't afraid that her son would burn his tongue or lips. If it was hot enough to blister, he would go to the Li family Zhuangzi tonight. For the little guy, it was just a meal. Didn't it matter where he ate? Even if there were many people, he would still eat. The officials understood what it meant. This was the future crown prince. He brought the child out for such a big occasion. However, the child seemed to be good. He didn't cry or make a fuss. He ate carefully. The officials who knew the situation sighed. Li was also good at teaching children. Many children in their teens would have problems when guests came to their homes. They needed someone to be by their side to stop them at any time. Looking at this 2-year-old child, he looked like a doll. He didn't look like a boy at all. Those big eyes and long eyelashes. Not to mention that he was a boy. He looked like a girl no matter how one looked at him. When the little guy ate a piece of meat, he picked up another piece. He thought for a moment and reached out with his chopsticks. Father. When he spoke, he didn't control his hands well. The chopsticks loosened and the meat fell. Li Longji reached out and caught it. He wiped it in his mouth. Delicious. The little guy smiled happily. He let the palace maids continue cooking. After cooking, he blew on it and dipped it in jam before giving it to Empress Wang. Song Jing, who was relatively close to them, looked on, not daring to say a word. The little fellow sensed his gaze and waited for another piece of meat to be rinsed. He blew on it and was about to go down to Song Jing. Song Jing brought the plate over himself. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Eat," the little fellow said with a smile. Then, he gave some to Bai Gu and Sui again before eating happily. After eating another piece of meat, he looked at the palace maids and eunuchs serving him and pointed at the meat. "Pour it out. You guys eat." The palace maid looked at Empress Wang, not knowing what to do. "Just eat when I tell you to," Empress Wang said. "Yes." The palace maid put the meat and vegetables inside, and took a plate and a pair of chopsticks without adding any seasoning. After it was cooked, he would take a bite first, and then the others would take turns. The ministers who had just stepped out were speechless. He was speechless. At such a young age, he already knew how to be filial to his parents and win their hearts. No, it couldn't be said that the little fellow was trying to win their hearts. He didn't know how to do that. He just wanted others to eat. If there was a heavenly crown prince, everyone would definitely choose the little fellow. Otherwise, when the little fellow grew up, he would bring the palace maids and eunuchs to the Black Tortoise Gate again. Bai Gu and the others didn't consider that. The first person he thought of was Li Yi. With Li Yi around, there was no need for the Black Tortoise Gate. The Japanese Empire's envoys didn't know the situation at all. They were far away and couldn't see the little fellow interacting with others. As they ate, the song and dance performance began. The first one was Xiao Hongqian, who sang and danced. The Japanese Empire's envoys were dumbfounded. They felt the gentle yet strong charm of the woman and naturally thought of the current Emperor Yuanzhong. Emperor Yuanzhong was beautiful and was a woman. "This song is good. Who wrote it?" Abe Nakamaro asked Takagi Junichiro while watching the dance. "Li Yi." Takagi Junichiro didn't want to say. He knew that it would hurt people. Sure enough, the people around him, including Abita Nakamaro, were all stunned. The second song, Songhai's Laughter, seemed to have the same style as the previous song, but it was different. If Xiao Hongqian showed the charm of a woman, then this song showed the pride of a man. Abe Nakamaro looked at Takagi Junichiro. Takagi Junichiro nodded. Yes, this was also written by Li Yi. The third song was A Woman's Flower. When the prelude came out, it gave people a different feeling. When the lyrics came out, they knew that it was also about a woman. If Xiao Hongqian's independence was gentle yet firm, then this was a woman's expectation, a kind of waiting, a kind of sobbing and complaining. Yes, Takagi Junichiro didn't wait for others to see or ask. That's right, it was Li Yi. Following that, one after another, including the poems and lyrics, Shoshu Junichiro answered with a yes for each one. Until the end of the banquet, there wasn't a single song by anyone else. The Japanese Empire's envoys enjoyed Li Yi's performance at Hanyuan Palace, from beginning to end. There were also many musical instruments that they had never seen before. Then they found out that these musical instruments were also made by the Li family Zhuangzi. On the way back to the Four Quarters Embassy from Hanyuan Palace, the Japanese Empire's envoys were still in a daze. Perhaps it was because they drank too much. "I do want to bring Li Yi back to my country." Abe Nakamaro spoke his mind. If he brought this person back to his country, then his country. The Honglu Temple's officials heard this and pursed their lips. They pretended not to hear. Yet they cursed in their hearts. "You want to bring Li Dongzhu back to your little Japanese empire? Do you think that lousy place of yours is worthy of Li Dongzhu? Li Dongzhu should be in Zhuangzi next to Chang'an. If you have the ability, then go all out and put Li Dongzhu in a sack and kidnap him." The news soon reached the ears of Li Longji, who had returned to Xingqing Palace. He curled his lips. "Yorong, the Japanese Empire's envoys are thinking about Brother Yi. They want to bring him back to the Japanese Empire." "Ha ha ha ha," Li Longji laughed. Empress Wang pursed her lips and smiled. "Everyone wants Uncle to go over. Uncle is in high demand. Isn't that right?" Empress Wang lowered her head and looked at her son, who was sleeping in a baby sling. He seemed to hear someone calling him, and his lips moved. He smacked his lips twice and went back to sleep. Brother Yi said that we need to print more scriptures and Taoist records, and then pass them on to Japan. If we can't keep the technology, then let the envoys collect the medical books. If they have the ability to get it, then give it to them. Then, we can plant more medicinal herbs in the Tang dynasty and sell them to the Japanese Empire. But we don't know what the Japanese Empire situation is now. Li Longji listened to Li Yi and stopped pretending to be generous. For example, he didn't want to put up big plates of food for dinner tonight. Even if they couldn't eat, there were still people eating the leftovers from the Zhang clan's village. When more people came, the number of sick people would also increase. If they couldn't work, would they just let them suffer and starve to death? If the imperial family wasted food, what reason did they have to punish the local officials for wasting food? Chapter 923. The envoys of the Japanese Empire did not sleep well the entire night. Their emotions were disturbed by one person. There was actually someone in the Tang dynasty who could monopolize everything. There was nothing that he could not do. This person was not even 20 years old yet. He did not take the imperial examinations, but he managed to cultivate 262A ranks. The aristocratic families of the Tang dynasty did not have the courage to resist this person, because they did not feel anything before. When they realized that the situation was not good, they could not do anything. It's a pity that our country does not have someone like him. Abita Nakamaro, who woke up in the morning and washed up with a new toothbrush, soap and towel, could not help but sigh. The Japanese Empire looked like it was ruled by the emperor, but in fact, there were small countries everywhere. It was an era of separation. The small countries did not accept the copper coins and tonkai that were hard to produce. Everyone still bartered with other things because copper was useless. It was not as useful as real things. In contrast, in the Tang dynasty, copper coins and silk were used together. When he came over, the imperial prefecture did not use copper coins and silk anymore. They would use the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. This included the further Hunan province and other provinces. As long as there were merchants with exchange coupons, they could use the coupons to exchange for more copper coins. The large merchants accepted the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. Why did his country not accept the Tonkai coupons? After everyone finished washing up, they went to eat breakfast together. Breakfast was buffet style. There were a lot of side dishes: steamed buns, fried dough sticks, fried cakes, wontons, scallion pancakes, egg pancakes, rolls, steamed buns, uncooked noodles. The people of the Four Quarters Embassy chose first. When they were almost finished, the remaining food was sent to the barracks. There was no waste. Today, the envoys were familiarized with Chang, and for 3 consecutive days, everyone went out in groups. They first went to the East Market, the place where the rich often bought things in Chang'an. The carriages could be seen more clearly. The people stood at the stations and waited for the carriages to come. Takagi Junichiro explained. A few years ago, when I saw the people in Chang'an, many of them looked worried. But now they do not. Because of Li Yi? Shindo Shimoto asked. Yes, in the capital magistrate's office. If you casually enter a commoner's house, you will definitely see 2 memorial tablets. One is for the Tang emperors, and the other is for Li Yi. Takagi Junichiro gave an affirmative answer. Li Yi's influence was that great. Selling newspapers. Observing the weather. There might be a light rain today, and the air pressure is low. Everyone, don't eat too much in case you fall sick due to insufficient oxygen supply. I'm selling newspapers. Mosquitoes breed after the rain. Remember to close the windows and don't drink unboiled water. Is there anyone buying newspapers? Add a piece of blank ink paper to each newspaper. It can be used to write letters, but it's only suitable for a writing brush. The paperboy's voice was heard. They rode their bikes and rushed over while shouting without stopping at all. The people of the Tang dynasty, who wanted to buy newspapers, did not stop them. They were waiting for the paperboy who ran behind them. Those who rode bicycles were only responsible for informing them in advance to head to Shi City, so that everyone could familiarize themselves with the situation. Will it rain today? This thing called newspaper of the Tang dynasty even mentions rain. An envoy of the Japanese Empire was surprised. The other envoys did not say anything, but they were envious and sad. Their country did not have such a thing. Whether it would rain or not, they could go and see for themselves. Why would there be a special reminder telling them not to eat too much and not to drink unboiled water? They knew that people did not drink unboiled water. In Luoyang, they all drank boiled water or soup. It was said that drinking boiled water would prevent one from falling sick. If they scooped out the water from the river and drank it directly, they might have diarrhea and worms in their stomachs. Then they saw that the places where the walls should have been opened, and some of them became shops. The shops carried stoves out and began to boil water. There were also some who threw a few bones into a clay pot to boil, presumably to make soup. I've seen it in Lantian County. All the restaurants and food shops have places where people can drink soup and water for free. Is it the same in the city? Fujiwara Mayang was jealous. He was jealous of the benevolence of the people of the Tang dynasty. Yes. What could Takagi Junichiro say? All the places that sold food and drinks would provide free soup and water. Even the places that sold tea would still have free boiled water. The people who were willing to drink tea would not drink it for free. They would have to spend money to drink it. When free water was available everywhere, people did not care whether it was free or not. When they went to a restaurant to eat, they would only order soup and ask for money. Different soups were different. The envoys of the Japanese Empire felt that they had suffered a blow. In the capital of the Tang dynasty, there were no beggars. They would not starve to death because they did not have money. In the capital of Pingcheng, people died every day. They either died of illness or of old age. They died of hunger. In the winter, it basically did not snow in Pingcheng. Occasionally, the water would freeze, but it was very rare for it to freeze. Even so, there were still people who froze to death. In the summer, there was no water to drink. As people walked, they would collapse and never get up again. Just look at the capital office of the Tang dynasty. When the weather became hot, the people could find a place to drink water. Moreover, they drank water that did not cause them to fall sick. Since the shops dared to deliver boiled water, it meant that they had the money to boil water. The people of the Japanese Empire did not understand the concept of humane care, but they knew how to feel warmth in their hearts. Takagi Junichiro did not want to say too much. He was afraid that he would agitate his colleagues. However, after thinking about it, even if he did not say anything, his colleagues had to understand. Now, in the capital office of the Tang dynasty, none of the people who fell sick died because they could not afford the medicine. Some died after taking the medicine, and some died suddenly without knowing that they were sick. However, as long as they fell sick, they could find someone to treat them for free. If they could not afford the medicine, they would go to the Baishui Bridge. The Li family Zhuangzi would give them the medicine. If they fell while seeing a doctor, the pharmacy must treat them immediately, because they learned from the Li Dongzhu's medical books. If they did not treat them and the person died, they would not be able to get the medical books in the future. No one would give them the medical books, and they would have to pay the money according to the contract. How much? Fujiwara Mayang asked about the price of the medical books. It has been increasing. Every time the Li family Zhuangzi released a medical book, the price would increase. If it was a pharmacy, they would go bankrupt. There are pharmacies that don't save them. The capital office doesn't, because the law requires that they must be saved. As a doctor, there are penalties for not saving people. What is that place? Is the wall transparent? 1 Tian Lanxiang Pavilion. Only women are allowed to enter. The cheapest things are dozens of coins, and the most expensive things are hundreds of coins. The people lining up outside are people from other counties with children in the capital office. They can get a baby carrier for free. The baby carrier seems to be made by the Li Dongzhu. Also, you were surprised by the bicycle just now. Takagi Junichiro once again made his colleagues sad. People gave things to children for free. This was the capital office of the Tang dynasty. When the imperial court had more money in the future, they would spread it to other places. That little girl is beautiful. I wonder if... An envoy saw Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu was indeed beautiful. When she smiled, she gave people the feeling that hundreds of flowers were blooming and their souls were floating. The envoy said that he wanted to go over, but Takagi Junichiro jumped over and grabbed him. Do you want to die? I heard that this woman is Li Dongju's woman. Look at the guards beside her. We have more people. Even if hundreds of people die to capture her, what will happen? Do you want us all to die? What will you get? Such a beautiful woman should not be outside. The envoy who was grabbed woke up. He saw the guards, all of whom were carrying the same standard weapons. Anyone with a bit of intelligence understood what this meant. Chapter 924. Let's go. We just need to take a look. There was an envoy beside him who was also obsessed with Princess Yongmu's but he knew his mission. What is that building cell? Shinichi turned his head and saw that Tianlan Pavilion was also a 4-story building. There were many windows on this side of the 4-story building, but they were all covered with cloth. Each window was covered with a horizontal iron fence with ropes hanging down from it. The windows on the 4th and 3rd floors were hung directly to the ground, but there were no ropes on the windows on the 2nd and 1st floors. I don't know. It's not open for business. The front door is locked. Takagi Junichiro was also not sure. He knew this building. It was not open for business, and he could not see anything from the front. Why don't we buy this building and learn from Tianlan Pavilion? Someone suggested. As for whether he really wanted to run it, or just wanted to get close to the women in Tianlan Pavilion, no one knew. Let's go inside and look at the East Market. Abita Nakamaro did not guess what the people in the group were thinking. He pointed to the front, and the group walked in that direction. A group of people behind the window of the building they pointed to looked through the small hole in the curtain, and continued to rest. They were the winged knights, and were always prepared. There were 200 people in one building. From the 1st floor to the 4th floor, they were all vigilant. If something happened, they would jump out of the windows on the 4th and 3rd floor, and quickly descend with ropes on their legs. At the same time, someone on the roof would throw a rope to the pillar on the roof of Tianlan Pavilion opposite, and slide over to bring Princess Yongmu over. As for the people on the 1st and 2nd floor, they would jump out of the window directly without ropes. If they wanted to leave, there was an underground back door and a change of shifts. Lee did not allow any mistakes. It was not a movie. There was no need to create a sense of urgency, and all kinds of things that could not be taken care of. Then the woman was kidnapped, and asked to go to the party alone. The protagonist went over. Then the other party asked the protagonist to throw away the gun. The protagonist threw away the gun. After watching so many movies with the same plot, how could Lee follow the actions of the protagonist? Did he buy the movie tickets for nothing? Lee finished his arrangements. If Princess Yongmu was willing to happily manage when in Lanxiang Pavilion, then he would give her happiness. 200 winged knights. What kind of men does the enemy need? How many people would it take to defeat him? It was impossible for the winged knights to be defeated. If Princess Yongmu died, they and their families would definitely die. Now that Princess Yongmu was alive, and they were dead, their family's quality of life would be greatly improved. Li asked the Yulin Flying Cavalry to write a letter to his family, and conveniently go to the Li family's manor as a gift. The family of the Winged Knights would also write letters back, saying how good life was at home. Under such circumstances, even if they were facing the enemy's Death Warriors, it would still be Death Warriors against Death Warriors. Princess Yongmu didn't know. She felt that it was fine to not need guards. Everyone was very friendly. She was the existence that made people gnash their teeth in anger in the movie. Lil Miss, the people from the Japanese Empire just now seem to be lusting after your beauty. They are not good people. Xiaolan had experienced palace intrigue, so she was very sensitive. Her current position as a personal maid was fought for by herself. It wasn't easy, but I can't be disfigured. I'll write a letter to Li Lang and tell him about them. Princess Yongmu sensed it and wanted to tell Li Yi. She didn't have anyone to rely on. It was better to tell Li Yi about this than to tell her father. Hurry up and write. I'll deliver the things for you. Xiaolan urged. Princess Yongmu went upstairs, found a brush and ink, and spread out a piece of paper. Biting her lips, she thought for a while and wrote, Today there are emissaries from the Japanese Empire gathered in the East City. Feeling covetous eyes, the heart can stop. Because of the crowd, fear of being weak begins. If I don't stand out, I will wait for a peaceful day. After writing, she went downstairs and handed it to a guard. The guard took the letter, ran to the side, and urged the horse to go out. You'll still live here today. When you're growing, your metabolism is fast. Look, last night, the drainage strip was directly sealed by healing. This won't do. There are still abscesses inside. I'll ask someone to go to your house and tell them that you can't delay your studies in Zhuangzi. Li Yi changed Gao Ju's dressing after breakfast. Children grew quickly. The drainage strip was placed in the wound, and the surrounding tissues were now gathering. Then, the child's body fluid secreted more, and there was more pus and blood on his face. The gauze had long been soaked. He took off the youtiao and pressed it, and there was a pile of pus and blood. At this time he couldn't let the child go. At the same time, he had to use antibiotics. Otherwise, there would be scars on his face. Brother Dongzhu, it hurts a little. It's jumping. The child told him how he felt. At most 4 days. I'll give you the medicine. I didn't want to use it. Li Yi took out the youtiao and continued to press the pus and blood. He was going to give the child antibiotics. Chinese medicine was too slow. If there were wounds on the face for a long time, there would be scars after recovery. After some treatment, Li Yi put the child on an intravenous drip with a mixture of saline and antibiotics. At this time, the messenger ran over and passed the letter to Li Yi. What do the people from the Japanese Empire want? Do they want to die? I'll help them. Li Yi was upset that he didn't give the child antibiotics yesterday. He made a mistake. Now, he saw the people from the Japanese Empire coveting his future wife. I just think she's pretty. I didn't do anything. The messenger told the truth. Where's Guazi? Ask him to come over. I'll give him something. He can practice first, and then teach Xiaolan. Li thought for a while, and decided to play it safe. Guazi came, and he brought Guazi to the shooting range. The envoys from the Japanese Empire did not know that the actions of one of them were taken seriously by others. They continued to walk around the East Market. The people of the Tang dynasty all used coupons to buy things. There were a lot of goods in the East Market, but some of the stalls were empty. Why is there no blood on the ground? Abe Nakamura looked around the area where livestock were sold and noticed the problem. The Japanese Empire had been learning from the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty had East and West markets. The Japanese Empire's pitching also had East and West markets. But now it was different. There was no blood in the East market of Chang'an. In other words, this was not scientific. The livestock are slaughtered at a fixed location outside the city. They are not allowed to enter the city. The slaughtering location is moved a certain distance away from the city every day. Then, Takagi Junichiro explained the situation again. The livestock in Chang'an were either alive or slaughtered outside. Therefore, some of the blood was placed outside the city and treated with lime to prevent mosquitoes and flies from breeding. Quicklime? Takagi Junichiro asked. Yes, quicklime. It's a type of stone that is burned and then ground into powder. It's easier to grind than cement. It's said that quicklime will release a lot of heat when it comes in contact with water. Takagi Junichiro explained again. He was also helpless. The Li family Zhuangzi had taught him in the newspaper. The people from his country did not know anything about this, and had to ask about everything. Takagi Junichiro collected all the newspapers, and hoped that his colleagues could bring them back to his country. Chapter 925. Abita Nakamura pondered for a moment. You mean burnt lime? Yes, it's used for sterilization. Takagi Junichiro gestured. Go back and try it. We have burnt lime in our country. Why is it called quicklime? Abita Nakamura was not used to the question. Because it can also become mature lime. In some aspects, their uses overlap, but in some aspects, they are different. Takagi Junichiro learned a lot from the newspaper. I don't know if I can learn how to make exchange coupons and use it to print money. Abita Nakamura knew what exchange coupons were. They were called exchange coupons in name, but in fact they were currency. What he was most worried about was that the people were not willing to use copper coins. There were many small countries in the country. Some places did not produce copper. The capital of Pingcheng made copper coins, but the people in other places decided that copper coins were useless. They could not compare to how much the things were worth. He knew how much rice or cloth could be exchanged for with 10 eggs. 10 eggs could be exchanged for a few copper coins. What if he could not buy the rice and cloth with copper coins? The things he exchanged for were what he needed. He did not need copper. Copper could not be eaten or worn. Then he thought of a way to allow people with official positions to be promoted with money. The officials had to save their own money in copper coins. They would donate a sum and give it to different officials according to the amount. Those who did not have official positions could donate 5,000 copper coins to get an official position. The officials' salaries were also paid with copper coins. They could use copper coins to buy things. However, it could only be circulated in Pingcheng and Gyeonggi province. People outside did not need it. Abita Nakamaro and the others could not figure it out. Why? The people of the Tang dynasty liked to use copper coins. There were also people who made evil money. In their own country, what was the difference? With a stomach full of doubts, they continued to shop in the East Market. Feeling the prosperity of the Tang dynasty, they envied the lives of the people of the Tang dynasty. There were too many things in the market. It was a dazzling lineup. The people took out money and looked for money. Even the blind used exchange coupons to buy things. There were blind spots on the exchange coupons. According to the method of making watermarks, the blind spots of different denominations were different, according to the size and feel of the exchange coupons. As long as it was new, the blind could distinguish it. As for the specific purchase, there was no need for the blind to distinguish. There were enthusiastic people next to them to help. When the seller met a blind person, not only did he not dare to give the poor goods, he also had to choose the good ones. If he gave a little more, he was afraid that someone would report it to the authorities. Big brother, the stall owner is nice to meet you. I'll give you 2 extra coins of meat. The envoy from the Japanese Empire was looking at a man who was helping a blind man buy things. Even if he gave an extra 2 coins, it was still weight. It was 10 coins worth 1 tael, not the face value of a copper coin. Hey hee hee. The blind man carefully pocketed the money, picked up the meat, tapped the ground with a stick and left. Immediately, some kind-hearted people followed and helped the man in his 30s to walk home. The Japanese Empire's envoy sighed with emotion at the customs of the Tang dynasty's imperial magistrate. When he saw a stall selling fried sandwiches, he took out 2 copper coins from his sleeve. He walked over and handed over the copper coins. Give me a roll. The stall owner looked at the money he was holding and carefully identified it. I'm not selling. I don't recognize it. The money of Japan is the same as that of the Kaiyuan Tongbao of the Tang dynasty. Shinbei Shimoto gestured at him. The stall owner shook his head. Even so, I don't want it. It doesn't feel as important as Kaiyuan Tongbao. I'll give you 1 extra coin. 3 coins for 2 coins. I'm a Japanese envoy. Shinbei Shimoto was depressed and added another copper coin. A Japanese envoy can't buy things with less money, unless you're Li Dongzhu. I'll give it to you for free, the stall owner said as he took the money and weighed it in his hand. He nodded. I'll sell it to you. After all, you're a Japanese envoy. After he finished speaking, he put away the money and gestured to the woman next to him to give Shinbei Shimoto a roll of sandwiches. The woman carefully selected a sanzi that looked bigger, but in fact, the weight of the sanzi was already weighed. She handed it over to Shinbei. Shinbei Shimoto was in a good mood. The sandwiches looked bigger. He broke off a piece and put it in his mouth. It was crispy. Fujiwara Mayang next to him also broke off a piece. I really envy them. They can spend their money anywhere. Li Yi is resourceful. Maybe he knows the reason and can solve our domestic problems. Takagi Junichiro thought of a solution. It was said that when the prime minister encountered difficulties, he would go to the Li family Zhuangzi for help. The students of the Li family Zhuangzi were doing well in the county and village. This showed that the master was capable. If he asked why the copper coins were not circulating in Japan, would Li Yi be able to give him an idea? Baigu was already helping Takagi Junichiro ask. when the Japanese Empire's envoys entered the Tang dynasty. In addition to tributes, they also brought a large number of products from the Japanese Empire. This included silver. Silver was used in manufacturing and opening of the Tang dynasty. Later, it was cancelled because there was not enough silver. The amount of silver in the Tang dynasty was even less than the amount of gold. There were no large mines. Silver was a luxury item in the Tang dynasty. It was used to make bronze mirrors and jewelry. Bronze mirrors with a little silver were similar to glass mirrors. It was just that the silver would be wiped out easily. Do you want to collect taxes from them? Bai Gu carefully stood at the entrance of a workshop and watched Li Yi work. Li Yi was making the litmus paper. This was a crucial step, and no one was allowed to disturb him. After Bai Gu finished speaking, Li Yi turned his head and glared at him. Bai Gu quickly shut his mouth. I have sulfuric acid and caustic soda here. If there is a problem, it will be over. Wait for me. Li Yi continued working. The sulfuric acid was added to red paper to test for alkalinity. The second paper was added to caustic soda to test for acidity. People always made mistakes when judging the pH of the soil based on their experience. Li Yi took some time to collect the litmus. After 2 days of processing, the finished product was produced today. It could be used when it was dry. However, he needed a comparison. He had to mix the colors himself. After half an hour, the craftsmen who were learning understood. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He walked out and asked the craftsmen to mass produce. If there was not enough litmus, he would collect more. Litmus was now a medicine. It was relatively easy to find and was not valuable. Children could pick a lot with a small shovel. With the test paper, people have more choices when farming. They can easily know the situation of their land, what to add to neutralize it, or what kind of crops to plant. Li Yi had a small bamboo piece in his hand. There were 2 strips of litmus paper on top of it. Chemistry, right? Bai Gu did not understand the principle at all. He only knew that it was not a trivial matter. Yes, and if I don't tell others, no one will be able to make it for hundreds of years. Li Yi was not modest at all. He did not intend to teach the litmus paper to outsiders. He would sell the test paper and comparison table for the imperial court to buy. You want to give it to the people? Bai Gu heard that it was related to farming and thought that Li Yi was giving it to them. The imperial court will pay for it. A pack of 100 plus 2 comparison tables. If one of them is lost or damaged, there will be a backup. The government will take it and distribute it to the people. The people will look at their own fields and then take it back to the government office to compare. A pack is 20. If you don't need the comparison table in the future, 19. What do you think? Li Yi had already planned it out. Selling and farming were the imperial court's responsibilities. No, how much does it cost? Bai Gu refused. He felt that he would be at a disadvantage if he bought it. Old Bai, don't always think about the cost of the materials. Don't you think about the cost of the technology? I have lived frugally, and after hundreds of thousands of attempts, I invented. I don't believe you. You should have made it directly. At most, you would have failed once or twice. Bai Gu still refused. Chapter 926. The 2 of them argued all the way until they arrived at Li Yi's courtyard. Li Yi soaked luohan fruit and Lady Ku in the water together. The sweetness of luohan fruit was different from normal sweetness, and the bitterness of Lady Ku was also different from normal bitterness. When the 2 were put together, the bitterness and sweetness were neutralized. When one drank it, one could still distinguish the bitterness and sweetness. The people from Lingnan brought some of these fruits. They are ripe and dried. The most suitable place to plant them this year is Lingnan Road. The environment in Kyoto is not good enough. There are very few people there now. Most of them are mountain people. The fruits are wild and have not been artificially planted. Li Yi talked about luohan fruit. Luohan fruit and Lady Ku were both good for reducing internal heat and improving the throat. Bai Gu had been drinking too much ginseng whisker water recently. He was a little heaty. Li Yi recommended Bai Gu to eat more cucumbers. Don't eat lychees. Bamboo shoots are also good. There were also the strips of gourd scraped last year. Stir-fry some streaky pork. Do you collect taxes on the goods brought by the envoys from the Japanese Empire? Baigu looked at the things in the glass bottle. Tax exemption. We will give the Japanese Empire a tax exemption policy and let them sell more things to us. What else can they sell other than copper? They grow mulberry trees and raise silkworms. Our Tang dynasty does not lack them. They will not find much silver unless I tell them where it is. In addition, we also have fish caught by the fishermen at the seaside. However, the abalones from the Japanese Empire are good. They catch a lot of abalones and can be made into dried abalones. I like to eat them. Li mentioned a few things. The Japanese Empire was short of resources now. There was a lot of wood in the forest, but there was also a lot of wood in the Tang dynasty. The Japanese Empire did not have a trade advantage over the Tang dynasty. If they were to collect taxes, they would not sell things to the Tang dynasty. It is said that the copper coins from the Japanese Empire are not easy to use. People in many places do not want them. Baigu remembered something he had heard. Yes, people outside the Gyeonggi region do not accept them. They have taken some measures, but the effect is not good. Li of course knew about it. It was written in the information. Is there a solution? Baigu asked. Old Bai, are you asking for yourself or for the Japanese Empire? Li asked. What's the difference? Ask yourself. Yes. On behalf of the Japanese Empire? No. You really do have a way. They're just a small country. Why are you so wary of them? Baigu didn't understand. Small country. How many soldiers do you think you can defeat the Japanese Empire with? Li didn't think that Japan was weak at all. The reason why Japan could not defeat the Tang dynasty in a naval battle was because of the lack of shipbuilding technology. When Japan had the technology, they could try again. You tell me, I won't tell anyone. Baigu didn't want to discuss the fight. He just wanted to know the solution. At least he couldn't think of a way. The other party just didn't want the copper coins, unless he chopped off the other party's head. Right now the Japanese Empire is the same as the Tang dynasty. Both of them have to pay rent and do extra labor. The people are suffering, and there are also runaways and refugees. The land is seriously annexed. If they allow the use of copper coins to exchange for rent, and it's only half of the original rent, then the people will be willing to accept the copper coins. They will sell their things and exchange them for copper coins. They will save on their own things. Baigu said. After he finished speaking, he slapped his forehead. Was it that simple? Yes. The Japanese Empire will lose a part of their revenue, but they will promote the use of copper coins. The Japanese Empire has a lot of copper. Currency is the foundation of the country. If they control the issue of currency, they can make up for the losses by forging more copper coins. As for the illegal money and the privately minted copper coins, the amount is not as much as the government. The government can only guide the economy when they have money. Take your Ministry of Revenue, for example. What's the difference between having money and not having money? Li never felt that such things were difficult. It was such a simple thing. What's the use of copper coins to buy officials and pay salaries? The productivity was not good, and the people could not get any real benefits. How can they use the substitution of commodities? When Li said this, Baigu nodded. Yes, that's right. I have money now, and I'm very comfortable. This year, including Hunan province, I will get at least 20 million in taxes. After 2 or 3 years, I will get more than 100 million in taxes. Which small country will dare to provoke me? I will crush you with money. Good. Xiao Yi, you are indeed someone that everyone wants to snatch. Yesterday, I heard that the Japanese Empire wants you to go to the Japanese Empire. Baigu once again admitted that Li Yi could rule the world. Li Yi sneered. Well, I definitely help other people if I go to other places. They're dreaming. I can kill them. Li Yi thought differently. Why are there always people who are self-righteous? He was willing to sacrifice in the Tang dynasty because he was originally Chinese. If he went to other places and did not have a sense of belonging, he would definitely do something bad and think of a way to go back to the Tang dynasty. Baigu liked to hear this. Yes, Xiao Yi, your heart is not there. I will never tell them that their imperial court has control of the currency and will grow stronger. I have an idea. I will help them. I will help them print banknotes. At the same time, the Tang Dynasty caravans will bring goods over by ship. They can use the banknotes printed for them to buy goods from the Tang Dynasty. Li did not forget about the exchange of copper and silver coins. The issuance of credit currency should be delayed as long as possible. The standard currency was still the best. Bai Gu picked up the glass, took a sip and smacked his lips. The taste is special. Isn't this helping them? Originally, I was going to give them 10 copper coins, and I will print 20 banknotes for them. Now it's 10 copper coins against 10 copper coins. This way, Li Yi also drank a mouthful of water before he started talking. He asked that the weight of the banknotes be the same as the Kaiyuan Tongbao, or that they do not need to be cast into banknotes. 1. 5 copper coins for 1 copper coin of the Japanese Empire. The Japanese Empire would save a lot of losses in the processing process. He believed that they would agree. The price of goods sent over from the Tang Dynasty was not the same as the Tang Dynasty's internal price. They would have to pay more. Trade itself was profitable, and trade between countries that needed to be done by sea was even more expensive. There were transportation costs and risks in the transportation process. The Tang Dynasty merchants received the Japanese Empire's banknotes. When they returned, they exchanged them with the Li family Zhuangzi at a ratio of 1:1. The extra 0.5 was the Li family Zhuangzi's cost of printing the banknotes. The merchants had already sold them at a high price. Or they could directly use the money to buy goods from the Japanese Empire in the Japanese Empire and bring them back to pay taxes. In this way, the Japanese Empire would have to sell things to exchange for the banknotes, including metals and products from the fields, such as raw and cooked silk. When the merchants from the Japanese Empire arrived at the Tang Dynasty by ship, the Japanese Empire's banknotes could not directly buy goods from the Tang Dynasty. Just like how the Tang Dynasty's banknotes could not directly buy goods from the Japanese Empire. If the Japanese Empire was willing to accept the banknotes, it was a different matter. In this way, the two sides competed in processing technology. Whoever's processing technology was better would have higher added value of their goods. Our Tang Dynasty's technology was better than the Japanese Empire's. Every trade between the two sides increased the profits of technology. Using technology in exchange for trade surplus, we could get more mineral resources and other physical goods. Li Yi finally explained the relationship between currency, goods, and the added value of technology and goods. This was the normal reflection of his international trade surplus and deficit at that time. Chapter 927. Bai Gu listened from beginning to end. He held the glass cup and stared blankly at Li Yi, not saying a word. He understood. Before the Tang Dynasty cut off the Silk Road on the land, they used technology to trade with the western regions. Silk and tea leaves were exchanged for precious things. After listening to Li Yi's explanation, he understood that this was called system theory. It was much better than simply thinking that your own things were good, and that others needed them. Bai Gu understood why it was like this, and where the extra money came from. It turned out that it was the added value of technology. After a while, Li Yi began to refill the cup. Bai Gu said, "The Tang Dynasty has been taking advantage of others?" "That's not necessarily true." Li Yi waved his hand. In addition to the added value of technology, there is also the cost of labor. 2 hours of work for a farmer is different from 2 hours of work for a commoner. Li Yi began to talk about the cost of labor for Bai Gu again. The commoners of the Tang Dynasty were paid 30 coins for a day's work. The commoners of the Japanese Empire were paid 5 coins for a day's work in the Tang Dynasty. The commoners of the Japanese Empire did not lose anything, and neither did the imperial court of the Japanese Empire. They got the goods of the Tang Dynasty that they needed, and they paid the normal cost of labor. The ironware of the Tang Dynasty was of better quality than that of the Japanese Empire. After the Japanese Empire bought it, they used it to make labor tools and improve labor efficiency. The commoners of the Tang Dynasty cut pig grass to feed pigs, and raised chickens in the mountains to eat. They sold it at the same price plus the cost of labor. The Japanese Empire also fed pigs and raised chickens locally. They sent the pigs and chickens to the Tang Dynasty to be sold. and the good things they obtained made up for the loss of trade deficit. The purchasing power of the Japanese Empire's copper coins in their own country was not as great as the things they bought in the Tang dynasty. As long as the Japanese Empire was willing to bear the loss of mineral resources, they could still make a profit. Is it that complicated? Baigu put down his cup and rubbed his face with both hands. He felt that he had lived for decades in vain. As the Chancellor's assistant, Li Yi knew how to play with anything that could be done. Li Yi was dumbfounded when he heard what Li Yi was doing. He had originally thought that, as the Prime Minister, he was a chess player. But in the end, Li Yi was using the world as a chessboard to set up a trap. It's quite simple, but there are more complicated ones. In the later stage, we can transfer the economic pressure of the Tang dynasty to the outside world. Li Yi shook his head. This was only the beginning. Go on and learn. Baigu looked at the luohan fruit floating on the water. Through such trade, the biggest gain is the low-priced products. No, through the trade with the Japanese Empire, the greatest gain was teaching the merchants to go to more places to obtain resources. Li Yi placed the matter with the Japanese Empire on the back burner. It was more important to cultivate sea trade talents. Baigu rubbed his temples. I won't ask first. I can't remember. My head hurts. Make a copy for me. Baigu's last words were for the palace maids and eunuchs. The palace maids and eunuchs were recording. After recording, each of them made a copy of what they had written and pieced it together for Baigu. The original copy would be pasted and sent to Li Longji. Li Longji needed to learn. After the copying was done, Baigu did not plan to eat in Zhuangzi. He took 2 thermos bottles and left. He said that he was going to give them to his 2 sisters. His sisters did not live with him, so they did not have thermos bottles at home. "Old Bai, you don't want the kerosene lamps?" Li Yi asked. "I'm sorry to take too much at once. I'll come again next time." Baigu swung the thermos bottles out. "Why don't I feel like you're sorry?" Li Yi watched Baigu walk away and muttered. "It's Dongzhu. It's not convenient for him to take them." His attendant did not come in. Cui Lu said, "Be careful. If he hears it, he'll complain about you." Li Yi laughed. "He can't control me. I'm not afraid." Cui Lu stuck out her tongue and acted as if she had someone to rely on. Baigu crossed the bridge and got on the car to return to the government hall. Fill the 2 thermos bottles with hot water and plug them. See if they leak. If they leak, go to Li Family Zhuangzi and ask for new thermos stoppers. Baigu pointed at the 2 thermos bottles and ordered his subordinates. There was no problem with the flask. If there was a problem, the flask would not be able to leave the factory. The cost of the flask was fixed. The outer shell of the thermos bottle was made of different materials. Some were made of good wood, and then inlaid with jade. Li Family Zhuangzi's thermos bottles were all made of bamboo. If they accidentally fell on the ground, the bamboo would cushion them and would not break easily. "So, do you collect taxes?" Song Jing and Su Yi went to Baigu's office together. "No, there's not much, but we can help the Japanese Empire and let their currency circulate." Baigu told the 2 about the Li Family Zhuangzi helping to print the currency and trade the goods of the Tang dynasty. He did not mention the idea of letting the Japanese Empire use copper coins at half price. This idea was good, but it would help the Japanese Empire's currency circulate in the country. They were not related to the Japanese Empire. Why should they help the Japanese Empire? It would not benefit the Tang dynasty. Song Jing and Su Yi also had a headache. What added value, labor costs, trade structure balance? The only thing they knew was that if they followed Li Yi's plan, the Tang dynasty would benefit. Li Yi could suffer losses when facing the people of the Tang dynasty. When facing other countries or tribes, the Tang dynasty could not suffer losses. Li Yi was willing to tolerate internally, but Li Yi was tough on external affairs. Find an opportunity to leak some information to the Japanese Empire's envoys and ask them to come to us. Otherwise, they will be suspicious. Song Jing also learned from Li Yi. In history, he was not good at dealing with external affairs. He was afraid that the Tang dynasty's soldiers would take the initiative to attack and cause trouble. Now he was even more afraid of joining the League. He realized that as long as he adopted a policy of retreat, Li Yi would be able to get him into the league. The Tang dynasty did not have a prime minister. All of the prime ministers had to act according to Li Yi's will. Sui said, I heard from His Majesty that the Japanese Empire's envoys made Princess Yongmu uneasy. Princess Yongmu wrote a letter to Li Yi. She said that the Japanese Empire's envoys came to East City. When they looked at her, she felt that they were coveting her. With such thoughts, can they stop having thoughts that they shouldn't have? Because the other party had a lot of people, they looked very imposing. It was probably because of this that they had other thoughts. If she quickly hid and did not show up, there would not be any problems, and she could live a peaceful life. Princess Yongmu looked very wronged. I think the Japanese Empire's envoys are going to be unlucky. Sui said what Li Longji said to him. Li Longji was angry and scared his daughter. Sui said and laughed. He did not think that Princess Yongmu would be in danger. Li Yi was famous for being protective of his children. When Songda was bullied, how did Li Yi fight back? He defeated shopkeeper Liang and the others in one go. Where did he start and where did he end? He was so domineering. I hope no one dies. Song Jing was afraid that Li Yi would kill someone. He killed the Japanese Empire's envoys without any evidence. What would others think? Bai Gu had the right to speak. Xiao Yi will not kill anyone. He only scared the Tubo and Turkic envoys. He did not kill them. When two countries are at war, they will not kill envoys. Moreover, the Japanese Empire and the Tang dynasty are not at war now. Xiao Yi knows what to do. Chapter 928. This place looks more orderly than the East Market. Is this the Li family Zhuangzi's place? The Japanese Empire's envoys strolled from the East Market to the Chengnan Market. It was already noon, and they were looking for a place to eat. They returned to the Four Quarters Embassy to eat. Naturally, it was free of charge since the Tang dynasty's imperial court provided it. They came out on their own. Last time, they were accompanied by people from the Honglu Temple, and the imperial court paid for whatever they wanted to buy. This time, the Honglu Temple's officials accompanied them, and they had no intention of paying at all. You can spend your own money outside. There were still many empty places in the Chengnan market that were ready to be rented out. Most of the existing places were operated by the Li family Zhuangzi, and there were many restaurants. The group of more than 500 people was huge. As soon as they entered the market, the people all looked at them. They recognized that they were the Japanese Empire's envoys, but they didn't care. The people of the Tang dynasty had a kind of pride that came from the depths of their souls toward outsiders. The Tang dynasty was the strongest. All of their confidence came from fighting. If Li Yi was here, he would say that he understood. Just like his own countrymen, the people of other countries were afraid when they mentioned the militarily powerful countries on earth. Many of his countrymen were not afraid, especially when it came to fighting. They dared to fight with all their might. The source of their confidence was that they had helped a peninsular country in a war, and another was that they had helped a country next to Shannon in a war. In both wars, the army of Li Yi's country had paid a heavy price, but they had won both times and achieved their strategic goals. If it weren't for the blood and sacrifice of the soldiers in both wars, the people of his country wouldn't have dared to fight against other countries. The current Tang dynasty was like this. They had always been fighting, and they had won against anyone. Why would they care about the Japanese Empire? The Japanese Empire's envoys didn't care about how others looked at them. Their purpose in coming to the Tang dynasty was clear: to learn advanced technology, culture, and political experience. Then, they walked to an area with many small tables and chairs. This was the dining area. No matter where they bought their food, they could eat here. This place didn't belong to any shop. There was a window selling fried chicken legs, chicken breast wrapped in breadcrumbs to be fried. In addition, there was also soda with ice, which was delivered from the drunken immortal house. The soda was sealed in a sealed jar. There was a tap below, and some sugar and fruits would be placed in the bamboo cups to make fructose powder. If someone wants to drink, add 2 ice cubes and fill half the container. It was carbonated drinks, but the carbonation was not as strong as Li Yi's. Li Yi could have mixed his own carbonated water, but he didn't want to. He just wanted to drink some hot spring water. There were also sausages and bread, vegetable leaves, and jam. There were also people who wanted to eat fried rice, but it wasn't really fried. He fried the eggs with oil and mixed them with other ingredients. Then, he poured the steamed rice into it and stirred it with his hands. After stirring, it looked like one grain after another. Li Yi's fast food restaurants also did this. No one really put in the effort to cook that kind of golden fried rice. However, the stir-fried noodles were really stir-fried. After the noodles were cooked, they were placed in a large spoon and stir-fried with supplementary ingredients. He asked the customers if they wanted to add vinegar or soy sauce. The envoy from the Japanese Empire had never eaten such bread, fried chicken, and drinks before, so he chose to eat them for lunch today. Fujiwara Mayang took a bag from his subordinate and took out the silver coins. It was made of silver, which was no longer cast in the Japanese Empire. Do you accept it? Fujiwara Mayang asked the person who seemed to be the leader of the bomb shop. Yes, how much silver? 1 tael of silver can be exchanged for 1,130 copper coins now. If it's 90% silver, it's 1,017 copper coins. The person in charge was the Li family Zhuangzi's landlord. He gave the exchange rate. The copper in a copper coin definitely couldn't reach 100% purity. But 1 copper coin was calculated in terms of pure copper. Silver was currently in short supply in the Tang dynasty, but it wasn't in circulation, so the price fluctuated. Recently, the current technology was able to achieve a purity of 1,130 copper coins. The price set by the gold and silver shop was not set by the Li family Zhuangzi. It's a little higher than 90% silver. 1,080 copper coins. Fujiwara Mayang bargained. Deal. The Li family Zhuangzi weighed the silver a few times. It was about enough. So some of the Japanese Empire's envoys ate this, and Fujiwara Mayang continued to go to other places to buy things with the silver. Other places didn't accept the silver. First, they couldn't tell if it was real or fake, and second, they weren't familiar with the price. Moreover, once the silver was out, it involved a lot of money, so the stalls didn't dare to accept it. The market in the south of the city belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. Not to mention dozens of taels of silver, they could accept tens of thousands of taels of silver. After walking around, Fujiwara Mayang chose the food and waited for others to deliver it one after another. He asked people to gather the small bags and found the place where bread was sold. There's about 100 taels of silver here. Can I exchange it for a certificate? Yes, as long as it's real, whether it's gold, silver, or copper, we can exchange it for anything. The person in charge didn't care about the amount and wasn't afraid of the other party faking it either. After receiving the silver, he looked at the quality and weighed it. He wrote a note and sent someone to bring the silver back to the Li family Zhuangzi to withdraw the money. The Japanese Empire's envoy sat down to eat after the food was delivered one after another. The people from the Honglu temple refused to be invited. He paid for it himself. Give me a big chicken drumstick. Okay, take the money back. The person in charge agreed, but he didn't accept the money. The officials of the Tang dynasty didn't accept the Japanese Empire's invitation to eat, which meant that they were honest to outsiders. The officials paid for it, so they couldn't accept it. The Li family Zhuangzi lacked this kind of thing. The official smiled and put the money away. He didn't give it back and asked, "Do you have mustard and pickled vegetables? I'm not used to that jam." Go to the other side. There's pickled vegetables there, but I don't have any here. Hey, old 7, get some pickled vegetables. The people from the Honglu temple want to eat them. The person in charge shouted to the other side, who was 30 meters away. Got it. I'll send it over now. The other side shouted back. The official from the Honglu temple felt very proud at this moment. The next time the Li Dongzhu wanted to cheat someone, he had to continue to help and do it properly. A woman came over with 2 children. The older one was 7 or 8 years old, and the younger one was 4 or 5 years old. The older one was a girl, and the younger one was a boy. She smiled and said to the person in charge, "The girl has good grades in school. She wants to eat chicken necks. How much can I exchange for? Give some to the boy in the family too. He owes his sister a favor." "Madam, you look familiar." The person in charge frowned as if he couldn't remember. My son's father is a clerk in Wanyan County. I'm going to Zhuangzi to get something. The woman smiled and replied. Then what's the point of talking about grades? Just keep it. You can choose what you want to eat. Don't leave anything behind. I'll make the decision. The person in charge knew that it was the official's family, so he smiled. If the official came in person, he could get a discount. If the official's immediate family came, he couldn't accept the money. Giving the official a discount proved that the official was honest and paid for the meal. If the official's family came, it was considered a subsidy. How could the official's family not eat well? If the official's family ate free food today, he would definitely tell the official when he returned home. The official understood that he was still an official. If he made a mistake and was punished, he would lose his benefits. Chapter 929. The envoy from the Japanese Empire, who had eaten such food for the first time, felt it was very novel, and thought it tasted good. During Li Yi's time, this food was considered junk food. No one would treat it as a proper meal. But now it was different. Chickens were not grown quickly. They were raised slowly. As for the oil, they would throw it away and use it to make soap. Li Yi did not have oil filter powder. He could only use this method to make Zhuangzi's fried food healthier. Other people could not learn this method. They would add oil when the oil was low. Who would be willing to throw oil away? Most of the restaurants, during his time, did not throw oil away. Some restaurants even bought gutter oil. When they sold lunch boxes, they used gutter oil. At the same time, they had their own stalls and could order separately. The same dish would cost 2 yuan more to order separately, because the oil used was different. The people of the Tang dynasty also knew that the oil was not good for the body if the food was fried for too long. Although they knew, they still had to buy when they saw other people fried food. In Lantian County's Drunken Immortal restaurant, there would sometimes be a big iron pot at the door to fry some food. The people would line up to buy, and the price was the same as other places. When the oil was not good, they would change everything. When it was the turn of the Chengnan market, the people would come by car to buy some children's favorite fried food. They would not go to the East and West markets. If the price was different, the fried food in the East and West markets would be cheaper. No one would buy Li family Zhuangzi's fried food. This was called bad money drives out good money. Li family Zhuangzi's price was the same as other people's. This was called good money drives out bad money. Even if it was a little more expensive, the people would still accept it. If the oil was used for a long time, the fried food would taste different from the freshly fried food. The former tasted like saliva, and the fried noodles tasted bitter. This malatang is too expensive. It's just a small pot with some things added. It's actually 30 yuan. The next person was eating malatang. There were chrysanthemum flour, bean sprouts, dried shredded tofu, fried beans, a little monkey head mushroom, and 2 pieces of pork belly. Then it was 30 yuan. He saw many people of the Tang dynasty eating it. He looked at the bowl and did not understand why it was so expensive. Takagi Junichiro chose the same food. He didn't think it was expensive and said, "There's sesame oil and chili oil, as well as a boiled egg and rice noodles. But 30 renminbi can buy a lot of rice." Next, Dao Zhenbei was thinking about other things. When you go to earthly paradise in 2 days, you will find it more expensive. At the very least, the profits from eating now aren't very high. Takagi Junichiro agreed with the price of the food he was eating now. There was chili oil and monkey head mushrooms. According to his estimation, the profit of a serving of malatang was about 3 to 4 yuan. It belonged to the normal consumption range. If it was in the heavenly earth, it was not a meal at all. The next time Jinbei took a bite, he was suddenly hit by the spiciness. He, who had never eaten chili before, felt the charm of chili. This smell. He wanted to describe it, but he couldn't find the right words. It's not just the taste. There's also a destructive stimulation. The newspaper said that the spiciness of chili is not the taste, but the fragrance of chili is the taste. Other than chili, all other spicy things had the same attributes. Yes, they were called attributes. Therefore, eating spicy food is harmful to the body. Try to regulate it. But in a humid place, the harm of spicy food to the human body is not as good as the help of spicy food to the human body. Takagi Junichiro explained to the people at the same table. It was written in the newspaper. The newspaper never said that something could not be eaten, but told the people what it contained. It didn't matter whether the newspaper was owned or not. What was really valuable was the content recorded in the newspaper. Abita Nakamura listened to Takagi Junichiro's words and pulled out a set of newspapers from his sleeve. I've read it. The newspaper sold by Li family Zhuangzi in Chang, and of the Tang dynasty is really good. I can learn from it in Japan, but I don't know how to print and how to make paper. Abita Nakamura knew that in the former Tang dynasty, there were court bulletins. The official documents were transmitted by copying, and it was impossible to engrave and print. What's the matter with the engraving of the Tang dynasty? Engraving once a day. Movable type printing is the same as movable type. Today the Tang dynasty has 3 sets. One set is used by the imperial court to print history books, and one set is in the hands of Princess Jingxian to print scriptures. The other set is in the hands of Li family Zhuangzi. Li family Zhuangzi has the most sets to print newspapers. I already know how to make the paper, but I don't know how to make the ink. Takagi Junichiro was an envoy to the Tang dynasty. He shouldered a heavy responsibility and knew a lot of things. Can't we just bribe the officials of the Tang dynasty and Princess Jingxian? An envoy next to him whispered. Takagi Junichiro shook his head helplessly. The ink used by the imperial court and Princess Jingxian needs to be bought from Li family Zhuangzi. Li family Zhuangzi does not provide the manufacturing technology because it involves the layout and printing of the exchange coupons. The ink and special exchange coupons are the key. Can we find the highest official in the Honglu Temple and get the method from Li family Zhuangzi? Fujiwara Mayong still wanted to bribe. Takagi Junichiro shook his head again. Unless we can find the Tang emperors and get their approval, others can't. He has that much power. Yamamoto Masato instantly understood. Li Yi of Li family Zhuangzi didn't give face to anyone except the Tang emperors. Takagi Junichiro shrugged. There was no need to prove it with words. Whether he had that much power or not, wouldn't it be obvious by looking at the current market? What is he like? Abe Nakamura felt that he had found a breakthrough. Li Yi had a lot of power. So could he get any benefits from Li Yi? If he liked money, give him money. If he liked women, find beautiful women from the country he likes. Takagi Junichiro was in a dilemma. He didn't know what Li Yi liked. What he knew was, money is useless. Li Yi has a lot of money himself, more than our country's imperial court. Women are even more useless. There are beautiful and talented women in Pyeongkong Square waiting for him at any time. But he's indifferent. And power, he has power now. Yes, he really does. He likes to study new things, such as hot air balloons. Takagi Junichiro suddenly thought of Li Yi's hobby. But after he finished speaking he sighed again. Sigh. No, he knows ordinary technology. And he knows even things that others don't know. If there's really a powerful technology that he doesn't know, would anyone be willing to give it to him? He's a learned man. And it seems that there's nothing he doesn't know. Even if you want to bribe him, you can't find a place to do so. Takagi Junichiro was tired. He passed on this tiredness to his colleagues. Everyone was depressed together. What the Japanese Empire needs the most now is a direction that can guide the emperor's administration. After the emergence of so many countries, the emperor's actual power has been reduced. Under the social rules of slavery, what the emperor needs the most is to gather power. I believe that after they understand the winged knights, they will imitate the winged knights and create a centralized military force. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi and Li Longji were talking. After Li Longji understood the things that Li Yi and Baigu had discussed, he came over and asked about the Japanese Empire's situation and administrative problems. Asking a youth from his own country about the specific problems of another country and how to solve them was generally an idiotic behavior. Li Longji didn't think that he was an idiot. What's wrong with the Japanese Empire? I don't know what's going on over there, but I have brother Yi. If the Japanese Empire can't figure out a problem, I believe that brother Yi will know how to solve it. Sure enough, when there's a question, there's an answer. Chapter 930. Is the Japanese Empire a threat to the Tang dynasty? Li Longji was even more certain. Li Yi didn't seem to have a good impression of the Japanese Empire. Li Yi shook his head. Not at the moment. They can't beat us. Li Yi was sure that the Japanese Empire was scared by the Tang dynasty in the Battle of Baijiangku. After that, the Tang dynasty developed rapidly, and the Japanese Empire began to study hard. The Japanese Empire is a nation that is good at learning. They won't attack the Tang dynasty if they can't build a fleet that can defeat it. Li Yi mentioned the war more than 50 years ago. The Japanese Empire used mortise and tenon construction on ships, while the Tang dynasty used mortise and tenon with iron nails. The Tang dynasty's ships were tall, big, and sturdy. The Japanese Empire's small ships didn't work well with the wolf-pack strategy, and the Tang dynasty's generals at that time were also very powerful. If it weren't for the strong enemies outside and the chaos inside, the direction of history would have been different. So Brother Yi wants to profit from this trade? Li Longji was relieved. The Japanese Empire is short of natural resources, but they have a lot of copper and silver mines. They also have iron mines, but the Tang dynasty doesn't lack iron. Besides, Japan has gold mines. Li Yi remembered something else. Japan was short of resources, but they had everything they needed. Is the smelting technology good? Li Longji wanted to know more about the Japanese Empire from Li Yi. There's no coal. The Japanese Empire has very few coal mines, and they haven't been found yet. The smelting temperature is not high enough, so they need to be forged. Li Yi gave a shortcoming of Japan. The furnace temperature was not high enough, so they could only use the method of burning and hammering to make good weapons. It was similar to the Tang dynasty. Even if they had the method of frying steel, the production was still not enough. No one used the method of frying steel to make farm tools. Frying steel had only one use, and that was to make weapons. Can we sell them coal? Li Longji knew that there was a lot of coal in the Tang dynasty, and he could sell it for money. After asking the question, he vetoed it. No, with coal they can make better weapons. We have to strengthen the coastal patrol. We can't let them take away the species of our Tang dynasty, such as the new seeds of indica rice and medicinal herbs. Li Yi raised a request from another aspect. He actually didn't care about the export of coal. How much could a small boat like the Japanese Empire possibly hold? The key was that he didn't point out the coal mines in the coastal areas of the Tang dynasty. Who will pay for the transportation from the land to the seaside? The people of the Tang dynasty had jobs to do. Thinking of this, Li Yi suggested, "Third brother, we can sell coal to the Japanese Empire, and the Japanese Empire will pay the people of the Tang dynasty for their labor." Li Longji was stunned. "I don't think the Japanese Empire will agree. It will cost a lot to transport a cart of coal to the Japanese Empire." He understood. How much would it cost to transport a cart of coal to Luoyang, let alone the Japanese Empire? The Japanese Empire would have to exchange a carload of copper for a carload of coal. Even if the coal was replaced with coke, how much or could they refine? Sigh. We can't earn money from the Japanese Empire. They're poor. Li Longji was full of regret. Li Yi wanted to laugh. It was as if the Tang dynasty was rich. "Third brother, it's actually not difficult to earn money from the Japanese Empire. The people of the Japanese Empire are poor, and the slaves don't have much property. The Japanese Empire's court is rich." Li Yi narrowed his eyes. He was thinking about how to get benefits from the Japanese Empire. They had sent 557 envoys. It was a huge lineup. If he didn't help the Japanese Empire develop its economy, he would be letting the Japanese Empire down. Li Longji was familiar with Li Yi's current state, the rhythm before he wanted to trick someone. "How do we earn money?" he asked. "Sell them good farm tools and kitchen knives. Buy their copper and silver ingots. We don't want ore. If it's ore, the price will be even lower." Li Yi began to consider trading technology for resources. The Japanese Empire's own smelting technology wasn't good enough. It was now the Nara era. It was not until the Asuka era that the Japanese improved their smelting technology. It was during that time that Japanese knives were established. After a few more generations of development, they became a system. Do we use kitchen knives and farm tools to exchange for low-quality ore? Or simply smelted copper and silver? Li Longji believed that as long as there was enough of a price difference, business could be done. Li Yi shook his head. We're not exchanging. We're selling to them. They're selling to us. They sell to us and we give them money. They can use the money to buy other Tang Dynasty items. Li Yi emphasized that the process was not bartering. They needed a currency. Without Li Longji asking, Li Yi continued, I originally wanted to help the Japanese Empire print money. If they sell things to us, they can also use the exchange coupons to spend back in China. Li Yi told Li Longji that the exchange coupons and the Tang Dynasty's banknotes could become international currencies. If they used the Tang Dynasty's banknotes to buy other people's things, they couldn't use their own banknotes to spend in the Tang Dynasty. Others only had one channel, which was to sell things to the Tang Dynasty and obtain the Tang Dynasty's currency. Only then could they buy the Tang Dynasty's products. Otherwise, merchants would go out and use the Tang Dynasty's currency to buy things, and the other party would use it to buy things from the Tang Dynasty. Li Longji listened with a look of anticipation. With the great Tang seal's money, no matter where he went, others would accept it. If he printed more money, wouldn't it be? Brother Yi, can we print more money? Li Longji asked Li Yi's opinion on financial issues. Yes, take it out and spend it. Some places use the Tang Dynasty's currency as their own. That money actually doesn't need to be used in the Tang Dynasty to pay for the same amount of goods. Yes, they took the internal circulation, fell into the water, and accidentally burned it. It has nothing to do with the Tang Dynasty. Li Longji thought of other people breaking the money and wearing it out after a long time. Li Yi nodded. In addition, we also have to collect their customs duties and taxes at the coastal border. Use this method to stabilize the value of the overissued money. Li Yi copied it skillfully. Back then, the countries on Earth did this as well. In order to get the other party's money, his country was simply selling blood. A pair of leather shoes produced by them could be sold for hundreds of yuan in China. If it was outside, they would give the leather shoes to others for a few minutes. This way they could get foreign exchange. The lost money would be subsidized by the state. Now that the Tang Dynasty was the strongest in the world, the Tang Dynasty's currency must become an international currency. Others would have to pay taxes if they sold things cheaply. After that, they could also carry out anti-subsidy and anti-dumping investigations on other countries' products and make a lot of money. Li Longji didn't know the various follow-up measures, but he felt that what he heard now was enough. Starting from the Japanese Empire, he rubbed his hands together, looking very excited. Bohaisi Kaitanshi tribe. Li Yi pointed to the northeast. That's fine too. Li Longji pointed to the southwest. Having received useful information, Li Longji happily ate a meal, packed 2 servings and left happily. He wanted to implement it and let the officials of the Tang Dynasty make arrangements according to this good method. Li Yi went to the workshop to see the production of the litmus test paper and then sold it to Baigu. Baigu distributed it to the prefectures and counties. You must pay attention to safety. Every step of the operation must be stable. When you find that you can't concentrate, take the initiative to step back. Li Yi first called for everyone to stop working and held a small meeting to emphasize safety. There was sulfuric acid and caustic soda, which were relatively pure. Dongzhu sulfuric acid is also useful in war, right? A craftsman pointed to the beaker of sulfuric acid and asked. Chapter 931. Throwing gold from the city wall can also kill people. Li Yi said, and went to teach the nurses with his hands behind his back. The Japanese Empire's delegation continued to stroll around the market in the south of the city. Takagi Junichiro took out a notebook and a pencil. Nowadays, many people in the Tang Dynasty have learned how to use pencils. The paper-making technology of the Tang Dynasty has improved greatly. Takagi Junichiro had a look of reverence on his face. He respected the Tang Dynasty from the bottom of his heart. Abe, Nakamaro, and the others also admired the culture and technology of the Tang Dynasty. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the Japanese Empire being defeated by the Tang Dynasty more than 50 years ago. Knowing that their skills were inferior made them want to learn more. Many people in the Japanese Empire couldn't speak the Tang dynasty's language, but there were many people who could speak the Tang dynasty's language. This included the embroidery of the Tang dynasty. The embroidery of the Tang dynasty was better than painting. There were shadows, and the embroidery looked like real things. The embroidery of Sichuan and the embroidery of Hangzhou and Suzhou was beautiful. It wasn't as simple as silk or satin. The embroidery of the embroidery workers was the best in the world. The silk sold on the Silk Road amazed the people of the Western regions, and embroidery was a treasure in the Western regions. The embroidery of the Japanese Empire at this time was trying to get closer to the embroidery of the Tang dynasty. The embroidery of the Japanese Empire in the Nara period was also beautiful. The Japanese Empire's envoys weren't thinking about embroidery at this time. They were admiring the prosperity of the Tang dynasty's Chang'an. That little girl is teaching the child to read? Shinichi Jinbei suddenly pointed at a place as he walked. A young woman with a 3 or 4-year-old boy was holding a newspaper and teaching the child to read. Takagi Junichiro nodded vigorously. Yes, Lee is teaching people to read pinyin in the newspaper, and also printing dictionaries. There are too few illiterate people in the capital today. As soon as he said this, the envoys were envious again. Now, the Japanese Empire's reading tools were still placed together with the Tang dynasties. In other words, most of the content was from the Tang dynasty. This included early dictionaries with Chinese characters on the cover. Just like the countries with the Taiji diagram on the peninsula, Chinese characters were the most important. Even the names of their cities were all in Chinese characters. Now that they saw that they could learn something else, they were thinking about it again. They hoped that they could learn it, including the dictionary, and send it back to Japan. Therefore, they strolled around for an entire afternoon, before returning to the Four Quarters Embassy for dinner. They planned to hold a meeting to discuss what they should learn from the Tang dynasty. It would be best if I could get some seeds, a method to make paper money and medical books too. Fujiwara Mayang actually liked everything he saw and wanted to take it back. Based on the treatment of the previous diplomatic missions to the Tang dynasty, he believed that whatever he wanted to learn would be taught in the Tang dynasty. It was the same now. If Li Yi can go to Japan to teach, we will treat him with the highest courtesy. Abe Nakamura was still thinking about how to get Li Yi there. His idea was simple. He didn't need Li Yi to stay in Japan for a long time. A year or two would be enough. If possible, he wanted to find many beautiful women to serve Li Yi and have children with Li Yi. Why don't we ask to see the Prime Minister of the Tang dynasty tomorrow? The rest of you can continue to look at things in Chang'an. Shimoto Jinbei suggested. The rest time was enough for them to understand the situation a little. He didn't want to waste time. Everyone dispersed to look for things they could learn, and things they wanted to learn. At the same time, Li Longji invited the 3 prime ministers and Wei Jigu to a banquet. The 4 of them were more familiar with Li Yi than with the others. As for the others, there was no need. It was best not to have any interactions with Li Yi. Li Yi talked about the internationalization of currency today. It will be helpful for the foreign trade and cultural promotion of the Tang dynasty. Li Longji invited the 4 ministers to eat the Mandarin duck pot, which was a carp pot. Although Li Longji's surname was Li, he still ate carp and didn't restrict others from eating it. Even the people of the Tang dynasty liked to eat carp sashimi. His poems all had carp in them. It was a test of knife skills. Carp had many bones. A carp was cut in half and placed into the Mandarin duck pot. After the chicken soup boiled, the meat and vegetables were boiled. As they ate, the fish was cooked. Using mutton to boil it was delicious. The Japanese Empire might accept it, but the barbarians might not. Sui believed in Li Yi's ability. As long as the Japanese Empire's envoy was in Chang'an, Li Yi would have a way to make the other party accept it. The overseas barbarians in Canton had no use for the Li family's exchange coupons, even if they were to use them. What the barbarians wanted more was goods. They could bring a ship of goods over and exchange it for a ship of goods back to make money. Bai Gu had a different opinion. Zhang Jiuling is in charge of the shipping department. Xiao Yi asked people who trade with the barbarians to form an organization and raise the price as a whole. This might be a breakthrough point. It's difficult. Even if we use the exchange coupons to buy goods from the other party, and the other party agrees, the other party will still have to spend all the coupons to buy goods and ship them back. Song Jing supported Su Yi's opinion. The barbarians wanted the exchange coupons, but they couldn't exchange them for money. What they needed were goods. Take it slow, officials. Li Longji was not in a hurry. He believed that if the officials were in a difficult situation, he could ask Li Yi later and solve it. The most important thing now was to make the Japanese Empire accept it first. Whether it was to print money for the Japanese Empire, or to use the exchange coupons for the Japanese Empire. Li Longji held his wine cup. He was in a good mood. The Japanese Empire had just arrived, and everything had been arranged. Next, he just had to wait for the Japanese Empire to cooperate with the Tang dynasty bit by bit, and sell the good things from the Japanese Empire to the Tang dynasty. Zhang Jiuling was also eating fish in the Department of Shipping that was mentioned by several people. Guangzhou had a lot of sea fish, and he was eating steamed fish. He was drinking yellow rice wine, which had been warmed. His hometown was not far from here, and he had adapted to the climate. It was more humid, and he just had to get used to it. The road was repaired, and the number of people coming and going increased, especially in the current month, when the north was not cold. When the caravans came from other places and saw the barbarians' ships docked, they would wait for the barbarians to take out their goods to sell. At the same time, they would also sell their goods to the barbarians. In the past, the barbarians and the merchants would negotiate the price alone. Now all the merchants had to take out their goods. They would divide the goods into different types and grades and set the price. No one was allowed to sell alone. At the same time, the shipping department would collect taxes from the barbarians. If the barbarians did not have money, they would deduct 1/10 of the goods. At first, the barbarians were unwilling and wanted to talk to the merchants of the Tang dynasty alone. After some of them were caught, and most of their goods were confiscated, the other barbarians agreed. Needless to say, the merchants of the Tang dynasty were a lowly profession, and the government could punish them if they wanted to. Moreover, they all knew that the capital government collected taxes, and the money used for their daily transactions was the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. I found the person. You've got back the money you were cheated of, and you've also fined them 3 times the amount. Let's do it, Zhang Jiuling said to Wei Yefeng, who was sitting in front of him, as he used his chopsticks to scoop out a bit of beef chili sauce from a glass bottle and put it into his mouth. Wei Yefeng was the one who brought the onion seeds to scam the barbarians, and was caught by Li Yi in the end. When he came back, he brought back the goods that Li Yi had given him, as well as a letter for Zhang Jiuling. Yesterday, he had caught the barbarians who had scammed him, and the shipping department had come forward to catch them. The barbarians had confessed, and were willing to compensate. They had also said that the seeds were not bad, and were different from green onions. Chapter 932. Zhang Shirbois. Actually, Li Dongzhu said that those things were really good. Wei Yefeng also felt that the barbarians were wronged. Whether the things are good or not is secondary. The main thing is that the barbarians can't sell them and use them to cheat. Zhang Jiuling had his own judgment. Some people treated gems as stones and used them to increase their value when selling goods. The gems were valuable, but that didn't mean that the person was right. I'll listen to Zhang Shirbois. Wei Yefeng didn't refute. In any case, he had made up for the lost money. As for the fine, it was up to the Ministry of Shipping. However, he was worried. Zhang Shirbois, the imperial court didn't ask you to collect taxes. Now they want you to clarify the situation of the Ministry of Shipping. It's already clear. It was Li Yi who wrote the letter that told me to collect taxes when the time was right. In the past month, the Ministry of Shipping has collected 32,000 taels worth of goods. The total trade volume is 320,000 taels. If it wasn't for the lack of coupons, I would have let the barbarians accept coupons instead of bartering. Zhang Jiuling had a stubborn temper. He didn't want to be an official, and didn't want to be an official. When he returned to his hometown, he wanted to fix the roads. He wrote a letter to the imperial court, and became a road builder. History was changed by Li Yi. On his way back, Li Yi sent people to catch up with him and told him to fix the roads. He even gave him a lot of money. According to history, he shouldn't have written a letter to the imperial court yet. In the end, he was arranged to be in charge of the Ministry of Shipping in Guangzhou. The Guangzhou government couldn't control the Ministry of Shipping and had to cooperate with the Ministry of Shipping to crack down on smuggling. At first, the Ministry of Shipping didn't have its own people. Zhang Jiuling found people from his hometown to help while learning. His hometown was Shaozhou's Zhujiang, which was relatively close to Guangzhou. When he fixed the roads, everyone thought of him. When he called for help, people would follow him. Therefore, he listened to Li Yi and collected taxes for the imperial court. He didn't sell the things he collected in Guangzhou. When the quantity increased, he sent a team to Chang and handed it to Li Yi. Zhang Jiuling didn't feel at ease letting Li Yi exchange it for money for the imperial court. Even if he gave it to the Ministry of Revenue, he felt that the Ministry of Revenue wouldn't sell it. As for whether or not Li Yi would be greedy, that was a joke. How much money did Li Yi take out? Would he care about something that was worth tens of thousands of taels? Wei Yefeng also reached out his chopsticks to scoop up some beef chili sauce. I'll wait for them to sell the soap and scented soap they brought from Chang'an, and then I'll raise the price. You have to guard your little mirror well. Sometimes when the barbarians see a profit, they will hire the locals to rob it, Zhang Jiuling reminded him. The natives weren't stupid. Sometimes they would join forces, and sometimes they would hire local people to work for them. The barbarians used their own things to exchange for things from the Tang dynasty and some food. Then they used the food to hire people. The local people with household registration didn't dare to do anything bad. But the mountain people without household registration were fierce. Wei Yufeng wasn't afraid. I've also found a lot of people, and told them that I'll give them some of the things I sell. Li Dongzhu also gave me a lot of malaria pills. Since they had malaria, I gave them to them for free. They said that Your Majesty ordered someone to make it, and give it to them. They are very grateful to Your Majesty. Wei Yefeng was confident that everyone's relationship with each other could be good. 6 of the villagers who had contracted malaria were cured by him with pills. Yes, Your Majesty. I want to write a letter to Li Yi. No matter how much he wants. It's a pity that he doesn't have any pigeons to send over. When Zhang Jiuling talked about pigeons, he felt a little regretful. He had raised pigeons. A few days ago, he sent someone to send a pigeon cage to Chang and handed it to Li Yi. When Li Yi had something to do, or something to do in the imperial court, he would release a few pigeons to send a letter back. However, Li Yi said that he also raised pigeons in Chang'an, but he didn't see them. He thought that they must have been sent to the border. Zhang Shirbois, according to the previous situation, there will be more barbarians in 2 months' time. We have to guard against merchants who contact the barbarians and go to other seaside to trade. Wei Yefeng reminded him. The 10% tax was too high. The barbarians would rather pay 5% of the profits to the merchants and keep 5%, which was less than paying taxes. Baigu nodded. This is easy. Send out a notice, and let everyone know. If any merchants are found to be trading with the barbarians, the informant will get half the value of the goods. That's great. Wei Yefeng admitted that this was a good idea. Half the value of the goods was unbelievable. It was money that many locals couldn't earn in a few lifetimes. He believed that once the notice was sent out, countless people would be watching everywhere, hoping to catch one. They would become rich overnight and become a big family. Wei Yefeng knew that once the notice was sent out, the merchants wouldn't dare to trade with others in private. The difference between getting a little profit and taking a risk was too big. If the informant got half of the goods, how would the government deal with the merchants? Would they confiscate all the goods? Dream on. The government would confiscate their property. I wonder what Chang'an is like this year? Zhang Jiuling missed Chang'an. When he was in Chang'an, he saw the Li family Zhuangzi constantly bringing out good things. When he left, the water network was completed. The merchants who came in winter said that they started to have sleds. Wei Yefeng shook his head. When I came back, it was about the same as before. However, a large area in the south of the city was built with houses. I'll ask tomorrow. Zhang Jiling raised his wine cup. The next day, the notice was sent out for everyone to report. They also sent people to other places to spread the news. Few people were literate, so they mainly spread the news by word of mouth. Just as he thought, many mountain people came out and stared at the notice. The fishermen stared even more. I'm looking forward to a private trade. Let me live a good life. The merchants kept quiet out of fear. This was too ruthless. The more rewards there were, the more they would be punished when they were caught. Are there any merchants from Chang'an? My Zhangwang wants to know something. Zhang Jiuling's housekeeper came to the place where the merchants gathered and shouted. I am from Chang'an Tong family. My Dongzhu and Li Dongzhu have a good relationship. I know. Immediately, someone stood out and reported his name. He felt that his family's name was not very useful. He felt that he was talking about Li Dongzhu. Follow me. The housekeeper waved. The merchant who was sent out hurriedly followed. He had to establish a good relationship with the Department of Shipping. Brother Tong. Someone in the crowd shouted. Wait a minute, there is someone else. The person who called me is the housekeeper of shopkeeper Liang's family. He was given a surname like me. The person stopped and turned around to introduce to Zhang Jiuling's housekeeper. Come with me. The housekeeper agreed. The person ran out and cupped his fists to the Tong family to express his gratitude. They were with the main family. If they did well, they would be given the main family's surname. It turned out that the surname was not important. If they followed the main family's surname, they would be part of the family. The two of them walked over and stopped outside the door. The housekeeper went in first to inform Zhang Jiuling. After a while he came out and said, Come in. No lies. No, what's there to fake? The Tong clan's people said. We know that Li Dongzhu and Zhang Wang are on good terms. He gave Zhang Wang money to build roads and arrange for the winged knights to escort him. No, it was arranged by His Majesty. The Liang family member said. He quickly corrected himself. His Majesty had the highest authority. Only His Majesty could mobilize the winged knights. When they entered, Zhang Jiuling gestured. Please take a seat. Servants serve tea. How is Chang'an? Chapter 933. The Li family Zhuangzi has built many warehouses. Kerosene lamps and thermos bottles are selling well. Last year, it snowed heavily and many houses collapsed. The winged knights were dispatched, and the Li family Zhuangzi was in charge of logistics. The 10 miles in is being built. It will be here soon. Everyone is raising insects now. Bean worms are called bean sky moths. Don't confuse them with frost sky moths. There are 30,000 recruits in Taibai Mountain. I heard they are not weak. Those who escaped to the capital will be registered as refugees. The Hukou waterfall of the Yellow River has been built. Many surrendered households have come. They are all arranged by Li Dongzhu. When we came out, the Li family Zhuangzi continued to collect tea. They should be collecting wormwood in a few days. At night, all the places in and around Chang'an will be lit up. The Li family Zhuangzi will pay for it. We brought many newspapers over. If Mr. Zhang wants to read them, we will bring them over. The two of them talked about what happened when they came out. They did not know what happened after that. Zhang Jiuling listened and tried to imagine what the two of them were talking about in his mind. What about Li Yi? Zhang Jiuling wanted to know what Li Yi had done. You mean Li Dongzhu? Li Dongzhu did not do anything. The Li family Zhuangzi is not accessible to ordinary people. I know a little. Li Dongzhu sold many horses to the court. Then he dug wells further north to cross the desert. Yes. That happened. Li Dongzhu sent the 220 people who passed the imperial examination last year to the villages of the capital. Yes. That happened. Li Dongzhu hired many people to process things. Yes. That happened. The Liang family was talking, and the Tong family was echoing. Zhang Jiuling asked some more questions, and asked the housekeeper to send the two of them away. I really want to go back and take a look. With Li Yi around, the capital office changes every year. No, it changes every month. When Zhang Jiuling found out about this matter, he sighed emotionally. He also wanted to see the capital magistrate's office become different every day, and the commoners live better and better lives. Unfortunately, he couldn't go back now. Even though Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan had gone down, Lu Huaishan had gone down as well. Back then, it was because of these two people that he had resigned from his position. As he had wished, the two of them had lost their positions as prime minister. It was actually not difficult for him to go back now, but he couldn't leave. If he left, who would be the city shipping commissioner? Every day, a large number of goods were traded, and every transaction was not a small sum. In a few days, as Wei Yefeng had said, even more ships would arrive. Wouldn't that be 100,000 taels of tax every month? In a year, just the Guangzhou City Shipping Division alone was worth millions. 1 million taels of silver could allow the Tang dynasty to fight a big war, the kind that had sufficient logistical supplies. I have to stay here until the imperial court sends someone over. I can only leave after I've taught the successor well. Zhang Jiuling was afraid that if he left, the successor would not do his job well. He was even more worried that the successor would accept bribes. Just as he was thinking, the butler came in again. Dongzhu Li family Zhuangzi is here. The pigeon breeder has brought 80 pigeons and other things. Quickly invite him in. Zhang Jiuling stood up and wanted to personally welcome him. He was not here to welcome anyone, but to receive the pigeons. Previously, he had thought that Li Yi would send the pigeons to the border, but he didn't expect them to be sent to Guangzhou. The pigeon breeder seemed to be more important. The pigeons were used to him and listened to his orders. The pigeons couldn't be released, so they could only stay in the pigeon house. Once released, they would run away. If someone else were to take care of them, the pigeons would not be familiar with them and would cause problems. When he walked to the gate of the city shipping division, the pigeon breeder and the others had just arrived. Zhang Wang. The other party very tacitly cupped their fists together. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Jiuling looked at the pigeon house. The pigeons also looked around curiously as they cooed. Quickly go and build a new pigeon house. Guangzhou is humid, and the pigeons are not used to it. If they want to fatten up, go and get some pigeon food. Zhang Jiuling smiled. The pigeons were not bad. They didn't lose weight because of the long journey. This showed that the pigeon breeder had taken good care of them on the way. The Li family Zhuangzi's people were indeed extraordinary. Greetings, Zhang Wang. I am Wang Fangzheng from the Li family Zhuangzi. This is the pigeon breeder Pang Xian. The leader of the team came forward and introduced himself, and the pigeon breeder. There was no need to introduce the others. He was the leader of the team. Good, quickly come in. Zhang Jiuling paid enough attention to them. The people sent by the Li family Zhuangzi were not ordinary. They could be the county magistrate in any county. A lot of things were moved in. Zhang Jiuling's butler also brought the pigeon food. There were many boxes with different things in them. Pang Xian ignored the others and went to take things from the boxes. He looked, smelled, and ate. Zhang Jiuling looked at him with a satisfied expression. This was a pigeon breeder. Wang Fangzheng followed Zhang Jiuling in while the others checked the items outside. How is Chang'an? Zhang Jiuling sat on the chair opposite Wang Fangzheng. There was a tea table between them. He asked anxiously even before the water was given. Replying to Zhang Wang, everything is fine. This time, we have 200,000 yuan in exchange coupons of various denominations. Dongzhu had overdrawn the money for the bicycles in advance. It is not considered an overpayment. It is used to circulate the goods in Guangzhou City. The money belongs to the Li family Zhuangzi. In the process of circulation, it will offset taxes. Wang Fangzheng talked about the money first. In fact, it was fine to overpay. The overpaid coupons could be used to buy things. These things could be used as collateral. As long as the coupons were not misappropriated, even if the other party used the money to buy other things, the coupons would still be valuable. If the imperial court did this, with the addition of the 10% tariff, the excess coupons would be earned back after every 10 transactions. Then, there would be a circulating currency equivalent to the overpaid coupons. In other words, as long as the foreign goods supplier recognized the coupons would not be overpaid. Every time the coupons were printed, they could be used to buy the same thing. If the profits from the goods sold in the Tang dynasty were taken into account, the overpaid coupons would increase in value. This was the advantage of a country's currency becoming an international currency. It was a very unreasonable capital plunder. Li Yi was now using Guangzhou City's shipping department to try it out. If you said he was overpaying, he was overdrawing. However, overdraft was reflected when the currency was issued. When he bought something from someone else, and the other party paid the tariff, the degree of overdraft would change accordingly. The function of the tariff was to turn the overpaid coupons into the standard currency. It needed a circulation process. The higher the tariff, the faster the return of the standard currency, under the condition that the value of the foreign goods did not change. When the ratio of the tax multiplied by the number of overpaid coupons was equal to the overpaid coupons, the credit coupons of the overpaid coupons would become the standard currency. The Tang dynasty's currency was stable, and other countries would bear the losses in the process of this transaction. This was the reason why the currency of the countries on the other side of the world depreciated very little at Li Yi's time. They were international currencies, and they had this innate advantage. In theory, the currency of that country should not depreciate. The reason why it depreciated meant that the domestic consumption demand was greater than the total amount of currency issued. Chapter 934. When our country's production technology is unable to form an absolute advantage over other countries, our country's currency will depreciate if we spend too much in advance. After dawn, Li Longji went to the Li family Zhuangzi. He wanted to discuss the Japanese Empire's trade and currency issues with Li Yi, but Li Yi started talking about currency theory. It was not purely financial. It included production technology and productivity. What he said was the reason why the countries on Earth tried to suppress his country's electronic products and tertiary industry. Electronic products belong to the field of technology. Once they are in operation, the costs will be lower than the actual value. It will have an impact on the country. The tertiary industry is services. Electronic services are apps. Once the scale is large, there will be an outflow of capital. So what is the most direct consequence? The country's currency will depreciate. That's why the crazy president of the country on Earth wants to clean up Li Yi's industry. If he doesn't clean up, the stability of the currency will be broken. Then, the currency will depreciate and lose its international status. The consequences of currency devaluation would lead to a serious problem of currency backflow for international currencies. For example, $M is an international currency. It is worth 1 trillion yuan. It buys a lot of products from other countries, and these products are consumed in the country. After 20 cycles, this 1 trillion yuan is not overpaid. There is no need to depreciate, and the money is earned back. The products that other countries sold to him in the past were all physical objects. Ores, metals, leather, small commodities. The physical objects have value, even if they will be damaged. But one day a country's app is sold. The app is not a physical object, and it will make money crazily. The money earned can be used to buy things in other countries. If it is bought in one go, the domestic goods will be exported. If they want to buy food, so much money will be spent. The domestic food prices will increase, and $M will be inflated. More similar things will happen. $M will continue to depreciate. In terms of high-tech, it will lose its dominance. What will happen? The depreciation will be too great, and the credibility will be reduced. Then more countries will hold $M and use them to buy things in other countries. $M is not a standard currency. It is a credit currency. The overpayment needs to be balanced. Once everyone uses the money to buy things in that country, the prices of things in that country will increase. Inflation will occur, and the people will have to bear this loss. The citizens' hard-earned money was worthless. Their purchasing power fell, and the economic crisis broke out. This was the result of losing the technological lead, and at the same time, the tertiary industry of other countries stealing the value of their currency. Therefore, they had to punish you and force you to sell the app. Otherwise, their currency system would collapse. Money would flow back, resources would be spent, and inflation would occur. That is to say, a country had once used its technological advantage to release an excessive amount of credit currency. When technology was unable to govern, the credit currency would cause great harm to the country itself. Li didn't talk about his past. He just explained the concept to Li Longji in an easy-to-understand way. Li Longji understood. He now wanted to enshrine all the people from the Li family Zhuangzi who had died. You guys are too great. So many of you died. But in the end, you brought Li Yi over to take over Zhuangzi. That was how we got to know Brother Yi. Oh, and Big Brother as well. It was Big Brother who went to the imperial plantation first and found out about the situation. Brother Yi, are you saying that with our technological advantage, we can use technology to make up for the excessive amount of currency? Li Longji couldn't wait to set up a specialized technology research and development organization. Yes, including the difference in technology price and tariffs. If the other party sells us things that don't have any technological content, we will charge them tariffs. If we sell them things with technology, they won't dare to charge us tariffs. If we don't sell them things with high technological content, they won't accept it no matter how much they pay. For example, lathes. The lathes in Zhuangzi are constantly improving. Then the things made with the lathes are also very high-tech. The lathes are definitely not to be sold. The tools made with the lathes are restricted even if others want to buy them. Li Yi admitted that this was the case. His country back then was restricted by all kinds of technology. Not to mention lathes, even derivative products were not allowed. However, his country back then was awesome. If you restrict me, I will fight in that aspect. If you don't let me enter the space station to cooperate, I will launch the space station myself. If you don't give me a 100,000-ton hydraulic press, I will build it myself, and then sell a 200,000-ton hydraulic press. Thank you. Thank you for the adversity you have given us. We are like kites that soar into the sky in the face of adversity. You don't sell the 5-axis linkage to us. Now we also have 3D printing technology. There is a limit to the development of technology. 10 years of development is leaps and bounds. After 10 years, every step will be difficult. Our country will chase after these 10 years, and then stand with you at every step. We will even overtake you at the corners, faster than you, because our foundation was more solid in those 10 years. You can stop us for a while, but can you stop us for a lifetime? As Li thought about it, he revealed a proud expression. The Tang dynasty's technology is limited. You can't catch up in 100 years. And the Japanese Empire can't either. The Japanese Empire is good at learning, but it depends on who the opponent is. Our country is better at learning. The Japanese Empire can bear hardships and brag to other countries, but in front of our country, you are still not good enough. Li Longji didn't know what Brother Yi was thinking, but he suddenly noticed that Brother Yi's state was different. On the surface, he looked more peaceful, but the look in his eyes gave people a feeling that he was about to soar. Brother Yi, Li Longji said carefully. What? Li Yi also lowered his voice. Do you need to strengthen the defense of your mother bed? Li Longji was worried. I built 3 sets, 2 of which are underground. Once they can be improved and upgraded, I will put them underground. Actually, there is no need to do this. I am just being cautious. Others can't break in. Even if a few of them fight to the death to get in, it will be useless. That thing can't be fixed just by looking. Li Yi was never worried about problems with his mother bed. In addition, he has enough theoretical support. After a while, he can produce semiconductors. At most 2 years, maybe 1 year. We don't need to send messages 10 miles away. We have to maintain the logistics. I will take something out, and we can send a telegram. Li Yi revealed something in advance. He had enough technology to send a telegram, and it was hardware. He doesn't need to take detours. He has the technology, and he can send it directly. What is a telegram? Li Longji had seen good lathes. They were not as good as the equipment in Li Yi's hospital, but they were good things that he could build himself. I am writing to you from thousands of miles away. Yes, even if I am writing a letter, you will receive the letter after a few breaths. This is a telegram. Li Yi thought about his words and tried to explain it to Li Longji in a simple way. Chapter 935. There's such a magical thing. Is it easy to make? Li Longji finally understood. It was called a telegraph. If two people were far apart, they could send messages to each other in the blink of an eye. It's not easy. Without the triode, the transmission distance is limited. We need to set up a telegraph receiving station in the middle of the road. Li shook his head gently. Semiconductors were developed to increase the transmission distance of telegraph signals. Otherwise, if they set up a point dozens of kilometers away and received the message from the previous point, they would not need to translate it and send it directly. The transmission would continue until the destination was reached. This speed was actually quite fast. At least, it was faster than riding a horse. The disadvantage was that there were too many relay stations. If one of them had a problem, the message would be inaccurate. How long will it take? Li Longji became anxious again. 1 year if it's fast, 2 or 3 years if it's slow. It's easy to say. The main thing is the electronic components. Otherwise, I can make a simple one for you now. It uses batteries. Li Yi had a simple telegraph mechanism and did not need to amplify the signal. More advanced than surveillance technology? Li Longji remembered the set in the palace and the one in Zhuangzi. Li Yi opened his eyes wide and shook his head vigorously. It's too far away. Even if you give me 10 years, I won't be able to make that set. If his technology had reached the level of making surveillance equipment, he would have made an atomic bomb long ago. How many basic industries would that involve? No, there was no need to make an atomic bomb. The munitions factory would make AK series rifles and remake bullets. There was no need for cannons. A few thousand people with an AK each could destroy a country. Oh, Li Longji was a little disappointed. He really hoped that there would be more of those things, so that he could monitor the entire Chang'an. If the distance could be further, he would just throw it at the Protectorate General. He did not know that what he was thinking of was already used by Li Yi at that time. If he installed surveillance cameras at home, as long as there was a signal, no matter where he was, he would be able to see it on his phone. Right now, the most important thing is to build the relay station. Even if there is a telegraph, it's only for transmitting messages. The relay station is more important for the military and the people's livelihood. Li Yi did not want to bite off more than he could chew. Starting from the basics, the only thing that the Tang dynasty did not need technology was the relay station. It should be completed before autumn. At the same time, the newspapers will be officially published. Speaking of this, Li Longji seemed to be in a good mood. In the Tang dynasty, relay stations were being set up. Other places were a little slower, but the border was about to be set up. At the same time, the best horses were assigned to the courier stations from the border to Chang'an, so that they could send messages using the extreme speed of the horses. Where the horse could not go, the speed of the courier was tested. What the courier needed to do was to run from one point to another. By the time they reached their destination, they would have no strength at all. Hand over the letter and relay it to the relay station. Of course, he couldn't be alone every time. What if he fell on the road, was bitten by a snake, or was taken away by a tiger? Brothery, tell me about the goods that you want to sell to the Japanese Empire. Li Longji knew about the currency and was preparing to trade with the Japanese Empire. The first time he went there, he bartered. Li family Zhuangzi's tea leaves, embroidery, good kitchen knives, short curved plows, soap, rock sugar, chili powder, and dried diced carrots. Li thought for a while and said a few things. Li Longji did not care about other things, but he was interested in plows. Give them good farming tools? For trade, they must be led by people from the Japanese Empire. They must replenish their water at some places before going to Pingcheng, or the capital. Li Yi explained the reason. He believed that the envoys of the various states and countries had already collected the things that the people of the Tang dynasty used. If he did not give them to them, would they not say anything? He could restrict the physical objects, but he could not erase their memories. Since he could not stop them, he might as well be generous. Currently, the capital of the Japanese Empire was in Nara, so they had to go around Kyushu. There were coal mines in Kyushu, and another place with many coal mines was in Hokkaido. There was a place on Kyushu that was specially used to receive envoys from other countries. It was Fukuoka Prefecture, and it was also an important military base. However, trading with Kyushu would not make much money. Pingcheng, or the capital, was the key. The goods could be transported by sea to a place called Osaka by Liyi in the Gyeonggi district. After traveling for dozens of miles, the goods could be transported to the capital of the Japanese Empire. The capital there was like the capital of the Tang dynasty. The people there were relatively rich. What do you want? Li Longji was indifferent. Anyway, since Li Yi said to prepare these goods, he would prepare them. Copper, silver, and ores are also fine. Adjust the price. In addition, I want raw silk, cooked silk, and silk fabrics from the Japanese Empire. Li Yi gave him the things he needed. The current smelting and embroidery technology of the Japanese Empire was still not good enough. Historical records showed that for decades, this was how the trade was done. The Japanese Empire used silk to weave cloth and exchanged it for embroidery from the Tang dynasty. Copper was also given to the Tang dynasty to exchange for copper coins from the Tang dynasty, Kaiyuan Tongbao. Silver was even more so. If the technology was not good enough, they would be at a disadvantage in trade. At the thought that the Japanese Empire was willing to exchange for Kaiyuan Tongbao, Li Yi added, "Bring Zhuangzi's exchange coupons over. The coupons are also very exquisite." They won't accept it, right? Li Longji felt that if other countries gave him paper money, he would not accept it. Give it to them for free. When the next batch of goods is sent over, allow them to use the coupons to buy things. Li Yi thought of a good idea. When the coupons were sent over, the people of the Japanese Empire would be curious about them and write the amount of money on them. The key was that the paper money was beautiful and could not be copied. If they knew that they could use it to buy goods from the Tang dynasty next time, would they try to trade it themselves? Even if they did not trade, the paper money would not be thrown away. The next time they went to the Tang dynasty, they would allow people with paper money to buy things. The credibility of the paper money would be guaranteed. They would even bring some merchants and goods from the Japanese Empire to the Tang dynasty and let them see the use of the exchange coupons in the Tang dynasty. Li Longji took this matter seriously. He learned how to use money to bully people. This is a good idea. Li Longji got what he wanted and left happily. 2 days later, Li Longji officially received the envoys from the Japanese Empire. The Japanese Empire was not a vassal state of the Tang dynasty, so the letter of credence was equal. The envoys gave something, and Li Longji gave something in return and rewarded the envoys. The banquet continued. Everyone ate and drank. Li Longji asked some questions about the Japanese Empire. After the banquet, the envoys from the Japanese Empire returned to the Four Quarters Embassy happily. The Tang dynasty was not bad, and the emperor of the Tang dynasty was also friendly. Then it was time to move on to the next step. They found the person in charge and asked to write a letter to the prime minister. They were anxious and wanted to confirm some technology as soon as possible. They did not count on gunpowder. It was used for war, and the formula could not be given to their own country. They should be able to print it, right? They said they were going back to print books and Buddhist scriptures from the Tang dynasty. They did not know if they could give the hot air balloon. What reason could they give? Could they fly from Japan to the Tang dynasty? Could they pass the message quickly? Also, it was best to send someone to teach them medical books. Reading books was not as good as having someone teach them. Then, they asked Li Yi if he was willing to be the Japanese envoy of the Tang dynasty to Japan for an exchange. When they passed by Hunan, they were planting a new kind of rice. It was said that it had a short maturity period. Could they bring a ship of seeds back? With these thoughts in mind, Abita Nakamaro wrote a letter to Song Jing and asked an official to deliver it. Song Jing saw the letter and shook his head helplessly. Dream on. Li Yi will not agree. Chapter 936. Song Jing said that if Li Yi didn't agree, the technology of printing newspapers could be passed on. He believed that many people in the imperial court would also think that the seeds should be brought back to the Japanese Empire. This was the case in the past. For example, many of the crops of the Tang dynasty didn't exist before and were brought back from the western regions by the previous dynasty. The grapes were sent over decades ago and were then planted in the Tang dynasty. The price of grape wine was very high. When it came to Li Yi seemed to think that everything was a treasure and couldn't be given to others. If Xiaoyi doesn't agree, what can others do? The ink is in his hands, and the imperial court can only get the printed books from the Li family Zhuangzi. Bai Go explained who had researched this thing, and who had helped to find the seeds. If Xiaoyi didn't want more people to eat carrots, he wouldn't take out the seeds for others to plant. He didn't give the chili, and used it to make money. The seeds didn't belong to him. The Japanese Empire lacked the ability to mix other things in the seeds, and it was difficult to detect it in a short period of time. Sui supported Li Yi on this point. If we give them the printed materials, what if the other party researched the exchange coupons and printed fake money? The Tang dynasty won't be able to bear it. Tell them that the hot air balloon is too dangerous, and will lose your life if you fall from the sky. It's not suitable to give it to others. Some of the seeds may be able to reduce the Japanese Empire's food production. In order to protect the Japanese Empire's food, they can't be taken out. Let them think of their own medical books. If the imperial court doesn't have enough medical books, they can buy them themselves. As for medical skills, they can attend the lectures together if they want to exchange knowledge. It's not good to refuse. Song Jing thought of a few reasons that weren't reasonable. He believed that the Japanese Empire would understand. If the Japanese Empire still wanted the seeds, they could find a way to send them to the beach. The coastline was so long that it couldn't stop them. I'll write a letter to Xiaoyi. Bai Gu wanted to ask. Li Yi had the most say in this matter. When Li Yi received the letter, he was making a spring-loaded toy gun. It could be used to hit soybeans or small stones. Big brother, if we sell it to the children of wealthy families, the sales should be good, right? Li Yi assembled a pistol made of bamboo. It was not painted yet, and looked very beautiful. It was a single shotgun. Every time he pulled the trigger, he would fire a shot. You can also use springs to make continuous shots, but the range is very short. It's not fun. Li Qingqi tried it a few times. In the summer, children use pumps to fight in the water. The trade union received a lot of orders, and some businessmen saw a business opportunity in it. He went on to say something else which proved that children like to play. The spring force of this gun is not strong. If you want to hit a stone, tell the child not to aim it at people. I'm afraid it will hit his eyes. Li Yi actually didn't think that a child would be hurt by such a gun. The children also threw stones and made small bows and arrows. Of course, the children understood that they could not shoot at people. Bai Gu wants you to make a list of what you can't teach to the Japanese Empire, and what you can't bring out. Li Qingqi read the letter together and asked. Li Yi frowned. He was more conflicted. The Tang dynasty's maritime blockade was not good. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, he still had ships to smuggle and smuggle at sea. The coastline was long, and there were too many places to manage. In addition, fishermen would fish near the coast. The small fishing boats had no serial number, no positioning system, and no radar in the Tang dynasty. Don't worry about the medicinal materials. If the Japanese Empire wants to transport, they can collect them themselves. The more we restrict them, the better they will think things are. Li Yi gave up on stopping them. He opened the door, and let the Japanese Empire operate it themselves. Li Qingqi also thought of this. That's the only way. If the Tang dynasty has good things, others will covet them. He believed that the Japanese Empire would learn from railroads, ships, and sleds. Brother Yi, are there many rivers in the Japanese Empire? Li Qingqi thought of ships, and asked about the water system of the Japanese Empire. Li Yi nodded. There are many small rivers. Many of them are short, and the current is rapid. Because there are many mountains, ships are actually very suitable for traveling on them. Going against the current is feasible. Will they build many ships? Li Qingqi was reluctant. No, they are poor, have many slaves, and have many forces. There will be chaos in the future. Li Yi shook his head again. He did not think that the current Japanese Empire had a lot of money to build ships. Why did they have to transport on the river? The current situation of the Japanese Empire is similar to that of some remote places in the Tang dynasty. Pingxing is similar to Yangzhou and Izhou. It is not comparable to the Kyoto prefecture. Li Yi talked about the current situation of the Japanese Empire. Compared to the Tang dynasty, It was inferior in all aspects and had a small population. The population density was higher than that of the Tang dynasty. Many places in the Tang dynasty were uninhabited. The Japanese Empire's Hokkaido was less populated. It was cold and snowy in winter. Who would want to stay there? Li Qingqi put down the spring gun. Pitiful. Pitiful? As long as they have the chance, they will think of ways to fight others. They have a strong sense of nationality. Although the envoys and exchange students here are polite, they are actually proud. Li Yi was not in the mood to pity others. Many people in the Tang dynasty did not have enough food to eat and clothes to cover their bodies. They had to fight wild animals all day and guard against mosquitoes and poisonous snakes. It was so cold in winter. There was no fire or quilt. They used grass to cover the ground. This was pitiful. In the Tang dynasty, only the people in the Kyoto prefecture had a good life. Once they develop, they will fight the Tang dynasty. Didn't they fight before? They lost. The Japanese Empire has always coveted Silla. The Tang dynasty helped Silla defeat the Japanese Empire. Silla unified the whole area. Countries with close ties to the Tang dynasty, including the Bohai Kingdom, will be tempted once the Tang dynasty is weak. Li Yi's understanding of this world was that the weak were prey to the strong. If you did not fight others, others would fight you. There had never been an exception, including him. If he did not have enough military strength, he would have been beaten long ago. Countries with no ability had to bow to others. Those who did not bow to others had to ensure their fighting strength. When will the world be peaceful? Li Qingqi said with a compassionate look. Li looked at him in surprise. Big brother, occupying the world, and then fighting is a civil war. Li Yi did not think that the Tang dynasty could exist forever. Once the world was occupied, the people of the Tang dynasty would colonize the world. At a certain time, when something happened in the imperial court, each country would guarantee independence. However, that was a matter for the future. It had nothing to do with the present. Even so, the Chinese civilization was still passed down in each country. Pearl cultivation is in progress. Pepper cultivation in Cheongzhou and Liezhou has begun. The navy is rushing to build, so we use both oars and sails. Li Qingqi changed the topic. He was here to talk about this. He wanted to ask Li Yi what else he needed to pay attention to, especially the navy, which was going to sail long distances. The use of oars was to deal with the windless sea, and also to deal with strong winds. In strong winds, the sails must be lowered. If it was still dangerous, the masts must be cut. Li Yi listened and felt confident. The Tang dynasty's shipbuilding technology was good. The bottom of the ship was not flat. Flat-bottomed ships were suitable for navigation in internal rivers. The waves on the sea were strong. Once a strong wind blew, the flat-bottomed ship would capsize. For example, when the Yuan dynasty fought the Japanese Empire, the flat-bottomed ship would be overturned every time. Every time, it was so coincidental that they would encounter a hurricane. If it were a large ship, even if there was a hurricane, the damage would not be too heavy. Chapter 937. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of March in the lunar calendar, and the middle of May in the solar calendar. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. The boys of the capital government wore half-sleeved shirts, big pants, and small sandals woven from grass. The children of the rich wore small leather shoes and held spring pistols, looking for enemies to attack. A spring pistol cost 2 pieces. The most expensive thing was the spring. The others were worthless. If the pistols broke, they could be replaced for free. It's time to eat. Come and wash your hands. A school teacher called the children. The children ran to the washing place to soak their faces, wash their faces, and wait for the meal. From next month onwards, you don't have to pay. His Majesty will buy food for everyone. Go back and tell your family that His Majesty cares about every person of the Tang dynasty. The teacher took out the food. There were plates made of bamboo and small soup bowls with thick bamboo tubes. Today's food was more than twice as good as yesterday's. There were large pieces of fish and sweet. The children liked to eat sweet things now. The fish were caught from the water net. Li Longji sent people to catch them. If the people could catch them, why couldn't he? The fresh fish caught in the morning were made into different dishes. Li Longji was rich. Li Yi pointed out a place with gold and found a new big gold sand mine. The other iron mines and coal mines, given by Li Yi, also began to operate. The iron produced was used to make farm tools, kitchen knives, sickles, spears, and arrows for the people. The people needed weapons to fight wild animals. The price was low, so it was still profitable. A part of the profit belonged to Li Longji. The children who sold newspapers in the morning went to school after selling newspapers. Only the children who shined shoes were still shining shoes. They couldn't go to school. They worked to support the family. Eat little pimple. Today's meal. A handcart stopped in front of a shoeshine child. The person who pushed the cart called out and took out a plate. Got it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Uncle Rong. The little pimple quickly washed his hands in the wooden basin next to him. Then he saw braised fish. Uncle Song, there's braised fish today. The little pimple grinned. He liked to eat braised food. And it would be even better if it was braised meat. Unfortunately, he had only eaten it a few times. His Majesty sent people to fish in the river early in the morning. He said that starting from the day after tomorrow, on the first day of the 4th month, there will be large pieces of meat every day. Here's an oily salted duck egg. It's provided by the Li family Zhuangzi. It's not very salty. The person pushing the cart mentioned that it was not all given by His Majesty, but also by Li Dongzhu. He waited for the little pimple to scoop out the food for himself, then pushed the cart to the next place. And while he was at it, he yelled out his wares. If passers-by wanted to eat it, they would pay for it. He would scoop it for them, but they would need to pay a deposit of $2. They asked passers-by to deliver the tray to any shoeshine child, and the child would give them $2. I believe that in a few years, the entire Tang dynasty will be like this, the Tubo envoy Boxy said to Isimba. Recently, they had stopped and seized the time to write medical books. As for medical skills, no one taught them. They also collected carrot seeds and sent them back to Tubo for planting. They also sent the daily newspapers back. This was the only thing they could do. The Tang dynasty changes almost every day. If Li Yi doesn't die, in a few years, with the development of the capital office, it will be difficult for Tubo to live. Isimba felt uncomfortable. He watched as the capital office implemented various measures. The people were busy with work with smiles on their faces. The officials of the capital office were diligent and honest. The root cause was one person. That person pushed the Tang dynasty forward. The people of the Japanese Empire are coming. Think of a way to make the Japanese Empire deal with Li Yi. Boxy knew that he couldn't do it. Li Yi didn't fall for the trick. He hid in his shell all day long like a turtle. Could he kill with a borrowed knife? Sao Discord. What good ideas do you have? Isimba was interested. Tell the people of the Japanese Empire that Li Yi wants the Tang dynasty to fight the Japanese Empire. Li Yi is making powerful weapons. Boxy told him his idea. There was no need to say it out loud. It was enough to hint. Other envoys couldn't enter the Li family Zhuangzi, but what about the Japanese Empire? The Japanese Empire wanted to enter and communicate. Would Li Yi meet them for the sake of the Tang dynasty? Could the envoys of the Japanese Empire search Li Yi when they see him? He would send a few people to hide, and Boxy was determined to die. He knew that if the Tang dynasty continued to develop, Tubo would have no way to survive. Even the Hukou waterfall couldn't stop Li Yi's will. On the track, the ship carried the goods and went against the flow of the Yellow River. Tubo was at the other end of the Yellow River. If there was a big war, the Tang dynasty would transport soldiers and baggage from the Yellow River, the Yangtze River, and the land. Isimba thought for a moment and said, "It's best to ask the people of the Japanese Empire to call Li Yi out. For example, hold a bonfire party and watch the Japanese Empire sing and dance." Okay, let's give it a try. Boxy looked to the east. The Li family Zhuangzi was there. He wished he could grow wings and fly over there to die with Li Yi. According to the historical records of the Central Plains, if a country wanted to hide its strength and bide its time, it would take many years to see results. Then it would defeat other countries in one fell swoop. This was the case for the spring and autumn period, and the warring states period. If the Tang dynasty had Li Yi, how many years would it take? Li Yi madly threw out things that would benefit the people. It couldn't be seen anywhere else. In any case, the wealth of the people in the capital would double in a few months. Who would have thought that feeding chickens with maggots and bone powder would make them lay more eggs? There were also the bean worms that everyone was afraid of. They were pests that hurt soybeans and grapes. However, Li Yi told everyone that they could eat these things, and even taught them how to raise them. The people listened to him. If he said they could eat these things, they would eat them. Using the loss of some soybeans in exchange for a large number of worms, he said that eating worms was better than eating meat. Simba gritted his teeth and said, "As long as he comes out, we'll drag him with us even if we have to. He won't be able to escape even if he has wings." As soon as he finished speaking, a person not far away suddenly pointed to the sky and said, "Look, a large group of hot air balloons flying so high." Alerted by the shouting of passers-by, more people looked up. Hot air balloons floated over in the sky one after another. Everyone was curious. It had been a long time since a large number of hot air balloons appeared together. What were they doing this time? Something fell out. Is it parachuting? Winged knights parachuting? No, it's not a parachute. That thing is flying. There are people below. It looks like a kite. Kites can carry people. The onlookers suddenly started discussing. They watched as triangular hang gliders jumped from the hot air balloons and glided. Wings. Boiju looked at Simba. You said it was impossible to escape even if you had wings. Look, they're flying with kites. Kites can carry people. Simba didn't think that kites could do this. But in fact, there were people below the kites in the sky. A gust of wind blew past. Some kites rose in altitude, some turned in other directions, and some continued to move forward slowly. In the sky above Chang'an, many kites flew back and forth. The people were dumbfounded. Some wanted to look for the kite string. Was there someone on the ground pulling the string? Chapter 938. Everyone in Chang'an City saw it. Even the people in their houses were asked to come out and watch. The big kite carried people around. When there was wind, the kite could fly higher. When there was no wind, the kite would fly further away and lower. The envoys from various countries, including the people from the Japanese Empire, also looked up. There was a person under the kite. The kite was big, but it didn't feel very big. Some kites were bigger than this one, but no one said that it could carry people. Bai Gu and a group of people stood outside the political affairs hall. Each of them was holding a telescope. Xiaoyi finally trained a group of people. He trained on Mount Taibai. Why is he showing it now? Bai Gu had seen Li Yi's performance. He said that he would rather die than try it. Sui stared at the glider with the best control. Is this for the Japanese Empire? Impossible. Why would Li Yi perform for the Japanese Empire? He is trying to intimidate all the foreign envoys. Song Jing had some understanding of Li Yi. At the entrance of Wentian Orchid Pavilion, Li Yi and Princess Yongmu were watching. Good. Fly. The people of the Imperial Governor's office will feel more honored. Li Yi was watching Guizi operate the glider. Not everyone could lift their heads when facing wind. Some could only slide down. Guizi was different. Sports were not difficult for him. In Li Yi's opinion, Guizi was also an expert when it came to flying with bat wings. There was even a super big jump bed on the ground. Guizi could jump down from a high altitude and land in the middle of the jump bed by adjusting his body posture without opening his parachute. Someone overseas had done this before, and it was successful. The jump bed was different from other games. It could withstand a lot of weight. At the same time, it would gradually absorb the weight as the weight fell. At this moment, Guizi could pull the glider up and continue to hover if the wind was a little stronger. Princess Yongmu looked at them one by one. Li Lang, can you use this method to make the new people feel at ease? Of course, the main thing is public security. There are many new citizens, and there are many vicious people who use their martial arts to bully others. Let them see how powerful the capital government's army was, and they would become obedient. The kind-hearted commoners would no longer be afraid. If anyone dares to bully others, if the people have the guts to report them, they will be arrested and sent to the mines. Li Yi was certain that the stronger the army, the more assured the people would be. He showed it to the commoners who had just come to the capital office to live and work. Otherwise, some commoners wouldn't dare to make a sound when they were bullied. He was afraid of revenge, but he also felt that the person who bullied him was very powerful. Princess Yongmu's lips curled into a smile. That's good. We'll write about it in the newspaper tomorrow, and tell the people to report it. Yes, we can't let the bullies hide. Li Yi admitted that Princess Yongmu had guessed correctly. What he wanted to do was to tell the people in the newspapers that as long as they caught the bullies, they would be sent away and never come back. Including the family members of the bullies, they would all be sent away. That was why protection was the most hateful thing, especially the protection from the upper echelons. When the commoners met the gangsters, they called the police. The police didn't care, and the gangsters came to beat them up again. The commoners were not happy and continued to report to the city. In the end, the city was also a protection, and the commoners were beaten up again. The commoners were still not happy and reported to the province. The province was still a protection, and the commoners were beaten up. The commoners gritted their teeth and wanted to go to the capital to petition. When they finally got to the capital, there were actually people in the capital who helped the local government catch the petitioners. The commoners became mentally ill. This was the most terrifying thing. The other commoners who didn't dare to report looked at this pitiful person and felt helpless. Didn't the emperor and the officials know about this? Did they think they were fools? Then why didn't they do anything? Haha, Li Yi couldn't do anything in the past, but now he could. The newspaper said that the commoners didn't need to go to the yamen and could directly go to the Li family Zhuangzi. It was very easy, and they didn't need to report to the higher-ups. They were afraid of meeting some protection. With Li Yi personally making a move, who would be able to suppress this matter? Others didn't know Li Yi's motive, but Song Jing thought that it was for all the envoys to see. Why would Envoy Li Yi care? What was there to scare? A group of hang gliders flew in the sky, and the wind became weaker. They each looked for a place to land, and they were all outside the city. The Tubo and Turkic envoys' hearts turned cold. Hot air balloons were not enough, and now paratroopers had appeared. Paratroopers could jump from hot air balloons and float far away. In the end, paratroopers were not the most powerful. They used kites and could fly freely in the sky. How far could they fly? Quick, go back and write a letter. Boxy couldn't be bothered to wait and watch. He pulled Isimba back with him, and the other Tubo envoys followed behind. The Turkic envoys had the same reaction. Something big had happened, and the sky was about to fall. The Tang dynasty had a new type of soldier that could jump from hot air balloons and fly. There was a large group of them. Who on the battlefield would be willing to face an enemy army that suddenly appeared out of nowhere? When he returned to his place, Boxy looked for a pen and paper. Hot air balloons need to fly with the wind. They can't fly against the wind. In the past, I wrote to tell our people to be on guard against the wind. Now this kite is the most powerful when it flies against the wind. It can fly higher and further, and can even control its direction. In addition to paratroopers, the Tang dynasty has all types of soldiers that can be used with the wind. Air attack. Boxy actually understood a new term, air attack. Of course, he still didn't know how to control the air. Isimba frowned. If we can't get the binoculars, can we attack a general with binoculars and snatch it? He knew about the existence of binoculars and was far away. He could find the other party first and set up in advance. In addition, the Tang dynasty's military shovels could be used. When the infantrymen met the Tubo cavalry and saw them with binoculars, not only would they have assembled and organized their troops, but they might even have dug a bunch of horse traps. The horse traps didn't need to be big. They just needed to be densely packed and dig holes bigger than the horses' hooves. The horses couldn't even walk, let alone charge. They would be crippled if they entered. Another Tubo man said, "We can also make a big kite. We've already seen the shape. When we try it, we should be able to find the key if a few people die." Yes, draw it out and let them do it. Boxy agreed. He really thought that a kite could be turned into a triangular hang glider. The angle, fabric, support, and technique of the hang glider were all carefully calculated. If the kite was big and sturdy enough, with a rope attached to the bottom, it could indeed allow people to fly and slowly learn how to control it. As long as they weren't afraid of death, they should be able to find something by sacrificing a few hundred warriors. The Tujua side thought of the same thing. They drew it out and wrote a letter back to let their own people try it. The other envoys silently returned and wrote a letter. They didn't want their own people to try it. God knows how many of them would fall to their deaths. The key was that there were no hot air balloons. They could only jump from high mountains. What would they do when there were no mountains? The Japanese Empire's envoys had an idea. Could the Tang dynasty give them this? Japan needs it. The wind by the sea is strong. According to the kite just now, it could spin as long as there was wind. Chapter 939. The winged knights are really flying. They're spinning in the sky like a bird. I'll make a big kite later, and see if it can fly. Do you think you're Li Dongzhu? How can a kite be the same as a kite? Li Dongzhu's kite doesn't use string. Did Li Dongzhu make it? I guarantee it's him. Only Li Dongzhu is willing to try new things. Bring a big firework up there, light it and throw it at the enemy. It's windy in the sky. It's not easy to light it. Li Dongzhu knows how to light a hot air balloon. The people inside and outside of Chang and expressed their opinions on this matter. They were all very excited. The winged knights were powerful, so they felt safe. If their own army could fly, then they would ask the enemy if they were afraid. The people were the most easily satisfied. They found a sense of honor when they saw something that could fly in the sky. They walked more briskly than before and worked more energetically. Not only the ordinary people, but the ministers who saw the hang gliders for the first time were also excited. They knew that Li Yi could fly. There was only one of them, and the army couldn't equip it. At present, there were dozens of winged knights flying together. In the future, there would be hundreds and thousands of them flying together. I'm very relieved, Li Longji said to the ministers who came to salute him when they saw him. Your Majesty, there's no need to deploy a large number of armed troops. The enemy knows that the Tang dynasty has this kind of troop, and will be at a loss. Song Jing congratulated him. He was no longer conservative. In history, he was always worried that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty would start a war and make it difficult for him as the prime minister. Now he didn't care. Just fight. He had money and good weapons to support him. His words were agreed by everyone. Yes, there was no need to deploy. It was enough for the enemy to know. It was like Li Yi's army. They didn't have an air force. Knowing that the enemy had an air force, they had to be careful. It was best to walk in the woods, wear camouflage, and hide as soon as they heard the sound of the enemy's aircraft. As for Tubo and the Turks, the envoy saw the hang gliders and sent a letter back. If Tubo sends troops again, what will happen to baggage? When the team was running fast and the horses were tired, wouldn't they be afraid that divine soldiers would suddenly descend from the sky when they were resting? If the army in the city went out to attack the cities of the Tang dynasty, and the army of the Tang dynasty flew into the city and seized the city, would the troops that went out still be able to come back? Your Majesty, are there any explosives on board? The assistant minister of the Ministry of War knew that there were skyscraping monkeys, explosives, and grenades on the front line. He wanted to know how many things he could carry while flying. In his opinion, one bag of explosives was enough. Li Longji nodded. It's a triangular glider that's bigger. It can carry 2 people. Once he said this, the ministers knew that those who were older could bring 2 people, and not one other person. They could bring several packs of explosives. Sui said, in future wars we should compete for air supremacy. Whoever controls the sky will have the advantage first. He was now the Minister of War. In reality, he had no control over the deployment of troops. He didn't know anything about it. In the past, Yao Chong didn't know anything about it either. He just cooperated with the soldiers at the front line and analyzed the strategy. The generals outside were always the generals outside and didn't listen to the emperor's orders. The generals of the Tang dynasty were so awesome. When they saw an opportunity, they didn't care what the imperial court thought. They just wanted to send a report to the emperor. At critical moments, the military governors and regional commanders never waited for the imperial court to reply. They would talk about it after the battle, and if they won, the imperial court would reward them. If they lost, the generals would be captured. Even if they were released, the imperial court would behead them and humiliate the country. Therefore, the generals of the Tang dynasty in the early stage of the Kaiyuan era were rarely captured alive. They all risked their lives and would rather die on the battlefield. If they died in battle, their families would be treated well by the imperial court. If they were captured, their families wouldn't be able to raise their heads. The Japanese Empire in the future learned the spirit of the Tang dynasty. It was rare to get flags in battle, let alone capture generals alive. Your Majesty, please announce that we want to send flying troops to the Tubo and Turkic borders. The minister of the Ministry of War came out. He wanted to scare the enemy. After announcing that they had sent out the flying troops, the Turkic and Tubo would have a headache when they heard the news. What should they do? Okay. Li Longji agreed and said, Li family Zhuangzi, write about it in the newspaper. Your Majesty, I want to eat hot pot for lunch. Bai Gu suddenly said, Eat, I will give you a double hot pot. Li Longji was generous. He waved his hand and treated them to a meal. The weather is hot. We had water rice and noodles with soy sauce at noon today. We can't eat hot pot on such a hot day. That would be stupid. Outside Wentian Orchid Pavilion, Li Yi said to the others. They had prepared well today. There were enough tables and chairs. Then they would eat water rice. There was rice and sorghum rice in the pot next to them. There was also boiling water and noodles. The noodles were all belt noodles. The noodles with soy sauce were all belt noodles. It was refreshing and flat. The dishes were cucumbers with garlic paste, garlic eggplant, cowpeas, pickled vegetables, salted beans, green onions and soy sauce, basil leaves, spicy cabbage with pear shreds, century eggs and tofu. The meat was sauce beef, pork tendons without any smell, chicken with saliva, fish jelly, mixed pig ears, spicy duck. There was a big pile of food, but none of them were hot. There were even iced fruit juices and soft drinks at the side. Li made himself a glass of iced wine and ate it like this for lunch. Not only did he eat it himself, but he also sold it to others. According to him, the profits from the dishes sold today were enough to cover the cost of their meals. Princess Yongmu was happy. She felt that it was very interesting. He ate it himself and sold it to others. This was the first time she saw someone eat like this. Hey, I'm coming, ha ha. A child's voice could be heard. His pronunciation was not very accurate. Li did not need to look to know who it was from the voice. He smiled and went over to carry the child. You didn't eat at home? Empress Wang followed behind him. We all ate hot pot. The fire is very strong. I brought him to you. Did you eat eggs in the morning? Li asked the child. One boiled. The child gave the answer. Can you eat half at noon? Li still wanted the child to eat more eggs. Duck oil. The child agreed, but he had a request. He wanted to eat oily salted duck eggs. I'll give you 2 salted duck eggs. The clear ones are still a bit salty for you. Li decided. Princess Yongmu took 2 salted duck eggs, peeled them, dug out the yolks, and put them on the plate. Thank you, sister. The child's saliva flowed down the corner of his mouth. He rubbed it with the handkerchief in front of his chest. It would be considered pretty good if only one child of the same age could do such a thing. Empress Wang did not care anymore. After washing her hands, she sat down and hesitated whether to eat rice or cold noodles. Then she chose to eat cold noodles. Cold noodles made of buckwheat and cold noodle soup with ice stubble. Other things like shredded cucumber were not put on the table. There was a pile of dishes on the table. Today, everyone saw the winged knights fly with gliders. The Tubo and Turkic envoys of the foreign countries did not look good. Empress Wang drank a big mouthful of cold noodle soup and felt comfortable. She told Li Yi about the situation at Honglu Temple. Li Yi used his chopsticks to pick up the salted duck egg yolks. He picked up a little and put it into the child's mouth. The child showed an expression of absolute satisfaction. The winged knight's performance was not targeted at them. They thought too much. The number of foreigners in the capital has increased. Some people are local tyrants, and think that they can solve all problems with their fists. Li said as he scattered the 2 egg yolks and poured them on the boiled rice. The child struggled to sit by himself and used a spoon to eat the rice and egg yolks. Brothers and sisters cast a monthly vote. The farmer bowed. Chapter 940. A stall was set up outside Wen Tianlanxiang Pavilion. People who felt that the weather was hot saw the cool food and could not walk anymore. They asked about the price and paid for it. They found a seat and sat down. Those with more money chose meat dishes. Those with less money directly ordered a bowl of noodles with garlic and slowly tasted it. More people were willing to buy the cold noodles with ice stubble. Those without spicy cabbage and with only shredded cucumber and half an egg were 5 yuan. Those with spicy cabbage were 10 yuan. Those who ate felt that they had made a profit. There was ice stubble in the cold noodle soup. They drank it in one mouthful and felt cold. While everyone was eating, a 7 or 8-year-old child walked over with a 4 or 5-year-old child. The 2 children each held a lotus leaf in their hands. There was food on the lotus leaf. Good Samaritan, please do a good deed and give us food to eat. The younger child said to Princess Yongmu. Li looked at the food on the 2 lotus leaves. There were fried sandwiches, stuffed pan-fried buns, and 2 braised chicken feet. The other older child had more or less the same thing on the lotus leaf. There was also an extra braised egg. The 2 children wore shabby hemp clothes and were barefoot. The older child's face was dirty, but the younger child looked cleaner. The 2 of you are not enough? Princess Yongmu also noticed the situation. The 2 children could not finish the food on the lotus leaf. The older child shook his head and did not speak. The younger child spoke again. Can you give us 2 yuan in exchange coupons? Do you want money or not? Li noticed the situation and asked the child. The 2 children lowered their heads together, as if unwilling to answer this question. You 2 stay. In the future, eat well and change your clothes, Li said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man ran out from the crowd. He looked to be 9 meters tall and had a full beard. No need, no need. The children in my family have food, but they insist on working. Who would have thought that they are asking for money? Embarrassing. I will take them away. As he spoke, he reached out to grab the 2 children. Just as he reached out, a hand grabbed his wrist. He struggled twice but could not break free. What is the meaning of this? I will take the children in my family back. The burly man was anxious, looking at the person who was half a head shorter than him. He did not understand why the other party was so strong. Li tilted his head and looked at the man. Is he your child? I'm the child's uncle, aren't I? The big man replied to Li, and then stared at the 2 children. The 2 children averted their eyes. The man shouted again. Your mother is sick. Didn't you say that you would listen to your uncle? Do you still want to treat your mother? Hearing his words, the 2 children finally nodded gently. The big man then said to Li, look, a family. Do you take me for a fool? Li was so angry that he laughed. Come, you 2, tell me what happened. I'll make the decision for you. You have a sick mother, right? The 2 children looked at him together. The big man's face darkened. Don't meddle in things you shouldn't meddle in. Is the shop behind yours? If you fall into the water, you'll die. Clang, 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 clang. Ouch. Don't. My bones are broken. Don't pinch them. The big man shouted and used his other hand to grab the winged knight's hand that was grabbing his wrist, trying to pry it away. Ha ha ha, well done. There are people in Chong, and who stand with sticks. Good job. Let's see what you can do. Li stood up and pulled the 2 children closer to him, 1 in each hand. Good job. The little girl turned her head sideways and repeated to the big man. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Take him to a place where no one is around and treat him well. Li's smile did not change. The winged knights grabbed the big man's hand and twisted it. The big man screamed and bent over. The other winged knights grabbed the other arm of the big man and also pulled him back. The big man was restrained. The person who bought the food was surprised. The 2 people who were shorter than the big man were stronger than him, and didn't look as meaty as the big man. Li asked the two children to sit down and put the lotus leaf on the table. Tell me what happened. I know a high-ranking official in the government. He's the county magistrate. Last year my father died. My mother brought me and my brother here. When we were about to reach the place, my mother fell sick. That person asked us to beg for something. The older child finally spoke. Once he spoke, he was a girl. The other children also said that the big man was overbearing. The others didn't dare to say anything. They only gave their mother the things they asked for. When they asked for more, they would find someone to treat her. How could he do that? He's bullying us. Why didn't she go to Grieffield Square when she was sick? That person threatened them. They didn't dare to say anything and no one cared. Poor children. They still have to suffer when they reach Chang'an. Child, where is your mother? Let's carry her to Grieffield Square. You don't have to pay for treatment. When the surrounding diners heard this, they were filled with righteous indignation. When they criticized the big man, they showed a look of pity. When they were almost done, Li coughed and everyone quieted down. Where is your mother now? Li's voice was gentle. In the south, behind the official's house. The girl pointed to the south of the city. The bad guy has an accomplice? Li asked again. Yes. The two children nodded. The girl added, they don't let us meet the people from the government office. So they built a shack there. Send a few more men. If we catch them, we'll get to mine for free again. Li didn't look angry. He squinted his eyes. Yes, we'll send 30 men. A winged knight took the order. He turned around and pointed at the people he pointed at. Whoever he pointed at stood up. Including him, 30 men ran and set off. Send another man to the county magistrate of Wanyan County to settle those people down. Also, tell him that I'm angry because the government office didn't take the initiative to help. Li ordered again. A man from Zhuangzi village ran away. When Tian, bring the two children to wash up and change their clothes. Li didn't want to bathe the girls. The boys were small and it was fine. I'll go too. Xiaolon stood up and pulled the children into Wen Tian Lanxiang Pavilion. Why didn't those people report to the government office? Empress Wang was very puzzled. If they were bullied, they would meet someone and ask for help. They just arrived and are not familiar with the capital office. I think they didn't pass by any villages on the way. Many people were restrained. The big man and his men went to ask for things. Li knew the reason. The people who were threatened didn't understand the situation. If no one helped them after they asked for help, they would suffer a lot. For those people, they only had one chance to ask for help. They only dared to take risks when they were confident. The big man and his men cut off their contact with the outside world. Perhaps they felt that the two children were easy to control, so they followed a man to hide in the dark. The child did not know that there was an official in the East City. Otherwise, he would have gone straight to the official. It was also possible that the officials at the child's side didn't care about the situation at all. Even if they knew that there were officials, they wouldn't make a sound. Fortunately, they had come here to ask for money. If they had come any later, their mother might have died of illness. What about those people? Empress Wang was referring to Big Han's group. Those who are afraid to drink to steal money are also afraid to drink to be considered as thieves. Although there is no need to fear them, the rich man is afraid and follows suit, which is the same. If one were to judge by the standard of robbers, it would be 2 years for those who are not rich, 3 years for those who are 1 foot for those who are poor, 2 horses plus 1, 10 horses plus 1. Those who are guilty of wounding others are hanged. Those who kill others are beheaded. The one who holds the weapon, although he doesn't get the money, he will flee 3,000 li. If there are 5 horses, he will be hanged. If he injures others, he will be beheaded. Li recited the law of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 941. Empress Wang nodded. It was definitely not bad. It meant that for money, they would threaten others, adding another level to the crime of being a thief. As for the crime of being a thief, if they did not get anything, they would be sentenced to 2 years. If they got a foot of cloth or something of similar value, they would be sentenced to 3 years. If they got 2 bolts of cloth, they would be sentenced to 10 bolts of cloth. If they hurt someone, they would be hanged. If they killed someone, they would be beheaded. If they did not succeed in threatening someone with a stick, they would be exiled 3,000 miles away. If they got 5 bolts of cloth, they would be hanged. If they hurt someone, they would be beheaded. If so many people were threatened, their crimes would be increased. If they did not have a stick, they would be sentenced the same as if they had one. If they had a stick and got some money, they would be hanged. If they got 5 bolts of cloth, they would be beheaded. Li continued. Everyone is a robber. If they do not agree, they are robbers. If they are below 10 years old, although they agree, they are still robbers. Hanged. This was even more serious. If they robbed someone or sold someone, they would be hanged. How to define robbing? If the other party did not agree, they would be punished. If the child below 10 years old agreed, they would be punished according to robbing. Those 2 children were not even 10 years old, and were sentenced to death. The Tang dynasty's child abduction was a crime. They did not even need to be sold. If there were partners, they would also bear the responsibility if they cheated. However, it was clear that none of the burly man's group could escape the death penalty. However, Li did not want to kill them. He needed people to mine. If he killed them, where would he find free labor? He did not need to give them anything delicious. Black bread was enough. He also gave them some wild vegetables made with the worst salt. There was no need to wash the vegetables. They would dig every day. If they did not dig, they would be beaten to death. Anyway, they were all people that he had to kill. If not for the fear that they would not have the strength to work, he would not even give them salt. I am prepared to save their lives. I will also find work for them. If they get sick, medicine is cheap. If they get sick and need surgery, someone will do it for them. Li Yi said to Empress Wang that he had already thought about what would happen if they got sick in the future. Empress Wang did not object. Look at that burly man. He has a lot of strength. He has to take care of himself when he sleeps at night. There must be straw. Otherwise, if he gets sick, it will affect his mining. She came up with the idea. Now many people who had been sentenced to death had been sent to the mines. Those who had been imprisoned or exiled were also sent to the mines. However, normally, they would be released after a certain period of imprisonment. Those who were exiled would dig for a few more years. Mining was not only tiring but also dangerous. Of course, if those people were crippled or killed by others, they had to be killed. They would rather have fewer miners. Not long after, the large man was brought back first. His arms and legs were tied up with ropes, but they were only a foot long, so he had to move a bit to walk. There are 12 people in total, and 75 people in charge. 19 of them are under the age of 10, and 4 of them are sick, the winged knights reported. The burly man lowered his head. He hadn't even tortured him yet. He had only laid out a few torture tools, and he had already confessed. Li Yi carefully sized up the burly man with a smile on his face. Not bad, you have a good physique and a lot of blood. If you cut off your head, the blood that spilled out would fill a large basin. The burly man fell to his knees. Don't kill me, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. That's what all those who were caught and beheaded say. It's not that I want to kill you, it's the law. Your crime is too great. Li Yi continued to scare him. The people who had been sent to check on the burly man had confirmed that if there was a need to kill him, they would behead him and hang his head up for everyone to see. While they were speaking, 2 children were brought out. The little boy's eyes were bright, but his face was pale. The little girl, on the other hand, looked delicate and pretty. She wore a dress and looked a little shy. When the little boy saw the burly man, he trembled in fear. He then realized that the burly man had been tied up and was kneeling on the ground. He rushed forward with his calves and kicked the big man. The first kick was aimed at the right spot. The burly man's hands were tied up, and he groaned in pain. After a few kicks, he fell to the ground. His legs were clamped together, and he rubbed his lower body against the ground to relieve the pain. At this time, you should be squatting down. It's more effective. Li Yi looked at the burly man and felt that his lower body was hurting. He wished he could squat down a few times. Eat first. Your mother will be sent here soon. As long as she's still alive when she arrives in front of me, The chances of her dying are very small. Li asked the children to eat something. The two of them were still a little panicked. The two children each drank a few mouthfuls of cold noodle soup and stopped eating. They waited anxiously. Empress Wang also stopped eating. The little boy ate by himself. He was hungry, and he didn't know how to worry about others. The people who bought the food ate as usual. They didn't leave after eating, waiting to watch the show. They waited for half an hour before a group of people came from the market. Among them, 11 people had bruises all over their faces. 8 of them were divided into 4 groups carrying 4 stretchers. The rest were adults carrying children. Some of the older children were carried by the winged knights. Even the elderly were carried on their backs. Reporting, 11 suspects and 73 civilians have all arrived. We didn't hit the suspects. The leader of the winged knights reported. If they didn't hit the suspects, then it must be the civilians. It's okay. There's no need to treat them. Let me take a look at these 4 people. As Li Yi spoke, Ching Song opened the suitcase and put it aside. Li Yi put on a mask and gloves for himself first. He felt that the woman's illness was the most serious. Her eyes were slightly open. She wanted to talk to the 2 children, but she couldn't speak. Li Yi took out the stethoscope and pressed it against the woman's chest through her clothes. He then put it under her throat. Her upper respiratory tract is seriously infected. Her throat is swollen. Li Yi opened the woman's mouth and used the flashlight and laryngoscope. He had asked the 2 children about other things before. The mother was not injured. It's okay. It's just painful. Also, there's a lot of phlegm. There's a respiratory passage. Let me aspirate your phlegm first. Li Yi took out the phlegm aspirator. After a lot of phlegm was sucked out, the woman panted heavily. Her expression was not as painful as before. I'll give you antibiotics directly. Glucose and sodium chloride injection. At the same time, I'll supplement you with salt and glucose. At the same time, I'll apply a cold compress to make your breathing smoother. Otherwise, if it swells again, you'll have to be intubated. Li Yi said as he put her on in 4 drip. At the same time, someone brought ice and cold water, wet a towel, wrapped it with ice and stuck it on the woman's throat. He told the children to take turns holding the towel. He then went to see the other 3 patients. One of them had a fever and swelling caused by an external injury on the right thigh. He was given an injection first, then debrided and applied medicine. The other patient had a severe fever. He was also given antibiotics and other supportive treatment, such as acetaminophen injection. The last patient was old and malnourished for a long time. He had no strength, and even had trouble eating. He was given nutrient solution first, then high-protein liquid food. After the 4 of them were done, they were sent to the table next to them to rest. Who else is in pain? Come on. Li looked at the others. My eyes hurt. A brawny man pointed at his eye that was beaten. It was swollen. There was a cut on his brow bone, and half of his face was bleeding. Yours doesn't count. Li Yi refused treatment. It was not a big deal to take care of it himself. My stomach hurts. It's growling. A child touched his stomach and said, just eat a bowl of noodles. Li Yi did not even need to look. He was hungry. The people who came later washed their hands and ate. From time to time, they would look at the 4 people lying down. The 2 children took turns to eat. Now they could eat. The 12 suspects were not hungry. Li Yi said that they were not allowed to eat. Chapter 942. An hour later, the guards guarding the windows of Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion left. The rest of the people left and closed the shop. Those who were rescued and those who were arrested followed behind. When they arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi, those who were arrested were terrified. Those who were rescued did not know what was going on. How would they know what the Li family Zhuangzi was like? On the other hand, the county magistrates of Wanyan County and Chang County had already rushed out with their men. They ran to the place where outsiders were staying and interrogated them. Everyone looked like bad guys. The problem was serious. With Li Yi personally intervening, would this year's assessment be affected? They really caught a lot of people. Those people relied on their strong bodies to flaunt their strength to others. When they wanted to assign temporary residences, these people would order others to work for them. They looked like they would beat them up if they did not do it. Those who were bullied did not dare to say anything. If they did not want to fight, they would fight normally. If they could not win, they would sneak attack. What if the yamen sentenced them? Now the yamen came to ask directly. After confirming their identity, they arrested them. That night, Li Longji came to look for his wife and children. Brother Yi, Chang'an County and Wanyan County arrested a lot of people. Their crimes are not serious, but some of them can be exiled. Some of them will be beaten on the back. Li Longji knew the cause of the incident. The yamen was also venting. Do you think that they came here to live a good life? But in the end, they were exiled to a faraway place. Li wanted to laugh. Some people would not dare to come here in the future. More importantly, those people had families. They had parents, wives, and children. Would their families be exiled 3,000 miles? It was not easy to come here, but they were going to be naturalized. Li Longji nodded helplessly. Yes. It's easy. They did not cause too much harm to society. There is a punishment that I came up with. It's called community service. Li thought of a solution. Didn't those people scare others and make them work for them? Now they had to work for others. It was an eye for an eye. He explained. Li Longji understood. They have to change into special clothes. Otherwise, others will think that they are doing good deeds. He began to think over the details and agreed to release the prisoners and get back to work. In addition, we can make some clothes for those who are willing to work, so that others will know that they are volunteers. When Li Yi heard the community service uniform, he thought of the volunteers' uniforms. What if someone felt that they were being punished for not wearing special clothes? All right. Li Longji agreed. Those who can't do heavy work should be rewarded for helping to clean up. Now that Li Longji had money, he wanted to help more people. Apart from the Grief Field Square, the local government offices and clans were also responsible for those who could not earn enough food through normal labor. Right now, he wanted to give more benefits in the capital office, but he was powerless to do anything further. Li pondered for a moment. If it is true that some people are temporarily unable to work due to accidents or illnesses, we can provide them with a minimum wage. What is the minimum wage? Li Longji couldn't analyze the specific content from these two words. The minimum wage. For example, a man who has lost a leg and has 3 children. If his wife is unable to support the children, he will be given a certain amount of money every month. There is also a man who has lost a leg. If he sets up a stall, because he is a minimum wage worker, he will not be charged any fees. If his wife sets up a stall, she will try her best to help. This includes families with sick people. Li Yi suggested the method he used at that time. As for unemployment benefits, there was no such thing as unemployment benefits. There was no unemployment in the capital office. If there was a job for you, you could do it but not do it. Even if you starved to death, no one would care. The money earned is not enough to support a family? Without free soup and black bread? Li Longji had never heard of anyone who couldn't eat. Black bread was 1 coin per piece. It was enough to satisfy hunger. There was some oil in the free soup, as well as salt and vegetables. Hunger includes the situation where I don't give them a job. Li Yi removed himself from the situation. If there was a day where he couldn't arrange a job to make money, he believed that more people would have a hard time. Let's investigate first. See which families in the capital office have a hard time. How much money should we give them per month? Li Longji said that he was going to investigate, but in reality he agreed. 200 coins is enough. The price of grain is low, and the price of salt is not high. If you need to take medicine, you can come to Li Family Zhuangzi to get it if you can't afford ordinary cheap medicine. Li Yi estimated that by the end of this year, indica rice would cost around 10 coins per bushel. 1 bushel was 10 liters. If 1 liter was converted to the current weight of rice, it should be more than 15 kilograms. If it was used to buy indica rice, there would be less oil and more consumption. If it was used to buy black bread, it would be enough to eat. Black bread wasn't nutritious. If it was made alone, the cost would be more than 1 coin. This was a benefit that belonged to Li family Zhuangzi. Oh, there was also Zhang Sun Xian. Zhang Sun Xian was a good person. He learned from Li family Zhuangzi. He processed flour and conveniently sold black bread. In Lantian County, Inspector Zhang Sun was praised, even though he couldn't patrol much now. An inspector who didn't do his job went to Lantian County to start a business, and even developed it. Li Longji frowned. 200 coins. There are many people at home. We can only eat rice and pickled vegetables. We can't eat meat. Under normal circumstances, not everyone is allowed to eat meat every day in the capital office. Li Yi had checked the information before. Some officials' families couldn't eat meat all the time. When inviting others to a banquet, there were even many vegetarian dishes. There was no meat to be eaten. Third brother, we can ask His Majesty to distribute meat. Every 10 days, he will give half a caddy of pork or a caddy of chicken. Li Yi suggested. Yes, send meat. His Majesty will personally send people to send it. The people will remember His Majesty's kindness. Li Longji said. This was also approved. At the end of this year, the supply of pork will increase. Next year, it will be even more. The main thing is some straw that was thrown away before. Now after processing, it can be fed to pigs. Currently, there are many chickens, ducks and geese. The cost of raising maggots is low. Everyone knows how to feed them bone powder. The rate of egg production has increased. With the emergence of a water network, the cost of raising ducks and geese has also decreased. Especially geese, they just need to feed grass and some bran. The geese will slowly lay eggs. Li Yi talked about the problem of raising poultry and livestock to solve the needs of the people. Brother Yi, the artificial incubation method you gave us is the solution to the problem of raising poultry. Li Longji brought up the old matter again. The artificial incubation technology was definitely the most powerful. The most troublesome thing was the chickens hugging the nests. The newspaper wrote about how to deal with it, and then carried out artificial incubation. The number of chickens, ducks, and geese that came out was obviously several times more than the normal nests. With the chickens and ducks, even if it was free range, the chickens, ducks, and geese would not starve to death. Otherwise, the people would be waiting for the nests. It would take a long time for a batch of seedlings to come out. When the hens hugged the nests, there would be dead eggs. Artificial incubation. If they encountered dead eggs, they would know in advance and eat them. The ones hatched by the hens could only be thrown away. It's good to raise them free range. When they look for food outside, their immune system is high. Intensive breeding, they have to be specially fed medicine. The key is to choose the next breed. Li Yi advocated free-range breeding. Free-range chickens were not easy to get sick. Now Zhuangzi had been choosing which chicken laid the most eggs. The eggs laid by the chicken that laid the most eggs were hatched separately. Then, they would find out which chicken laid the most eggs. Generation after generation, the number of eggs laid finally increased. There were also chickens that grew quickly and were hatched separately. Chapter 943. After settling a few things, Li Longji stayed at Zhuangzi that night. After dinner, Li Yi went to see the 4 patients. The 4 of them still needed to be hospitalized. Fortunately, a small dose of antibiotics was very effective against the bacteria. The mother of the 2 children could speak a few words and eat meat porridge. Her throat still hurt when she swallowed, but the swelling had reduced. When she continued to apply cold compress, Li Yi gave her throat pain and inflammation pills. It had an anesthetic effect, and there was toad in it. Previously, Li Yi did not dare to give it to the woman. After the anesthesia process, it would stimulate the capillaries and increase the swelling. After the anesthesia, it would make her feel that her breathing channel was blocked. As a result, she would suffocate and have to be intubated. The 2 children ate half a bowl of rice at night, and were very happy. The siblings had been worried about their mother's death, and were not relieved when they were in East City, until they entered the Li family Zhuangzi, and found out that this was the Li family Zhuangzi, and the doctor who treated their mother was Li Dongzhu himself. The siblings were relieved. It was said that Li Dongzhu could even save the dead, but it would take many years of Li Dongzhu's life. Others were sleeping soundly, but the 12 of them were on tenterhooks, afraid of being beheaded. Death was different from death. Hanging was death, beheading was also death. If they could not avoid death, they would rather be hanged and leave their bodies intact. The burly man who was not beaten by the people finally knew why he was not as strong as others. It was because of the winged knights. They heard that the winged knights were powerful, but they did not expect them to be this powerful. Tonight was the most difficult night for them. They could not sleep at all. We will reach Huayuan in about 15 minutes. Don't stop. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. You can only relax when you reach Huayuan Pier. On the Yellow River, ships moved forward against the current. It was the beginning of April. There was no moon in the sky, and the stars were extra bright. The sound of the ship's wheels hitting the water covered the sound of insects and beasts on both sides of the river. The people on the ship took turns to step forward. The speed was not fast, but they kept moving forward. The diesel lamp on the bow attracted a lot of insects. The moths that came out early hit the glass cover again and again. The crew smelled of toilet water to prevent mosquitoes from biting them. If he were to be stung with malaria, he would have to consume the malaria pills that he had given to the people in front of him. Every place would give out some pills, telling people to take them quickly if they got malaria. After sailing for a while, they saw a light ahead. It was the torch of the wharf of Huayuan County. Huayuan County was an important military area, which was used to guard against the Turks. The local people did not have a good life. The temperature in Chang'an City was high now, but the local area was still cold. Huayuan was located at the entrance of the Great Wall in Liyi's Yinchuan region. The Helan Mountain was the most famous and largest mountain in the area. In the later years, Yufei wrote about this place in Manjianghong's Manjianghong. The Tang dynasty had not been lost yet. It belonged to him. However, there was no Shuafeng Jidushi either. In history, it would take a few years before there would be one. Li Yi did not need any regional commanders, so he probably would not have one anymore. The Hukou waterfall was open to navigation, giving Jidushi that much power? There were many fishing boats at the Huayuan wharf. Some people went fishing and went home. Some people slept on the boats with canopies. When the people on the boats saw the torch at the Huayuan wharf, the people on the wharf also saw the light on the water. Old man, get up quickly. What is that? Ghost fire? A soldier who was guarding the wharf shouted to the person who was supposed to be on night duty with him. The wharf also functioned as a relay station. It was called a water relay station. In case of an emergency, they would ferry to the other side of the river. The relay station on the other side of the river would send fast horses and then cross the mountains to Chang'an. The road was not easy to travel. It was said that there would be a relay station every 20 miles. Some places could not be found even 30 miles away. However, there were people building relay stations now. The imperial court had spent a lot of money to build one relay station every 10 miles. The person who was called opened his eyes and rubbed them. He looked. Boat, it's a boat. Look carefully. I can't see clearly. My eyes become blurry at night. The non-commissioned officer looked hard again. It was indeed blurry. Didn't the newspaper say that you lack some vitamins? You have to eat liver and carrots. The carrots were planted a few days ago. You can eat them in 2 months. Old man stood up. There are many boats. Hurry, hurry up. The soldier who called him up immediately took a gong and banged it with all his might. Hurry up and welcome them. Who told you to hit the gong? Old man was about to cry. As soon as the gong sounded, everyone woke up. The soldiers panicked and took out their weapons. The person in charge of the water relay station immediately loosened the rope and was ready to ferry at any time. He did not care about whether the current was fast or not. The military situation was like fire. The fisherman who was sleeping on the boat held a knife and stood at the bow of the boat. If there were foreign enemies, he would rush to the shore and kill them. Either he would kill the enemy, or he would be killed. It was not that he was patriotic, but his family was on the shore. If the Turks attacked, it would be useless to kneel. There was only life and death on both sides. There was no third choice. If he ran away, his family would be killed and humiliated. What was the point of living? The reason why he stayed on the boat was because there were prawn cages. There were some fish intestines in the cages. He wanted to see how many prawns there would be in the morning. As soon as the gong sounded, the people on the shore followed suit. The people on the shore all brought out their weapons. The children were all holding spears. The old man did not have the strength to fight. He took out a fire scythe and was prepared to set the house on fire. The women carried their children in their arms. Their hands were holding awls and scissors. If they could not hold on any longer, they would kill their children first before committing suicide. They would not fight with the enemy. Once they were injured and lost the ability to fight, they would be finished. Are they here to welcome us? Someone on the leading boat said. Bullshit. This is a battle gong. Who the hell is hitting it? Why would the enemy attack us from above? Even if the enemy had a boat, they would not be so stupid. The leader of the boat, Ding Min, was extremely depressed. Were there any Turks who would go against the current to attack them? To fight like that, how skilled would the Turks need to be? Weren't they afraid of setting the boats on fire? Hit the drum, steady yourself. Ding Min personally went to find the drum and hit it. Dong 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 was a sign that they were not the enemy. As soon as the drum sounded, the sound of the gong stopped. After some time, the sound of drums could be heard from the shore. Ding Min hit the drum in response. Both parties had finished communicating, and the crisis had been resolved. The old man put down his fire scythe. The woman was comforting the crying child. The fisherman threw the scythe back and stood at the bow of the boat. Who hit the gong? I can't beat him to death. That's a boat that came from downstream. Are you blind? Are you eating liver? Old man. The person who hit the gong knew that he had made a huge mistake. He felt that he would be beheaded. It's nothing. It's a boat. It was written on the newspaper that Wuxia waterfall was on land. This is a boat from the imperial court. You said that it was a surprise for everyone to welcome the first batch of boats from the imperial court. At such a time, it's not suitable to kill anyone. It's inauspicious. How can there be blood when the imperial court is here? Old man comforted the non-commissioned officer beside him. He was not afraid. Even if I am hanged, I can't do it. I am still young. The non-commissioned officer heard that there would be blood. Dead people can't do it. Give me the gong. Old man snatched the gong from the non-commissioned officer's hands. Old man, you. The non-commissioned officer's eyes turned red and wanted to snatch the gong back. Chapter 944. The fleet of ships approached and prepared to dock. Old man Z was talking to Zhong Han. I knocked it. I was too happy and knocked it wrong. Zhong Han looked at old man Z and kicked the young non-commissioned officers, but I asked you to eat liver, but you didn't eat it. Are you blind? I will eat as much as I can tomorrow. If you have liver, leave it to me. Non-commissioned officer did not dare to dodge. You don't lack liver, you lack heart. The Turks dare to attack us from downstream? And they even sail at night. How many people do they have to die? Zhong Han kicked the non-commissioned officer again, before calling for help to dock the ships. The soldier smiled. It was fine. Getting kicked twice was considered a punishment. Once it was done, there would be no second punishment. Old man Z, I will kill a chicken and treat you to a drink. Non-commissioned officer said gratefully to old man Z. Leave it for your wife. Your wife's stomach is so big. She is going to give birth soon. Old man Z put down the gong and the stick and went to receive the ships. Non-commissioned officer followed behind him. It's not that big. Didn't the newspaper say not to eat too much? If it's big, it will be difficult to give birth. Zhong Han ordered people to shout. Everyone wake up. Come and receive the ships. They have arrived today. The shout was repeated over and over again. The people on the shore also shouted and came to the dock to take a look. This was the first time a fleet had solved the navigation problem of Wuxia waterfall. The local people came out as expected. They had been woken up by the noise. The 50 ships docked one after another. More torches were lit, as everyone admired the ships. There were pictures in the newspaper. but it was not as good as seeing the real thing. His Majesty has given everyone a caddy of dried oysters. Take it back and soak it. You can boil it, steam it, mix it with cold dishes, or stir-fry it with garlic and chives. The person in charge of the fleet, Ding Min, asked people to move the gifts down. The local people were guarding the borders of the Tang dynasty and should be given some benefits. When they heard that there was something to receive, and it was dried oysters, the people were excited and prepared to take it back home. They knew that oysters were from the sea. There were merchants who sent them by land. The price was very expensive, and normal people could not afford it. Today His Majesty actually gave it to her. One caddy should be quite a lot, right? Children, come here. These are lollipops from the Li family Zhuangzi. Children who are too young shouldn't eat too much. 3 sticks for each child. Ding Min shouted again. Li Yi had specially prepared candies for the children. The big round candies could be licked with the tongue. When they heard that there were sweets, the parents didn't care if their children could eat more. It was already good enough to have sweets. Some children were only a few months old, but their parents also received 3 sticks. Because there were older children at home, the younger ones could not eat it, so they gave it to the older ones. In addition, there are other marine products. Put a batch here. Everyone use local products to exchange. Desert Sistanch is the best. You can exchange for a lot of them. Zhong Han had people continuously move things down to trade with the locals. Now there was no need to directly take things. The group still had to continue moving forward. Now they could take some things that they didn't have in front of them. But there were some here. Even some of the things that they didn't have on their way here were brought over to trade. The Desert Sistanch here was not bad. It was produced in the desert in the northwest. It was wild. It was better than the Desert Sistanch produced by the Turks and other tribes, which was Xinjiang. The northwest was the best place to produce Desert Sistanch in Li Yi's territory. The Desert Sistanch produced was called soft Desert Sistanch. Xinjiang produced hard Desert Sistanch, which was many times cheaper than soft Desert Sistanch. Now the Desert Sistanch were all wild, and there were not many of them. It was a Chinese medicine tonic. Li Yi wanted it. He didn't need this thing to make up for anything. He wanted to make it into robes, then plant it artificially and send it to the local area. Then, he would ask the local people to plant haloxylon, red willow, and other crops to fix the sand. At the same time, he would plant Desert Sistanch, which could be sold for a lot of money. You're leaving soon? Have a safe trip. The young non-commissioned officer who had hit the gong previously shouted from the side. Then he was kicked again. You're really careless. It's not easy for us to reach the shore at night. Where are you going? Zhong Han was exasperated. Why did he have such a thing under his command? It was so embarrassing. Ding Min didn't care. He shouted, I'm not leaving. I'll treat everyone to a meal. We brought canned chestnut chicken. Heat it up. It'll be delicious. I'll go get the pot. Some people were happy when they heard that there were chestnuts. There were no chestnuts planted in Huayuan now. After the chestnuts were picked, they wouldn't be preserved for many days. It was impossible to sell them to Huayuan. It was too far away and couldn't be sold at a high price. Those who had eaten chestnuts in Huayuan had eaten them after going to the governor's office. When they came back, they would talk about the taste. They only heard about it and couldn't eat it, so they were even more greedy. New and similar ships are being built. In a few days, more ships will be sent with things from outside. Everyone can exchange things with things. His Majesty will give you things to eat. His Majesty said that everyone has worked hard to guard the border for the country. He will compensate everyone in the future. Ding Min repeated the same thing every time he went to a certain place. The people liked this. When they heard that His Majesty was thinking of them, many people's eyes turned red. His Majesty didn't just say it. He really sent things over. It would take a long time for the ship to travel so far. People near their homes brought pots. There was a stove on the dock. They lit a fire and asked for canned food. In the distance, the gong had just stopped. They knew that the fleet of the imperial court had come to deliver things, and were rushing to the dock. As for further places, they couldn't contact them for the time being. but they could report the approximate number of households and children. They helped to carry things and put them on the dock first. The people in the team felt uncomfortable when they saw the pots. Many of them called them pots, but it was more like half of the pot stubble. Some pottery pots were missing a big hole, and the cracked one was closed. The local people lived a hard life. Ding Min and the others were from the governor's office. Most of them lived in Chang'an. What did the people in the governor's office use? Now almost every family had an iron pot, unless they didn't cook. There were more pottery utensils, which were exchanged by kneading mud. The pot can't be used to heat canned food? Zhong Han saw the expressions of the people on the ship and was puzzled. Did canned food need a special pot? Yes, you can eat it cold. When we go back, we will convey the situation to His Majesty and Li Dongzhu. Ding Min nodded hard. What's the situation? It's okay. We are not afraid of the Turks. We can fight. Zhong Han thought it was a matter of fighting. Li Dongzhu knows. He will make many iron pots and give them to you. Ding Min pointed to the half pot and said, Ah, give iron pots? Iron pots cost a lot. The young non-commissioned officer said again. As soon as his voice fell, he dodged a kick. Li Dongzhu of Bahui City? He is willing to give us things. Old man wanted to get an answer. Reading the newspaper, Li family Zhuangzi of Bahui City made things almost every few days and gave them to the people of the governor's office. Ding Min looked serious and nodded. Yes, the Li family Zhuangzi is rich. Li Dongzhu is kind and charitable. As long as you are a person of the Tang dynasty, Li Dongzhu is willing to help. Let alone you who are guarding the border. Tell Li Dongzhu that we want a few big iron pots. It is enough for many people to eat. As long as we are alive, Huayuan will not be lost. Old man made the request and promised. Okay, we believe you. You are all good. Ding Min took a deep breath and said. Chapter 945. One after another, the people nearby arrived. The sleeping babies were also wrapped up tightly by their mothers. For the people of Huayuan, the arrival of the emperor's team was a blessing for the children to be exposed to food. Even if they didn't eat it. Children would cry if they didn't sleep well. It was okay to cry a few times. Everyone went ashore. Many people brought firewood and lit a bonfire. They celebrated the opening of Hookah Waterfall. In the future, they would need to go to Chang'an by water. The people on the ship took out their compressed biscuits and gave them to the people of Huayuan. They were tired of the biscuits. The people of Huayuan killed a sheep and roasted it over the bonfire. There were plains and plenty of water resources. Wheat was all grown there. Due to the limited manpower, they couldn't grow too much. Last year, they grew more, mainly because the tools provided by Li Yi were useful. In the past, one person could manage 30 mu of land. Now he could manage 60 mu. There were many cattle and sheep, few poultry. There was no shortage of fish and vegetables. The climate was not very good. Summer and autumn were short, and the sunshine was long. However, sunshine didn't mean it was warm. What they needed was logistics. With logistics, they could develop quickly. This was Yinchuan, the provincial capital of Li Yi's time. However, the northwest was Inner Mongolia, where Li Yi's time was the main production area. Economic development had little to do with natural resources. For example, Dongting Lake was such a good resource. Hunan and Hubei were now places where officials were banished. It was the same in the Song dynasty. Su Shi was banished to Hubei. He was the deputy commander of Huanggang in Hubei. There Su Shi wrote, "The great river flows east. The waves end. The heroes of the ages." Then he wrote, "Don't listen to the sound of leaves falling through the forest." Such a good place with natural resources was the place where officials were banished. Huayuan was a good place, but its economy couldn't develop. It was even worse than Hubei. If only Li Dongzhu was here. Lu Fangman, the second in command of the ship team, sighed with emotion as he looked at the local life. What can Li Dongzhu do if he comes? Don't kick me. The young non-commissioned officer hid after he finished speaking. He felt wronged. I'm just asking. There's no need for Li Dongzhu to come over. Go back and send a message to Li Dongzhu about the situation here. Li Dongzhu will come up with a good solution. Ding Min laughed. That young man was too interesting. He believed that Li Yi had many ways to increase the lives of the locals by several times. With Li Yi overseeing the capital magistrate, there was not even a beggar in the capital magistrate's office. Li Yi promised to come up with new ways to make money when everyone felt that the days were tough. The key point was that the Li family Zhuangzi didn't lose money. Every time they made a lot of money, Li Yi would wave his hand and do good deeds for them. While they were talking, the canned chestnut chicken was heated up. The people on the ship didn't touch it. The locals scooped some for a taste. The taste of the canned food was different from the chestnut chicken stew. The ingredients were heavy, and it was fragrant. It had a unique fragrance. There were no bones in the chicken. It was made into canned meat. After heating it up, it would fall apart at a touch. Even children who had just turned one could eat it, let alone chestnuts. Even children with few teeth could crush them with their tongues. Chestnuts were sweet. When the baby woke up, he would cry. When the mother breastfed him, the baby would stop crying. When the child cried and ate the chestnut chicken, he would smile with tears on his face. Is the Hukou waterfall easy to travel on? Zhong Han didn't see how the land boat traveled on the track, so he asked Ding Min. The higher-ranking officials didn't come. He was now the highest-ranking official in charge of the local area. Ding Min chewed the meat in his mouth and nodded. This meat was too greasy. The fattest part of a sheep was the meat at the back of its head. There was a bit of lean meat, and the rest was all fat. When eating roasted sheep, only the noblest person could eat the first bite. There was a lot of fat. The reason for this was due to special circumstances. Raising sheep, one didn't want to kill the sheep, but the people needed to eat. What should they do? They would cut a hole in this part of the sheep and take out a bit of fat to eat raw. The sheep could continue to live, and so could the people. Therefore, whoever could eat the sheep would have a higher status. Just like a camel, when a person hurried through the desert with a camel and didn't have water or food for a short period of time, they would take some meat from the camel's hump. The camel wouldn't die because of this, and the person could continue to live after eating it. Therefore, roasted camel and roasted sheep were the same. This part of the meat was given to the noblest guest. It wasn't that the meat was delicious. It represented survival. The first bite was given to you. Weren't you the noblest existence? At Li Yi's time, many people only knew that it was a tradition. They only knew how it was done, but didn't know why it was done. Ding Min knew, but he really didn't want to eat it. He chewed a little and swallowed before answering Zhong Han's question. It's very fast. The boat is first put on a plank in the water, then pulled up and placed directly on the track. The animals pull the boat forward. A boat made of 100 stones can be easily dragged, and its speed is also fast. When it reaches the place, it's even faster than a boat going against the current. In front of Li Dongzhu, nothing is impossible. He will always come up with a useful method. When the Prime Minister in the Imperial Court has something difficult to decide, he will go to Li family Zhuangzi to ask for advice. Every time he goes to ask, he will definitely get something. Ding Min praised Li Yi to the heavens. He knew some things that couldn't be told to others, so he didn't mention His Majesty. Zhong Han looked forward to it. I wonder when I can see his face. Does he have a feather fan and a silk scarf? No, Li Dongzhu likes to wear a white gown. Ding Min shook his head. What feather fan and silk scarf? The sky gradually brightened. Chang, and was a few minutes earlier than Hua Yuan. Li Longji woke up. He didn't go to the morning court, because he had a cold. Last night, he overworked himself and sweated. He found it too hot and fell asleep beside Empress Wang. Empress Wang built a stall for him, but he kicked it open in the middle of the night. He woke up early in the morning, and felt sore all over. His nose was running and he was crying. Li Yi made him spicy soup. The main dish was pork and celery stuffed buns. He couldn't eat any more after eating one, but he drank all the spicy soup. Then he had a fever and vomited everything he ate. Fortunately, when he was about to vomit, Li Yi gave him 2 big bowls of water, so he endured for a few minutes. The water neutralized the stomach acid, so his throat didn't burn after vomiting. Brothery, am I okay? Li Longji was eating a popsicle. There was an ice handkerchief wrapped around his forehead to cool him down physically. It's okay. People can't not get sick. In front of me, I can solve this small illness for you. But you still need to adjust yourself. Li Yi had a way to cool Li Longji down quickly, and then let him fall asleep. When he woke up, he would be fine. If he needed medicine, it was better to let Li Longji deal with it himself. If he did a blood test now, he could ensure that the white blood cells were high. I'm a little dizzy. Li Longji's expression was painful. If it was in the imperial court, he would never show his weak side. In other words, in front of Li Yi, he showed the real situation. I'm hungry. The temperature has dropped to 38 degrees Celsius. It was 39.4 degrees Celsius in the morning. Li Yi knew the reason. Vomiting could cool down, but eating too much popsicle would irritate the stomach. This irritating feeling was similar to hunger. Brother Yi, where do you think the ship fleet is now? Li Longji tried to divert his attention. They should have reached Huayuan. I don't know the specific situation there, but the most suitable area for development is animal husbandry. There are many water systems and fishing is also good. Li Yi was thinking about which area of Yinchuan's economy was good for development. Li Longji said, let's go swimming in Zhuangzi's swimming pool later. I'll put a pig's bubble behind your head. It's more reasonable to cool down. And the main thing is that your muscles won't be tired. Chapter 946. Hurry up and do it. If you dare to slack off, you'll be exiled for 3,000 miles. Dilly-dallying. It seems like you want to be flogged 80 times. Last warning. If you can't clean the streets for lunch, you'll be imprisoned for 3 years. While Li Longji was recuperating in the swimming pool, a group of people in labor uniforms were working hard. They were the people who were caught yesterday. They bullied others to do work, so they had to do more work today. It was called community service. The waistcoats made from gunny bags rubbed against the skin. It was painful and painful. The word labor was painted on the chest and back to prove their identity. The people who were scared before stood to the side and watched the show. They were not afraid anymore. If you have the ability, work for a while. If you bully me again, I'll catch you at customs. What are you looking at? Hurry up and deal with your own family matters. You have to pay rent for the house. The first month is free, and you'll get money every month. The bailiff saw that there were too many people and shouted at the onlookers. Suddenly, everyone dispersed and found their own things to do. They had just arrived at the capital office and had nothing. The imperial court provided them with a free house for a month. The Li family Zhuangzi provided them with loans to buy clothes, furniture, tools, and rations. They had to figure out the rest by themselves. There was a lot of work. Picking tea leaves that were already old, picking wormwood on the side of the road or mountain, working at the docks, helping with transportation in the water network, weeding in other people's fields. Those with weak legs could sit at the door and do bamboo crafting work. Those who did not know how to handle bamboo were taught. As long as they were willing to work, there was guaranteed work. At present, the money earned from the workers was used to buy some meat to eat. However, no one spent extra money. They saved the money and waited for the next month to slowly repay the loans and pay rent. The newcomers had hope in their eyes. With a household register, they did not have to pay land rent. Those with skills and dexterity could find better jobs and enter the workers' union or the e-union. All children under the age of 10 had to go to school. It was compulsory regardless of gender. Children above the age of 10 were willing to go to school. If they did not go, they had to help their families. At noon, a young couple came to the open space at the head of Ba Qiao with a small mountain of wormwood on their backs. The two put down the wormwood. The Li family Zhuangzi's people immediately came forward to check. The Li family Zhuangzi wanted all kinds of wormwood. The mugwort wormwood was the most expensive, and the rest were the same. In fact, wormwood should be the most expensive, as it could be used to make malaria-severing pills. Li Yi didn't dare to give a price, otherwise others would immediately guess it. Under normal circumstances, those who had a higher proportion of Artemisia annua would pay more and say, "It's not easy, it's about this price." The couple had been out since yesterday afternoon. They went up the mountain and picked a batch of wormwood before dark. At night, they wrapped themselves in a sack and snuggled up to each other to spend the night. There was a 6-year-old girl and a 4-year-old boy at home. After school, the girl was responsible for looking after her younger brother. The security measures were left to the patrolling yamen runners. Early in the morning, the two of them ate 2 pieces of black bread by the stream and cut the wormwood again. By the time they reached the Li family Zhuangzi, it was noon. The two of them were so tired that they had no energy left. That big bundle of wormwood weighed more than 100 caddies. When he walked, his waist was bent low, almost parallel to the ground. This set of wormwood is not bad. 160 coins. After the inspection, the farmer gave the price. If the other party agreed, he would pay. If not, he could deal with it himself. The couple nodded together with a happy expression on their faces. 160 coins for a whole day, which was more than what others earned in 3 or 4 days. Husband, is this method good? The girl used her freshly washed hands to stroke her hair and said with bright eyes, "It's good, but it's hard on you. You haven't had a good day with me. If it weren't for..." Alas! The man couldn't continue. His wife was originally very capable, but there was still an old man and an elder brother in the family. The elder brother was addicted to gambling and lost money time and time again. His wife ran away with the child. In the end, he lost the family business. His parents were angered to death. Then his elder brother ran away with gambling debts. No one knew where he went. The family of 4 rented the land that used to belong to their family to work. People came to collect debts every day. They had no choice but to run away with the child. In any case, they had nothing left. They received news that they could register at the capital government. As long as they were willing to work, there was a way to survive. They brought the child and other people to the capital government. Some people went to the counties. The girl was smart. She said that it was best to find work in Chang'an. They persevered until they reached Chang'an. They were given a house and sent the child to school. The next day the girl thought of a way. She went to the mountain first, spent the night, and came back in the day. She could harvest a lot of wormwood at one time. The girl did the same work as the man and never complained. Husband, life will be better in the future. No one will come to collect debts. Eat. I'll go get the soup. The girl didn't care at all. I'll go. You sit here. The man pressed his wife down and ran to get 2 bowls of soup. He took out a piece of black bread and ate it with the soup. Husband, you can't go to the mountain this year. If you tire yourself out, what about the child? In the afternoon, help transport the coal slurry and go home to make the bricks. You have the skills. First, make our Kong mats. The girl arranged the next work. She was in high spirits and didn't seem to feel tired. Zhuangzi, who was harvesting the wormwood, heard the girl's words and interrupted. If you are willing to make 10 pieces of coal, give 8 pieces to Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi will provide the coal slurry. The girl rolled her eyes and nodded. Okay, it saves the effort of carrying coal. It's a good deal for my family. Li Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. She was even happier now. She didn't have a car, so she could only help others push the cart. She walked very far and could only come back at night to make the coal slurry. Now that she saved time, she could hand over 8 pieces of coal slurry. It was more than the coal she brought back. 2 people went to help. It was good enough if they could make 40 pieces of coal slurry. She believed that she could make 400 pieces of coal slurry in the afternoon and leave 80 pieces behind. The man in the family directly made the mats, which saved a lot of time. After the meal, Li family Zhuangzi lent them a cart. The 2 of them pushed it back. The other newcomers relied on their own skills. Some were smart and made money quickly. Some only knew how to copy others. It was better to be taught by others. Everyone chose different jobs, and their efficiency was different. What was similar was that they had something to look forward to. They didn't have to pay rent, so there was no extra pressure. They didn't have to worry about people causing trouble. The security of the capital government was good. Even if they were sick, they could find people to treat them for free. If they needed to get medicine, they could ask Li family Zhuangzi for cheap medicine. Perhaps one day they would need to pay for medical treatment. Li family Zhuangzi wouldn't give them medicine. They believed that they had saved enough money. They didn't dare to think about such a life in the past. Brother Yi, you always treat people for free. After a long time, doctors also need to eat. Li Longji floated for 3 hours and felt much better. He ate a light meal at noon and mentioned the free medical treatment. Now they are paying tuition. I copy medical books and sell them for money. Then I pay them to treat people. The process is the same. It's troublesome. There will be a way in the future. It's just 1 or 2 years. Li didn't worry about this. He had a way. Brothers and sisters who are reading outside the website, if you have the ability, please subscribe to Chidian to support and vote. Farmer bowed. Also, and leave your WeChat or Q number in the book review section. Chapter 947. Li Yi was considering subsidized medical treatment. Wherever taxes were paid, the government would take out a portion of the money to subsidize the doctors and patients. There would be a lot of problems involved, especially at the grassroots level. If someone falsely reported that there was no one to treat the patient, but insisted that there was and asked for subsidies, different doctors had different fees, and there was never a fixed price. When a doctor treated a patient, the fee usually depended on the patient's financial situation. The herbs in each pharmacy were different. The local herbs were produced locally, and the prices were lower. The herbs that needed to be transported from thousands of miles away were expensive. The age of the herbs was also rotated. Obviously, other herbs could be used instead, but ginseng was used. When patients found out that there were subsidies, who wouldn't want to take good medicine? Therefore, a perfect plan was needed to consider every point and plug the loopholes. As for medical insurance, he couldn't think about it for the time being. It was more troublesome. Third brother, for the time being, the capital government will maintain it like this. When giving medicine to others in Zhuangzi, you need to know the other party's identity and fingerprint. If someone who didn't have a good family background took the medicine for free, once it was discovered, they would have to pay 10 times the price of the medicine in Zhuangzi. The medicine in Zhuangzi is cheap, so there won't be any problems at the moment, even if there are many newcomers. Li felt that it could support for a long time. If the outsiders were not in good health, they might die on the road. Some people left their hometown when their families were broken and went to other places to make a living. If a doctor gave free consultation to others, there would be a pharmacy behind him. No one was a doctor who specialized in making money by consulting others. If their medical skills were not good, there would be no pharmacy to invite them to see patients. If the people wanted to see a doctor, they would definitely go to the pharmacy. Moreover, if the rich were treated, they would be given extra benefits. Doctors didn't need money for consultation, but acupuncture still needed money. This is the only way. Li Longji couldn't think of a better idea. In the past, if people didn't have money, they couldn't see a doctor. If people died, so be it. Now the people in the capital government wanted to live. If they paid the money for the medicine, the people who were alive could create more value. Li Longji continued to eat. Light dishes: rice, celery stir-fried with shredded pork, steamed fish, tofu and cold bamboo shoots. Li Longji didn't like it. He wanted to eat meatballs or braised pork, which was what Li Yi was eating. In the political affairs hall, the food was rather bland. According to the imperial physician, the weather was hot now. They ate hot pot yesterday. If they ate something heavy with salt and oil, they would get heaty. Right now the Tang dynasty is safe and sound, but there are rumors in Su Lu's territory that his troops are getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid that he's planning to rebel. After Su Yi took over the position of Minister of War, he immediately began to pay attention to his own work. Su Lu was a person's name. The tribe he led was called Tukishi. He was appointed as an official by the Tang dynasty and was asked to guard the border with his tribe. That place was actually Turpan City during Li Yi's time. It was considered an independent force there. However, the Tang dynasty also appointed other people. Unless they worked together to rebel, they would keep each other in check. News came that there hadn't been a war there for a long time. If there were too many tribes, it might be a problem. He probably won't dare. The Tang dynasty has hot air balloons and other good things. If he wants to rebel, won't he think twice? Song Jing was still a little conservative. He didn't want to fight. If they didn't rebel, wouldn't you be forcing the other tribes to rebel? Baigu picked up a daylily and said, some people don't care at all. If he thinks he can do it, he will dare to make a move. It's better to tell Anshi Protector General to strengthen the defenses. If the war starts, Tubo will definitely cause trouble. Maybe it's Tubo who instigated the rebellion. Sui gave his own analysis. Why don't? Baigu said 2 words and then stopped. He wanted to ask Xiao Yi, but after thinking about it, should he really ask Li Yi about everything? Whose political affairs hall was the political affairs hall? Song Jing and Sui didn't reply. They lowered their heads and ate. They decided not to ask Li Yi. After eating, Sui went to write an official letter. He wanted to send it to the Anshi Protectorate and ask them to keep a close eye on it. He didn't have any good ideas. He was too far away and couldn't mobilize troops from other places. Less than an hour after the letter was sent, a horse came from the border. Reporting. An urgent report from the Anshi Protectorate. Su Lu has led Tang Jiehui's troops, along with the Arabs and Tibetans, to the 4 garrisons in Dashi City. The Anshi Protectorate has already dispatched the soldiers of the 3 surnames Galulu and the soldiers offered by Ashina. When Sui received the report, he quickly went to find 2 more people. The 3 of them gathered together and looked at the letter. Song Jing sighed helplessly. Just as Baigu said, some people were just stupid. Quick, send the news to His Majesty. Baigu said, and was about to write a letter. Give it to Li Yi. You can't give it to His Majesty directly. Song Jing reminded. Yes, give it to Xiao Yi. What Xiao Yi sees is what His Majesty sees. Baigu agreed. 15 minutes later, the letter was delivered to Li Yi. Li Yi was currently massaging Li Longji's head to alleviate his discomfort. When he received the letter, he stopped. Third brother, the battle has started. Why is it this month? After reading the letter, Li Yi passed the letter to Li Longji. He realized that the situation had changed. The battle was supposed to start in the 8th month. Even if there was a delay in the delivery of the letter, the battle would start in the 7th month. It was the 4th month now. What was Su Lu thinking? Had the war horses finished eating? Had the grass grown? The point was that it was still quite cold over there. Didn't war depend on the weather? Li Longji looked at it and put it aside. Maybe Tubo is afraid. He is worried that the Tang dynasty will send troops when the weather is warm. If we can take them down, the Tang dynasty will face a disadvantageous situation. If we can't take them down, we have a lot of soldiers. Did Tubo send out a large number of troops? Then we have to deal with it quickly. Li Yi felt that Li Longji's analysis was reasonable. The Tang dynasty had been acting like they were going to fight since last year. They sent all kinds of things to the front line. When the front line was almost adjusted, they would definitely go to war. It was not comfortable to send troops now, but it was hard to judge. To put it bluntly, it was better to strike first. As long as the 4 towns and huge stone city were taken, the Tang dynasty would have a strategic space. Brothery, what do you think? Li Longji had an idea, but he still asked Li Yi. Let's fight. Ask Guojian to send troops. We don't care. Send cotton clothes, leather clothes, and so on. There are also 2 days of food, hot air balloons, packs of explosives, catapults, and wooden arrows. Everything is ready. Li Yi was afraid that Tubo would send out a large number of troops to cooperate with Su Lu. If they did not attack Tubo now, Tubo would have the upper hand strategically. The Tang dynasty would regret it. Third brother, if Tubo does not send out a large number of troops, Su Lu will not be able to take them down. He will definitely be defeated and retreat. If Tubo sends out a large number of troops, Tubo will be empty and Tubo will be beaten silly. Li Yi explained the current situation. Anyway, they would not be at a disadvantage. If Tubo continued to attack the 4 towns and huge stone city, it was very likely that the country would be destroyed. They must go back to help. Tubo played a strategy. As long as he reminded Guojian not to advance rashly, it would not be a problem to destroy Tubo, but it would not be a problem to achieve victory. You write back and tell them. Li Longji could not write a letter, so he let Li Yi do it. Chapter 948. A group of fast horses left Chang and city at a galloping speed. After a quarter of an hour, the group arrived at the relay station. The leader of the horses shouted, "6 horses, urgent report." The relay station staff brought out 6 horses as quickly as possible. The 6 of them changed horses and sped up. In a dozen breaths of time, they reached the fastest speed of the horses. After another quarter of an hour, they arrived at the second relay station and shouted the same thing. There were many relay stations in the capital government. In just an hour, the 6 people who came to deliver the news had covered a distance of more than 110 li. This was because of the delay caused by the change of horses. Otherwise, they would have been even faster. The people delivering the urgent report didn't feel tired at all. Instead, they were very excited. It was too satisfying. After 2 hours, the urgent report rushed out of the capital and headed northwest. The relay stations of the Anchi Protectorate hadn't been fully built yet. The group of messengers ran for 11 days. This was after they had covered more than half the distance and encountered a relay station for 10 li. Otherwise, they would have to run for half a month. If all of them were to use a relay station for 10 li, 6 days would be considered slow. The current group was running the same way they came. To Liangzhou, this was a distance of more than 1,700 li. At this time, there were still 4 hours before the sky turned dark. The group wanted to reach Qingzhou before the sky turned completely dark. Then, they would use a kerosene lamp to slow down their speed and reach Jincheng and Lanzhou in the middle of the night. Crossing the Yellow River at night was still slower after reaching shore. At the same time, the sky was almost bright. After another 6 hours of running, the letter arrived at Liangzhou around noon. The longer the day, the faster the speed. It was indeed tiring to run for a day and a night, but it could be persevered. The 6 of them didn't stop and weren't afraid of exhausting the horses. The horses probably wouldn't even be satisfied before they reached the next destination. The messenger from the Anchi Protectorate was sleeping soundly. He didn't eat, only drinking a bowl of soup. They changed horses, but didn't change people. After 11 days of running, there were 20 of them. They were afraid that someone would intercept them. When they fell asleep, the apprentices of the Imperial Physician Bureau massaged them to relieve their muscle fatigue. In the past, they didn't receive such treatment. They didn't think that the messenger needed to be massaged and just needed to sleep. Now that things had changed, they had to treat the soldiers well. In any case, the apprentices needed to practice and had their masters to guide them. Normally speaking, the person who delivered the message would still feel uncomfortable sleeping and would need to rest for a few days. Now, all of their eyebrows were relaxed, but they weren't snoring. After the massage, they would stop snoring as soon as someone touched them. They had straws in their noses and oxygen bags to give them oxygen. The massage apprentice changed the towel every once in a while. The wet towel. The towel that was replaced was thrown into the basin of water. Within a few breaths, the water in the basin turned black. His master was teaching him how to press the spot, thread, and face. The messenger was dirty, so it was just right. If the towel was removed, that place would be darker than the other side. The person who was sleeping soundly did not know that he had enjoyed an oxygen massage, and even took a shower. If I'm not wrong, Guojian will be able to launch his attack in 5 days. Bai Gu had a map in front of him. It was a map given to him by Li Yi. Sui looked as well. It doesn't look too far away. 2 days, unless the local army isn't ready. These are the mountains. There are 3 mountains: Guzhong South Mountain, Gold Mountain, and Snowy Mountain. We have to go around them. Bai Gu pointed to the names of the mountains on the map. He then asked someone to bring over a thick dictionary-like thing and started to look for it. Look, there's an introduction to the mountains, their relative heights, and the situation of the river valleys. Bai Gu asked Sui to look. Sui looked and nodded. Yes, it will take 5 days. After going around them, we will be able to advance. Song Jing pointed to the map. There are troops stationed on the west side of Snowy Mountain. This year's supplies are pretty good. If some of the troops go around, The troops on the west side of Snowy Mountain will attack directly. Once the news is out, it will take 2 days. The locations are pretty good. Sui finished speaking and saw the two of them looking at him strangely. He then laughed. He felt that his words were a little stupid. How could the provincial governor not know the local situation? It was guaranteed that they would choose places that were easy to defend and hard to attack. For example, in the Battle of Songzhou, there was a river behind Songzhou. If they wanted to attack Songzhou, they would have to cross the river. If they didn't attack Songzhou, they would have to cross the river directly. If Songzhou sent troops to attack them, they would be able to attack them halfway across the river. Therefore, if Tubo couldn't attack Songzhou, they would never cross the river. Otherwise, they would be attacked by the military forces of the Tang dynasty. If there was no river, Songzhou wouldn't be able to catch up with the cavalry and would have to go around the city. If Tubo wanted to attack Liangzhou, they would first attack the garrison of Snowy Mountain. If they wanted to attack the garrison of Snowy Mountain, they would have to cross a river called the Haomen River. The Haomen River was the main stream of the Huang River, which flowed into the Yellow River. This was the location they chose. If they wanted to attack, they would have to attack halfway across the river, even if they had to pay a heavy price to defeat the army of the Tang dynasty. Would they be able to cross the Snowy Mountain afterwards? If they didn't, they would have to take a detour. If they took a detour, wouldn't the provincial governor of Longyu, who was very close below them, attack them from behind? In fact, there was an army stationed on the west side of the Haomen River. The whole place couldn't be attacked at all. That was why Wang Wei wrote the Liangzhou poem. Lone smoke rises in the great desert, and the sun sets in the long river. In the beacon towers of the Tang dynasty, lone smoke represented peace. When a column of smoke rose, it meant that there was no war. The 2 days that Song Jing was talking about were when Liangzhou sent the order to attack to the army on the west side of Snowy Mountain and sent troops from there. Sui understood and was suddenly stunned. After a while he said, "According to this, Li Yi has done a great service." He thought of the steamship. It was easy to go against the current. Even from Chang'an, they could send things to the front through the Yellow River. He finally understood the power of the steamship and what it meant that the Hukou waterfall could be navigated. Steamships were slow, but they could be built to send things to the front continuously. If there were any local specialties in the front, they could be loaded onto the steamship and sent back downstream. Not only would they provide baggage for the front line, but they would also solve the problems of the local people's livelihood and ensure that their income would increase a lot. The local things couldn't be transported out, so they would all be thrown away, including fruits, animal skins, and wild herbs. What was needed was an official team that could make profits from the Yellow River, which would be of great help to the front line. Xiao Yi is working for his own family. How can that be considered a contribution when he can build a bigger kite and directly fly the things over? This old man will be convinced. Baigu was showing off again. "I'm the best. Third brother, look, there is less than 30 miles between these two rivers. If we dig it and connect it, we won't have to go through the Hukou waterfall." Li Yi showed Li Longji the map in Zhuangzi. Longshui was connected to Wei River, and there was another river above it. That river was connected to the Yellow River and had a canal. It was much closer to the Hukou waterfall and had a man-made canal. Li Longji pointed at the location on the map. "There are mountains. It's easier to have mountains. The valleys will naturally flow. If we connect the top and bottom, we won't even need to dig the valleys. The river is not very wide, so it's definitely not a problem to take the steamship." Li Yi was not afraid of mountains. If there were mountains, there would be valleys. How many wells were there in Xinjiang? A horizontal mountain would blast through it. It's dangerous, right? Li Longji was worried about death. Prisoners on death row either die or work. When we dig it out, the death penalty will be turned into a prison sentence. No matter what, they will benefit. Li Yi had a candidate in mind. Asked those who needed to be shot. Would they rather live in danger for an indefinite period of time or be shot? Chapter 949. Your captives. Li Longji thought that there were not many prisoners on death row. He thought of Li Yi's 11,000 captives. Teach the captives well, and find a way to send them back. Then bring the whole place back to the Tang dynasty. Li Yi refused to let the captives of the southwest die. What he wanted was the southwest barbarian land. There were nearly 12,000 captives, and many of their families would be sent over in the autumn. A large group of people must be trained well, to let them feel that the Tang dynasty was good, and that his place should be merged with the Tang dynasty. This way, the people of the southwest barbarian land could live a good life, and their lives would not be in vain. There are few death sentences. Li Longji was worried. Many people were beaten to death in the local area without an official in charge. If it's really not possible, there are still people who are exiled. They are unfamiliar with the place, remote and sparsely populated. Most of them will die if they go there. They will work for a year and become apprentices for 2 years. They will work for another year and work in the community for another year. They are also willing. Li Yi was short of manpower now, and he hoped to give them a chance to change. Otherwise, he would need to use explosives. What if the explosives misfired? Also, when digging the mountain, the land would collapse and water would leak. He did not have a tunneling machine. Would there be no accidents with a tunneling machine? How many years will it take to dig a river and capture some Tubo and Turkic captives? Li Longji agreed to include the exiled captives. It depends on how many people are used. The road built by Zhang Jiuling is directly in the middle of the mountain. As long as there are enough people, they can carry it out with poles. I will leave some soil on both sides to block the water. I will add explosives. Boom! The explosion will connect with the water. The position is high, and under normal circumstances, there is no need to worry about the Yellow River flowing backwards. Li Yi thought that if there was no other way, he would dig from the top instead of digging a hole. Tens of thousands of people were sent out. Soon, the Suez Canal was dug for 10 years, and the people digging could not even drink much fresh water. Some of them died of thirst. Some could only eat a little food every day. If they continued to work, they would starve to death. 190 kilometers, more than 10 years. The Tang dynasty sent people to dig more than 10 kilometers of road, and provided them with enough food and water. The men who dug the Suez Canal were always sick, all kinds of diseases, and the canal was very wide. The Tang dynasty did not need a 360-meter-long canal, nor did it need to be so deep. As long as they were paid well, and provided with good support, they would be able to dig it out in less than a year. They would be able to use it next year. The places that needed to be bombed were the prisoners on death row and exiled people at the front line. There were duds for them to clean up. Li had thought it through. Let's learn from Zhang Jiuling. Let's not move mountains. Let's not learn from Yugong. This way we can recruit the local people. The local people have mediocre people. 20 days a year, they will be exempted from the transfer. Another 20 days. Li Longji was prepared to use the laws of the imperial court. Even if the capital office was exempt from the law, other places would not be exempt. I'll send my 10,000 captives over as well. I'll feed them meat every meal. A notice was sent out that anyone who was willing to work on the canal would be paid 30 coins a day. You only need to work for 10 hours a day including meals. There will be meat for all 3 meals a day. Li Yi was going all out. Wasn't it just money? If this canal was completed, it would solve a historical problem. The imperial court's control over the area would increase by more than 10 times, and the people in the remote areas would benefit from it. At his time, sections of the Jinghang Grand Canal were still in use. When the Xiaolangdi Reservoir of the Yellow River was built, it was not considered that the entire Yellow River would be open to navigation. Later it was regretted and redesigned. The remaining problems of the bridge on the river were not small. It was unknown how long it would take for the entire Yellow River to be open to navigation, because there were high-speed trains, highways, and airplanes. Li Longji lowered his head and thought for a while. Then, he simply lay down and gestured for Li Yi to continue massaging his head. Li Yi washed his hands and came back to massage him slowly. He was a patient, so he had to take care of his emotions. Brother Yi, this is feasible. From the looks of it, The Yellow River will be open to navigation next year. Li Longji was willing to spend money. The people worked so hard, but they were given 3 meals, wages, and meat to eat. When the Tubo and the Turks were dealt with, what could they not have? Large tracts of land, and the Silk Road on land. They could push the army to the front and prepare to attack the Abbasid Caliphate. There was no rush to attack. The Tang dynasty should seize the time to develop the economy. They could raise more livestock in the Turks and Tubo areas, open up new fields and plant more cotton. Then, they could wait for another 2,000 or 3,000 years to push the Abbasid Caliphate over. Li Longji thought about the future and fell asleep with a smile on his face. Li Yi continued to massage, but he did not use as much strength. He could not stop now. Once he stopped, Li Longji would wake up. Outside the door, Empress Wang and Princess Yongmu looked through the window and smiled. Empress Wang whispered to Princess Yongmu, "It's said that a father-in-law and son-in-law are not easy to get along with. This won't happen to you." Princess Yongmu blushed, but her eyes were filled with sweetness. "Li Lang is someone who will do great things. It's just that when he's with me, he becomes like this." Princess Yongmu lowered her voice and said, "He's a young man. Can you stand him being so old? This is called ability. He can adjust his mentality. When he's with you, he's just playing with you." Empress Wang knew that Li Yi had a calm personality. When she interacted with him, she would automatically ignore his age. Only when he interacted with Yuan Shu would Li Yi change his appearance to match his current age. Yuan Shu was very happy every day when she interacted with Li Yi. What she learned in the past was to be dignified. What was the use of being dignified? Was it as fun as kicking shuttlecock? She was the empress, but she was playing with people in the imperial harem. She was just pretending to be the empress. Your imperial father must have come up with some good idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so relaxed. Only when he's with the Li family Zhuangzi does he truly relax. Empress Wang said as she felt sorry for Li Longji. He had to worry all day. And he also had to scheme against the ministers and aristocratic families. He could not take care of any of them. When he slept in the imperial city, he would suddenly wake up at night and talk in his sleep. Then he would go to Xingqing Palace. And occasionally he would suddenly wake up. Only when he was with the Li family Zhuangzi did he sleep soundly and eat well. The key was that he didn't have to worry or be afraid. When he saw the sudden news of the war at the front, Li Yi was there. Li Yi dealt with it. When he asked the ministers would say one thing after another. It sounded reasonable. And in the end he still had to choose. The ministers didn't have Fang Jingji or Du Duan. When it came to the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi alone solved all the problems. He had strategies and was more decisive. Like now, when it came to national affairs, he didn't even need to find an imperial physician. He directly arranged it. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui didn't know how to treat illnesses or play. Imperial mother, will imperial father be able to attend court tomorrow? Princess Yongmu was worried about her father's condition. Yes, Li Yi guarantees that he will take care of it. Even if he doesn't attend court, it's fine. If there's a problem in court, he can just send a letter. Empress Wang wasn't worried about court affairs, and Zhuangzi wasn't far from the court. Just like today, they could send a letter and send a reply, and the problem would be solved. Princess Yongmu nodded. If the world can be peaceful, everyone won't have to work so hard. The world can't be peaceful. There are still many countries in the Abbasid Caliphate that want to fight with us. But don't worry, Li Yi is already planning. Empress Wang was still indifferent. It was just a war. Chapter 950. The next morning, Li Longji still had a slight fever. Li Yi did not give him any medicine. He drank half a bowl of chicken and vegetable porridge, and ate some salted vegetables before going to court. He took a thermos and a watermelon. The thermos was filled with salt water. Watermelon was naturally watermelon. Other people did not have watermelons, but the Li family Zhuangzi could still provide watermelons. The watermelons from the south were ready, but distant water could not quench the immediate thirst. After 10 days, the watermelons from the capital government were ready. It just so happened that the Li family Zhuangzi's watermelons were ready. At court, The officials were discussing the war with Sulu. Your Majesty, Sulu led the Abbasid Caliphate in Tubo to attack. I think he should be reprimanded. The Minister of Rights stood out. Li Longji looked at him and said, No need, just beat him. He was decisive. What was the use of reprimanding him? If you rebel, I will beat you. Do you think I am afraid of you? If you force me into a corner, I will ask Brother E to bring the winged knights to capture you alive. Do you think I don't have a trump card? Your Majesty, please build more 100-stone boats for the border. Sui stood out. He had discovered the benefits of boats. I have something to say. Li Longji began to talk about his canal to connect to the Yellow River. This is the Pujing crossing. Originally, there was a bamboo pontoon bridge. Now it is replaced by a metal chain. Minister of Honglu Temple, Lu Tong, introduced it to the Japanese exchange team. They came last night and saw the terrace fields planted by more than 220,000 surrendered households. Today after breakfast, they were going to hook a waterfall. When they passed by the metal chain pontoon bridge, Lu Tong explained, Lu-san, is that cement? Abataka Maru looked at the bridge and felt that it was useful. It was suitable for Japan. Concrete. There are steel bars, pebbles, and cement inside. Lu Tong explained in detail. Is Lu-san familiar with the method of making cement? Abataka Maru asked. I don't know. The Li family Zhuangzi is keeping it a secret. Lantian County is under military control. Outsiders are not allowed to ask. Lu Tong looked at the people of the Japanese Empire. The people of the Chamberlain of Dependencies already knew what Li Yi meant. Secrets that should not be leaked must not be leaked. Moreover, he really didn't know how cement was made. Everyone who made cement only knew their own job. The envoys from the Japanese Empire all had expressions of regret on their faces. Of course, they understood why they had to keep it a secret. The construction of the city wall with cement was very fast. It would take a few days to build a city wall. According to Takagi Junichiro, the Tang dynasty sent a lot of cement to the border to build a city there to defend against the enemy. Lu Tong laughed in his heart and said, The method of making it cannot be passed down. However, if you want to buy it, you can sell it. A caddy of cement only costs 1 coin. He followed Li family Zhuangzi's instructions to promote the cement. The Li family Zhuangzi's base price was 3 caddies of cement for 1 coin. There was a small profit which was 5%. Is it cheaper to buy more? Shinbei felt that it was a little expensive. It was not that he felt that the cement was not worth the money, but that he needed too much and had to ship it back to Japan. Lu Tong nodded. 10,000 caddies, 3 caddies of cement for 2 coins. 100,000 caddies, 2 caddies of cement for 1 coin. 500,000 caddies, 5 caddies of cement for 2 coins. He still didn't say the base price. All he knew was that if he wanted to build a city, it wouldn't be enough without a few 100 million caddies of cement. If the city was bigger, more cement would be used. Building a house in the south of Chang and was a mix of cement and sand. A normal house, according to Li Dongzhu's instructions, was 10 feet tall, made of bricks, and had an area of 50 square meters. If he used it sparingly, it would cost 500 caddies of cement. If it was replaced with reinforced concrete, it would cost more than 10,000 caddies of cement for the same height and area. The difference was that big. It depended on which aspect you used the cement for. Building houses now was the cheapest kind. Who would want reinforced concrete? The reinforced concrete foundation by the river was forced. Adding up both sides of the river, more than 26 million caddies of cement were used. It was only that heavy, so it was naturally less used for plastering. However, the price wasn't too high. It wasn't as expensive as iron chains. Cement cost 8 million caddies and 8,000 caddies. Was that considered money? Reinforced concrete and iron chains were more than 10 times the cost. If it was replaced with iron, it would be more than 100 times the cost. Fortunately, there was cement which saved money. Building a city required plastering. Otherwise, the amount of cement used, the people of the Japanese Empire didn't know the situation. When they heard how many caddies of cement, they felt that it was enough to build a lot of cities. Lu-san, 60 million caddies, 20 million caddies. Abita Nakamaro gritted his teeth and bargained. Lu Tong frowned and shook his head. I can't make the decision. This price is too low. If I go back and ask, I will say that the Tang dynasty and the Japanese empire are friendly. Let Li Dongzhu sell it even if it's a loss. Please, Lu-san. Abita Nakamura was very uncomfortable when he heard the words Japanese empire. A few years ago, they also felt that the name Japanese empire was fine. Later, they felt that it was discriminatory, so they changed it to Japan. However, the Tang dynasty called you the Japanese empire. Even if you were unhappy, you had to accept it. The others also bowed together, hoping that Lu Tong would help more. In fact, this amount was only 80,000 tons at Li Yi's time. What could 80,000 tons of cement do? They still had to ship it back. If it rained, the cement would be soaked by the rain. Even if there was no rain, the sea was very humid, and the cement would be in contact with moisture. Everyone, let's get on the boat. It's not time to open the bridge yet. Let's go up. If we take the boat from above, it will take 2.5 days to reach Hookah Waterfall. Lu Tong invited 555 people to take the boat from here to Hookah Waterfall, which was nearly 300 miles upstream. It was already good enough to travel 10 miles in 2 hours. If it was Li Yi's goose boat, they wouldn't be able to travel far even if they were exhausted. Not to mention the goose boat. Even an iron paddle boat would take more than 10 minutes to travel 2 miles. And it was still on the Yellow River. The Yellow River's current was fast, and it needed to offset some of the work. If it was on the Yangtze River, it would be able to travel 6 miles in 2 hours, which was far faster than a boatman pulling a rope. Of course, if it was a propeller and went against the Yellow River, it would definitely be more than 30 miles in 2 hours. After passing through the turbulent areas, the speed could be increased to 40 miles per hour. If Li Yi were to bring out the steam engine, if he made the diesel engine, the Japanese felt that speed was good. They had already drawn a picture and written a description. The picture they drew was different from Li Yi's. The difference was huge. Li Yi drew a 3-dimensional picture. When the Li family Zhuangzi's craftsmen saw the picture, they knew what to do. Everyone got on the prepared boat and pedaled by themselves. If they could change people, they pedaled with all their might. They wanted to test how fast it could go. Lu-san, I heard that there's another kind of boat that looks like flying. Fujiwara Mayang spoke at this time. Yes, there's another kind of boat from the Li family Zhuangzi. It's faster than this. Lu Tong admitted. They had envoys here. It was impossible that they didn't know about the amazing boat that day. Can you let me take a look? Bring it up for me to see. Fujiwara Mayang requested. Lu Tong shook his head. No, it's a national treasure. Dr. Li won't agree. There's no need to think about it. It's useless to ask the Prime Minister or His Majesty. Not even His Majesty? Should he be beheaded? Fujiwara Mayang said as if he was thinking for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Kill him, and you'll make good things for the Tang dynasty? Do you know how many good things Li Dongzhu has made? Why would His Majesty agree to it? Lu Tong's face turned ugly. You still want to sow discord? Do you know the relationship between His Majesty and Li Dongzhu? His Majesty can't wait to hold court in the Li family Zhuangzi. It's safe and worry-free. You're just an envoy from the Japanese Empire. Why are you so troublesome? Chapter 951. Everyone, let's eat. I'm going to vomit. My stomach is uncomfortable. Li Longji, who was being sowed discord by the Japanese Empire, was dividing the watermelon. He cut the watermelon and couldn't eat it himself. He called a few officials to eat together. He had porridge in the morning, and now his stomach was uncomfortable. So he drank a lot of saline water and went to vomit. He still had a fever. Li Yi didn't give him any medicine to lower his temperature, only physical cooling. He vomited, and with the warmth in his stomach, he didn't feel so disgusted. Now he took his temperature. His body temperature didn't drop, but his actual temperature dropped. He vomited, and the heat was taken away. Your Majesty, why is Li Yi's medical skills? Song Jing saw that Li Longji had a fever. He felt that it shouldn't be. Brother, he said to let me have a fever. He gave me an electronic thermometer. Look 38. 6 degrees. It's fine. I'll eat watermelon. I won't eat here at noon. I'll go back to the Li family Zhuangzi. Brother Yi will adjust the treatment plan. Li Longji held an electronic thermometer in his hand and looked at himself. Bai Gu's heart ached. Sometimes, he treated Li Longji as his own nephew. So he asked, Your Majesty, Shaoyi won't treat you? Of course, why not? Brother Yi said that I haven't been sick for a long time. It's not easy to fall sick, so he wants me to immunize myself. He said that I felt too uncomfortable and didn't want to endure it. He cured me in one night. My illness isn't contagious. If it was contagious, he would have cured me long ago. Otherwise, it would have been passed to the children. Li Longji finished eating the watermelon. He ate 2 mouthfuls and felt comfortable again. Su Yi held the watermelon but didn't eat it. He asked, Your Majesty, how many days will it take? Today is the last day. It can't take more than 3 days. I'll drink more water. I still have a fever at night. Brother Yi will give me medicine. Li Longji actually felt a little dizzy and comfortable. He didn't have any psychological burden. His body was sore and numb. He wanted to go back to the swimming pool. The water temperature in the swimming pool was less than 20 degrees Celsius. Soaking in the pool would reduce the overall temperature. Yesterday, he even wanted to sleep. Li did not give him an ice pack because he had conditions. Swimming pool. The ice pack was for local cooling. It could be placed under the armpit or on the forehead, or it could be added with alcohol to wipe the body and quickly exchange heat. However, when the conditions were right, the pool would be the place to cool down. The entire body would be soaked in the water, and the heat exchange would be more comprehensive. The doctors at Li Yi's place would never let people with a fever soak in it, because they didn't have the means. She could soak in the bathtub if someone was watching her. There was a bathtub at home, so there was no need to rub it with alcohol or ice pack for a fever. Just soak in it. If the water temperature was slightly higher, it would be a hot spring. The temperature of the tap water was not high. Hearing Li Longji's words, the 4 people were relieved. They believed in Li Yi's medical skills. Your Majesty, is the Sulu rebellion against the Tang dynasty, the Abbasid Caliphate in Tubo serious? As the Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu shouldn't have interrupted Su Yi's words. However, since Sui didn't say it, he said it. Li Longji swallowed the watermelon. Some people have to die. Send them a batch of malaria prevention pills, compressed biscuits and dried seafood. When the cotton is harvested, send them the cotton clothes. I will not mistreat anyone who fought for the Tang dynasty. Li Longji wanted to compensate them. The ones who rebelled were the outside tribes, and the ones who fought were the outside tribes. He didn't know that it was because of this that the Lushan rebellion happened, using the outside tribes to fight the outside tribes, and at the same time, giving the regional commanders great authority. Today it was Sulu who led the tribe to rebel, and the other tribes fought. When it was Lushan's turn, Lushan was too powerful, and the officials told Li Longji that they couldn't do it. At that time, Li Longji didn't make the right decision. Actually, the Lushan in history was the current Sulu. The only difference was that the current Sulu had someone watching over him, and Lushan had someone watching over him. And Li Longji didn't believe that he would betray him. At the time, Lushan had been far stronger than Sulu was now. Li Longji wasn't sure. He still used the outside tribes to deal with the outside tribes, and he felt that many of them could be trusted. Not only him, but the entire imperial court felt the same way. It wasn't that they were stupid. It was because of the limitations of history. Old Mao could disintegrate, and the empire where the sun never sets could weaken. Li Yi's country also almost went down the wrong path. If anyone knew what would happen tomorrow, the first thing they would do would be to buy lottery tickets. If Li Yi's lottery tickets could be faked, it would be useless to buy them. At the very least, they could buy stocks. With leverage, it would definitely hit the upper limit. With 10 times leverage, one hit the upper limit would double the profits. Who didn't limit the upper limit? If they knew what would happen tomorrow, they could buy it in advance. Who knew how many times the profits would be? If they could buy international gold, they could directly use 100 times leverage, and the price would rise by 7%. That would be 7 times the profits. Why wasn't it 10 times? Because 7% was already the upper limit. If they knew the lower limit and added an off-site financing, it would be hard to evaluate how much they could earn in one transaction. Everyone wanted to return to the past, even if it was just for a day. Li Longji and the others didn't know the future, so they could only rely on the current situation to analyze. Li Yi, who knew the future and knew how to compare the data, was much more relaxed. The future could be changed, but technology was always the priority. Don't worry, they can't beat us. The hot air balloon is floating in the sky, and the enemy's shape can be seen clearly. I'm not afraid of them snatching the binoculars. It's useless even if they snatch a few binoculars. Li Yi was talking to Empress Wang and Princess Yongmu in Zhuangzi when the little fellow woke up. He washed his face, and even applied some skincare cream. When he saw his mother applying it, he felt that it was good stuff, so he wanted to apply it too. He gave him some, and after applying it he was happy. He didn't need to apply anything on his skin. A child's skin was the best. Third brother's gastrointestinal tract is not good because of the cold, and he always wants to vomit. It's the human body's self-defense mechanism. He uses vomiting to reduce the pressure and temperature of his gastrointestinal tract. When third brother comes back later, he will definitely want to eat cold noodles. But we can't give it to him. He still wants to vomit after eating it. It's an extreme reaction to the temperature difference. In order not to stimulate the stomach, we can't eat rice or fermented noodles. We have to use hot noodles. At the same time, the stuffing has to be light. Then, we have to use heavy oil when making it. We'll fry it in the box and give it vegetable soup. Li Yi was making a box with watermelon inner skin and pork lean meat. He put egg white instead of yellow. As for the soup, he hadn't made it yet. It was shredded radish soup. He used chopped green onions to fry the pot, and then added some ginger foam. This was Chinese medicine. It was carried out from the details of the senses and the human body's reaction. It wasn't about what the patient should eat or supplement. No, it was about what the patient's current physical condition could accept. Then, he would try to adjust it when it met the patient's appetite. Western medicine at that time would tell the patient that he should supplement his protein. But the patient couldn't swallow it. He felt disgusted when he saw it. How could he supplement it? Eat it with his teeth, and then vomit? He had a fever. The truly awesome Chinese medicine doctors knew how you felt, and what you wanted in terms of taste. Then they would adjust it according to your taste. Protein needed to be ingested. What was more important was that you had to eat it. Not vomiting it out was the first step. Li Yi was like this now. He didn't give you anything that made you noodles. He didn't stimulate your gastric acid secretion. He didn't give you cold food. He didn't stimulate your gastrointestinal tract. He knew that you wanted to eat meat, so he used heavy oil when frying it. But he knew that your stomach couldn't take it, so the inside of the fried food was light. This was called food therapy. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.